Oh my gosh, here we are. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see you beautiful people here tonight. Welcome to the what is this, fourth annual Mr. Terry History annual charity holiday stream. Let's get some cool lo-fi beats in the back. Isn't that what you want to do? Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see you all. I also feel like I haven't streamed in so long, but thank you all so much for people to all of you people for coming in today. Thank you so much. We've got the biggest live show I have ever thrown, not even close. I've had, some guests here and there, but we are packed tonight. We are packed tonight. In fact, I had so many people that was like, man, how am I going to get everybody on with giving them time? And we're going to be stacking guests. I mean, you see him with the title. I have some confirmed. I have two confirmed that I have not announced yet that are going to be fun surprises. One earlier in the stream and then one later in the stream. But tonight we have confirmed coming on to the show. We have Mr. Beats. Needs no introduction. He is massive. He is blowing up. He's on his way to 1 million subs. We are going to have, if you follow me, you know this next guy that we're going to have later tonight too, Chris from Vlogging Through History. He's going to come on and we're going to be hanging out. And then we have got the meme master himself. We have got Drew Durnil coming on later tonight. And then again, I got at least two other guests coming on that you know of, some other YouTubers. I got some other people that aren't YouTubers that are coming on. This is going to be a loaded stream tonight. Now, I need to tell you what we're actually here for, though. The charity. So every year, join a charity with my community to a charity that we choose to benefit lots of different things. And this year, our charity that we are raising money for, and you can see the little emblem. It doesn't look great in the top right there. It's called the Sharing Place. So the Sharing Place is a place that helps children that are going through devastatingly grieving situations. It's to provide support for them, especially for children, but others as well. So it's for people that are going through immense grieving situations. Now, the goal tonight is any super chats that are coming through here, I'm going to be forwarding those on to the charity. I'm going to be paying them literally tomorrow. So anything that comes through is going there. And we actually already got some of these coming through right now. So I want to make sure every single super chat donation tonight gets read out loud. There's going to be a lot of things to interact with where you guys are going to be able to kind of control parts of the stream. We've got the first thing, and I'll go through the agenda tonight because it's packed. But where you're going to be able to interact using those super chats. And usually in normal streams, I don't just say, hey, you got a super chat to participate in anything, but like tonight's for charity. So it's going to be so much about that. So first off, I want to shout out because some of them are coming in right now. And I'm going to need help. I'm going to feel bad if I miss anything. Reenactments Glories coming out of Europe did 249 and just said charity. Heck yeah. Okay, and I'm new to this. Is only the second time I've ever used StreamYard, which looks really cool. And I'm going to try to make sure it looks all nice and cool. So we got that. Thank you, Reenactments Glory. In fact, Reenactment Glory followed that up with We Love Charity. Nice profile picture. Is that a family member or something? That's sick. All right, and then we had Rob. Rob came in with $10. Mr. Terry, you are awesome, but not as awesome as my high school teachers back in 2002. Shout out Mr. Trenkle and Dr. K. R.I.P. Dr. K. Okay, let's get some 07 salutes in chat for all the teachers out there, but especially Dr. K, who has passed on, gone, and not forgotten. 07's in chat. All right, new channel members. We got a new channel membership tonight. The channel memberships won't necessarily, because I don't get that like money that way. Probably I don't necessarily go to the charity, but I really do appreciate it. Actually, at this time, I can tell you guys this week I launched a new feature for channel memberships where you guys are automatically going to get early access to all my videos I post. So usually I make videos and I schedule them out. Basically, once a video is uploaded into YouTube, all channel members are going to be able to view that before anyone else. So you can get kind of the first scoop on it, and that's all channel members from $2 and on. So anyway, thank you so much. All right, so before I read the next couple, I want to give you guys the agenda. I want to give you the agenda. So at the top of the hour here, so in about 25 minutes, I have a panel coming on of 3 educators. Okay, 2 of them you probably know. Mr. Beat is one of them. Okay, Mr. Beat is one of them. Mr. Beat, teacher, and now full-time YouTuber, been in the classroom for a long time. He's going to be on. The other one's a special guest. He's a YouTuber, much bigger than me, but is also a teacher that's going to be coming on. We'll leave that to the surprise. The other one is a surprise because you actually don't know the person. It's somebody I know personally. We taught together for years, and he then, for some crazy reason, wanted to go from his teaching history, and now he's a school principal. So we're going to have a school principal here. Now, this panel is going to be here to talk education with you guys. We could talk history. We could talk education. So we're going to have multiple people. All of us have been history teachers at some point. Now, some of us are YouTubers. Some of us are, administrators. So we're going to have all kinds of different questions, and that's going to start at the top of the hour. All right. Oh my gosh. Holy cow, yo. All right, let me get back to the donos because they are pouring in right now. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. We also had, how do I do this? Okay, here we go. But we had a new channel member. So we had the new channel member, which was fantastic. Then we had another dono from Rob. One more, even from my high school English teachers, Mr. Romano, Mr. Mediate. Is that his name? Iron Maiden for life. Awesome. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for your $10. Thank you so much. The kids are going to get supplies and resource services and things to help them through grieving situations. So we had that. All right, and then we have Wykern out of this is Norway, right? This is the Kroner. Love your content, Mr. Terry. Been binging your salmonella videos lately. Yeah, I just did covered another. He just did another one. It's really good, by the way. Happy to help to give to the sharing place. Thank you so much, Wykern, for your 50 Nokia bucks. All right, and then we got Real Lemmy Koopa, $5, $4.99. I'll round your cent up. I have a history exam tomorrow. Good luck. Study. Hey, if you need to help study, ask us some questions. You're literally going to have historians and teachers tonight if you need any help. We're not going to, cheat on your homework, but I think we can definitely help you out. All right, and then we had Juan from IDR. Where is that, like Iran? 10,000 of Iran? Help me out here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. All right, then we had JB Country Ball coming in with his hammer, and it's like a Soviet artist there. Hi, I am syndicalist, well, more social liberal, but align with the left apparently. Shout out, please. Yes, shout out. Thank you for you're being a channel member too, but thank you for the $5. And then we got to highlight this one. The Fat Electrician has shown up and did $500 freaking dollars. Oh, IDR was Indonesia. Sorry, IDR is Indonesia. Thank you so much. I didn't know what it was like. Iranian Republic, Indonesia. Thank you so much. But Fat Electrician, the biggest one of the night. He is the GOAT. And I guess I can spoil it, but he's actually going to be one of our guests tonight. We are going to do a live reaction to one of his videos. But the Fat Electrician with the quack bang. I should have wore the shirt. The dude hooked me up with shirts, and I heard he just hooked up Longing Through History stuff too. We absolutely love it when us reactor commentators, like you guys, appreciate what we do. We of course love what you do, and you reaching out to us is amazing. Fat Electrician, thank you so much. We're gonna hook up with you in about an hour and a half, so that's gonna be awesome. All right, let's get some more in. So this first segment, till the hour hits, we'll just go through initial super chats and all that stuff and just hang out for a minute. And hopefully everything goes well. Okay, let's go through the new ones. We got, where did I leave off? So we had Fat Electrician, the freaking GOAT here. And then that's amazing. All right, Oli coming out of Europe here has got, what did you write your thesis on? The Balfour Declaration, which is very relevant because it is a very foundational document to the Israel-Palestine situation right now. So mine was on the Balfour Declaration. Specifically, my thesis was on the Arab response to the Balfour Declaration. So, yep. Thank you so much. All right, next one I've got. Reenact McGlory 249 said U.S. raw. Thank you. All right, from Indonesia again. Hope the stream will go down in history. Thank you, Juan, for your 20,000. What are they called? Somebody said what the unit's called. It's like a rupee. Is that what it is in Indonesia? All right, Country Ball. Also, thanks, sent $7 now. Thank you for that as well. Again, thank you for Chandler. Professor What is a common one in our community, dropping $5. Thank you, Professor What. By the way, just to kind of plug some other things, you are going to want to join our Discord server. It's linked in the description, but you're going to want to join that. Later on, we're going to do some meme reviews, and we're going to do some rate your memes. And for you to get involved in that, you're going to need to put some memes into our Discord, and our mods are going to try to pick out the best ones. And if you donate later on, we'll probably highlight any history memes you have. Just, I ask that they are school appropriate. I can't get in trouble on here. Literally doing a charity stream. So I can't have stuff that is offensive, or you know what I mean, on a charity stream. You know, I'd love to do anything to get money for the chat or for the charity, but you know what I mean. All right, let's just hit the rest of these real quick. So Tyler Claremont, $5. Thank you, Tyler. Says, hi, Mr. Terry. I just did a paper on nuclear bombs and if they're justified. I said that they were. What are your thoughts? Well, it's hard to, I think, answer that in general because it depends on the situation, right? Depends on the situation. So I think it's impossible. Now, if you're talking about the Japan bombs, I actually have kind of a nuanced take on it. That's a little bit deeper and stuff because it's hard because, 2020, but I understand at the time why that was done. I do understand why it was done for that. In fact, I just, what video did I just comment on where we ended up talking about that? Actually, I think it was Fat Electricians. Anyways, all right. Anyway, all right. What else we got? Lincoln or MLK? Well, which is the best president / civil rights leader? I think Lincoln did a fantastic job under the circumstances, and MLK. I mean, I don't know how you say both. They're both integral and influential to the society. You know what I mean? All right, Indigaravan 99, the longtime subscriber. I love history and love your channel. Happy to support a charity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, Tater O'Houlihan, $20. That's a big one. Thank you. No comment. Just want to donate to a good cause. Thank you so much, Tater. Thank you so much. All right, and last one I think before I'm caught up is exciting news. All right, Jared Jams. Oh, you wrote a book. All right, let's promote that. So your book is published on Amazon. It's Jared's Jams, a poem for each day of the year. There are some historical poems. All right. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. And thank you for donating to the stream. So, all right. I think I'm caught up right now on the super chats. Oh, JB just popped in with another one. I don't know why I want to do this because you want to, you're supposed to. It's going to charity and so forth. So anyway, yep. Thank you so much, JB, once again. All right. Anyway, let me go ahead and finish the agenda tonight. All right. Let me finish the agenda tonight. So what's going to happen is the first thing we're going to have is a panel of history tubers and educators. So we're going to do that. I'm planning on going that for about an hour. Okay, for about an hour. And then if those guys want to stay and hang out, fantastic. If not, right now, we have at 7 o'clock. Well, that'd be kind of like my time, or actually not 7. So it'd be 9 Eastern. Fat Electrician's coming on. And what I'm hoping to do with him is do a live reaction with one of his videos. Basically, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to do a 5-minute donation period where the highest donator will get to nominate a Fat Electrician video for us to watch. And hopefully you pick one, that'll be later, but pick one that I haven't seen yet. So maybe go through my playlist, but I think that'd be a lot of fun for me to watch his video and comment on it while he's there with me and we can ask questions. I think that'd be a lot of fun. All right. After my segment there, so we'll do that for maybe half hour, whatever. About that time, we're going to have Vlogging through history. Chris is coming on, and that is we're gonna. Sorry, one of my guests was texting me. So after that, vlogging through history is going to come on, and that I think I'm going to open up to a lot of things of what we want to do. We can do memes, we can do videos, whatever. And around that time, I don't think I don't have a firm time. He couldn't give me an exact time, but probably around that time, Drew's coming on. So Drew Durnil's coming on, and we're gonna do a segment, I believe, with me, with vlogging through history, and Drew. And we're going to have some fun with that. So I think that's going to be the kind of the event for tonight here. So, all right, we got some more super chats coming in. So anyways, yeah, we're just going to be hanging out for this next 10, 15 minutes. And then my panelists will start coming in, and we'll get started. Some things to think about for you guys. So we'll be answering super chat questions. Think about what kind of questions you have. That can be history. Would love to get education questions, because everybody that's going to be on my panel are either right now teaching or have been in teaching recently. So a teacher perspective. Also, I'm going to have a school principal on here, a friend of mine. So those kind of questions are going to be great. So you can start thinking about those. All right, and then let me catch up on super chats. We are at. But yeah, I did that. And then, are you interested in my mom's credit card? I do not want any stolen money. If your mom wants to donate, that's fantastic. But please ask her first. Thanks, JB. Oh, Simo Haya. Literally, the White Death sniper is in chat. She got back from the Winter War. Love your channel, comrade. Das Vidania. All right, that's awesome. If you guys don't know who the White Death is, he's like the most decorated sniper from World War II. Finnish guy. He's nuts. And apparently he's back from the dead. So, all right, still alive, $5. What, in your opinion, is a historical event that should get much more attention than it ever does? My choice would be Stonewall, 1969. Historical event that should get more attention. Yeah, I got a few on that. I think the 7 Years' War should be discussed more, especially in the context, even for like American history. I think that was a very watershed kind of moments that really ended up determining a lot of things about history. Both all over the world, because I think it's kind of like World War I. So that's one event I think for modern era that should be talked about more, for sure. Thank you, Still Alive. All right, next question, or next super chat after that. One more shout out to all the teachers who put up with today's nonsense. I love and respect you all. Good luck and Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Thank you. I'll have to pass that along to the educators that are going to be coming on in about 15 minutes. So we'll get them going. Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans, you guys, that teachers put up with, and I'm sure we could tell you about it if you guys want to talk about when the panel starts. So if you have any questions about that, let us know. All right, thanks, Rob. All right, then we got TK Angels, just here to donate $5. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the charity. All right, chat, you can help answer this one. Look at this super chat. It's saying Rome, Egypt, or Greece. Okay, go. Rome, Egypt, Greece. What is it? Who wins? Who's coolest? What are we talking? Here, we'll have some fun with it. Can't I post polls? Isn't that a thing? Start a poll. Okay, here we go. I'm going to put a poll. Which is better? By the way, this will be a fun thing we can do throughout the chat, is like interaction like this. Okay, what was it? Rome, Greece, and what was the other one we're doing? Egypt. Okay, here we go. Starting the poll. Click and chat, guys. All right, we got another super chat. I'm gonna stop using my mom's credit card. Please make sure your mom knows. I really hope she did not just pay all this money to something she doesn't know about. All right, you look very cute in your profile picture. Is that me? Talking about me? That's my teacher photo from that was 10 years ago, guys. Dude, I feel like I peaked. If you guys can see my like profile picture, I think I peaked in. That was like 2014. I wasn't so fat like I am now, and I had just got back from a summer in Europe, and I was like tan, and I'd been walking and hiking. I was like in shape. That was like peak Mr. Terry right there. In my 20s, I was killing it. So I've kept that. I think I even kept that as like my school ID badge. Yeah, you can lose weight. Yes, I know. And I have before. When I started my stream, my channel in 2019, I was dieting. I was on keto and I was much thinner. So I know I can do it. You know what I mean? It's just whatever. Anyway, how long will the stream be going? I'm going to stay up. I do have to teach tomorrow. So, I mean, I can't be up crazy late. If people are still super chatting, I'm going to stay up. You know what I mean? I'll do it. I do have classes to teach tomorrow. So anyway. All right. If any of my guests have any questions or anything, email me or text me if you got my number, and I'll get you on here pretty soon. Oh gosh. Okay. If we're gonna have super chat questions, we need ones that are fun, because this one just isn't fun. What's worse, communism or fascism? Yeah, let's just can we talk about something more fun that isn't just going to be like, I don't know. All right, let's close the poll though out. Oh, hey, we got which of these arcade cabinets gets more playtime? Ooh, okay. So you guys know the cabinets, right? I got 3 arcade cabinets. First one I got was this one, Final Fight. Actually, keep that one off just because I don't need it. I like to have it. Okay, actually, I actually have a question for you guys. Are the arcade cabinets corny? Like, I want to have a cool office setback. Like, I got my history stuff, right? Like cool artifacts and the plaque, YouTube plaque, and then are they corny? I always thought they were cool, but nobody ever talks about them. Anyways, you got Ninja Turtles and NBA Jam. I play the NBA Jam the most. I also need the Simpsons one. They have a Simpsons one that's pretty sick. So I need that. All right. We got more super chats coming in until our panel starts in a few minutes. Let's see. Noticed how many historical figures show up. Oh, we got Kaiser Wilhelm. The second. Hey, thanks for World War I, dude. Boo. Can we get some boos in chat for Kaiser Wilhelm, please? We get some thumbs down, boos. Just kidding. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thanks for World War I. You and your blank check. Gosh dang it. All right, who's the GOAT? Oh, we got to end this poll. Okay, so who won the poll? We'll put up a new one. All right, Rome won. Rome got 65%, Greece 25%. Egypt only got 9%. Come on, guys. All right, we'll do this as the next poll here. We'll try to, maybe we can like keep a poll up at all times. Boo, we got boos in chat. We got the boos in chat for Kaiser Wilhelm. Who is the GOAT? All right, we're going Alexander. Now, you guys that have been around the community for a while, you know about historical March Madness, right? Like all 3 of these guys have been options. Was it Alexander and Caesar that made it to the final like a couple years ago? We had one, and there was like thousands of votes cast, and one of them, was it Alexander? I forgot. Won by 1 vote out of like hundreds or thousands. I forget how many it was. It was crazy. Anybody from the old days remember that? All right, the poll's up. Okay, let's keep going through super chats. Mega Man X, Zero, or Axel? X. We'll go. I mean, I'm OG Mega Man though. Thank you, Rob, for the $5. Hey, we got a big dono coming in. $50. Doodles, Mr. Cherry Not Fat. You're festively pumped. Sure. Sure. Thank you for that. Dougals, thank you so much. 07 salute for you. That's a big donation from you. I appreciate that. Good vibes coming your way. Thank you guys again for do this. We are raising money for the Sharing Place. I'm going to forward all the super chats to the Sharing Place, which is a service that provides support for grieving children. Do some great things. I've been around since about 1994, 1993, and I've done some great things in my community. And but yeah, anything to help children, I like that especially. So, all right, what do we got? History is me 2 seconds ago. Why so subjective? Thank you. All right, son of a pirate. Pirates or the British? By the way, let's look at the poll right now. Napoleon is winning right now with 46%. Alexander has 32%. And Caesar he's in last. Caesar's in last. Holy crap. All right. All right, Mr. Beat just texted me, said he is about to join. One of my other guests might be a little late, but we'll see. Okay, anyway, Pirates or the British? Yo, I don't know. Pirates are pretty poggers. I mean, the British were basically pirates, right? I mean, Drake was literally a pirate and British and worked for the British. All right, Evan Lucas dropped in 10 Canadian bucks, 10 bottles of maple syrup coming from Evan Lucas. Great channel supporting a great cause. Love from Canada. Thank you. Thank you, A. Tell Drew to lock Poland in a room with Germany. We'll tell him that later if you guys are going to be staying up. The British didn't use spices. It's true. I love that. I love that joke where it's like, dude, you're British. You literally had a monopoly on the world's spice trade. And how come your food sucks? Like, how does your food suck when you literally controlled the world's spice trade? Drew's coming on. He's the last guest of the night. He's a Pacific time boy. So, he comes in later. I got the East Coast boys coming in first, and then we're moving to the West Coast. All right, let's see if I'm caught up on the super chats. Yeah, we just had this one for that. So, all right, in just a couple minutes here, I think my guest should be coming on. Mr. B did confirm he will be here. Hey, I need help from y'all real quick. I have a little bit of background music going on. Should it go up? Should it go down? Should I remove it? What do you guys think? What do y'all think about the music? I just wanted a little bit of background, but you know what I mean. Leave it how it is. Down a bit. Up. Oh, come on. Up, down, leave. VTH, what up, buddy? Volume's good. Down a tiny bit. Okay. I mean, we're going to be doing talks. By the way, you guys can start getting in your questions for right now, your super chat questions for myself, for Mr. Beat. We're going to have a school principal on. We're going to have another YouTuber on, another teacher. So any questions that you would like to ask to a teacher, YouTuber, that kind of thing, go ahead and put on, and we'll do that. Okay, we're going to end the poll. Napoleon won the poll at 47%. All right, you guys ready for this? Give me a countdown. I want 3-second countdown. All right? Give me a 3-second countdown in chat. 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh, look who it is. They gave him a countdown.
Wow. The final countdown. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. B, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's cool that you're doing this.
Oh no, thank you. So, yeah, my school, my community does a charity every year, and since I started YouTube, I was like, I'm gonna help on with that, and it's been great, man. I mean, it's always amazing how like viewers they'll step up. You know what I mean? I see it in your chat, and how they'll come on, and people are so charitable. So it's fantastic. So. Yeah. But how you doing tonight?
Doing well. Just
I know you had a recital.
My daughter's piano recital. So
is it one of those things where it's like the kids are actually good, or like one of those things you just like, oh god?
Both. Yeah,
Both.
some of them are quite good, but they start with the little ones who are just beginning, and it's kind of cool to see the progression. Yeah.
The other question would be, did you just stay for your kid?
No.
You see those people.
That'd be incredibly rude.
Leave.
Yeah.
All right, I got another guest. Now, here's the other guest coming in. His name is Jim Grothy. Now, Jim Grothy is a personal friend of mine I've taught with for years. And he was a history teacher with me. And he made the decision. Mr. Beat, I want your opinion on this. Would you ever have gone into administration? Was that ever something you would have considered?
I only considered it because I had colleagues that said, "Hey, you'd be a good principal or counselor," and yeah, I was definitely scared by that prospect.
All right, I'm Adam. Everybody, this is Mr. Grothy. Hello.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I do want to ask you the question though, Mr. Grothy, about why. Let me take this off. But why did you go into administration?
Oh boy. It was never the plan. The fall that I had made that decision, I had actually just applied to Western Kentucky for their master's in history program. And that summer, my wife and I had visited Western Kentucky's campus. They had a good online history program, and so I was going to get my master's in history, and I was dead set on being one of the few people in the state of Utah who could teach concurrent enrollment in history. But our principal at the time, she'd invited me to a conference on PLCs and collaboration, and I'd actually told her no, that I wasn't interested in going.
Yeah.
I told her no twice. And she caught me in the hallway during class. I remember I don't know if I was running to make copies or what, but she caught me in the hallway and she was going to do a teacher evaluation. And she said, "Jim, I'm just going to ask you one last time." And I said, why is it so important that I go? Like, what?
They saw it in you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. She just said at the time, "Well, the only people I have going are really like a bunch of women, and I'd really love to have a male presence and start seeing if we could get some male influence." And I was like, I don't know. Let me, my principal, I felt like I owed her something at the time. She helped me out as a new teacher. A few years prior to that, she had a district position, and she really helped me as a brand new teacher. And so the fact that she had asked me 3 times, I finally took the problem home to my wife. And I said, "Hey, I haven't told you about this, but the principal's asked me now 3 times to go to this conference." And my wife looked at me and she just said, "On what planet do you get to tell your boss no?" And I was like, and she's like, why not? Yeah, why not just say yes and see what it's about and what's going on? And I was like, all right. So I came back and told her yes, and it was day 2 of that conference. Sorry, it's such a long story, but day 2 of that conference, I watched some guy give a presentation who was at a small high school out in Ely, Nevada, and he was half-time principal because they couldn't afford a full-time, and half-time teaching.
Oh gosh.
But he was a high energy, captivating guy. And I just remember going, you know what? I want to, not only am I now kind of a believer in this stuff, I want to see it go. Like, I want to be a part of making it a school-wide practice. So that was the conference.
You literally got peer pressured into becoming a principal.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, I got the final guest here. Now, this was one of the surprise guests. He's a teacher. This is History Underground.
Yeah, and when you say surprise guest, it was a surprise to me too.
I literally texted him about an hour ago. One other teacher I was going to have was out. And I'm like, I know there's other teachers out here. I text Chris, vlogging through history. I'm like, isn't History Underground also a teacher? And he said, yes. And then I'm sure, I don't know if that was creepy that he gave me your number, but
No, he shot me a text first, and I was like, "Yeah, send it to him." And then like a dummy, I read 8. That it starts at 8.
Did I put Eastern?
No,
we're all in
you
different time
put
zones.
8 Eastern. I just failed to read that.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm a little bit tardy, but yeah.
VTH is saying we scraped the bottom of the barrel.
100%.
Can he say that? Are you guys close enough that
Yeah,
you can do that? Well, anyways, hey chat. So everyone up on this panel is or has been a teacher and has taught history. And I would love to help us answer any questions you guys. One of the things I don't know about you guys, I get questions from a lot of people that are interested in becoming history teachers, and they ask, what is it like? And I give them the honest truth, like the honest. I'm not gonna paint a picture because it's challenging and all that stuff. But if you guys have those type of questions too, I'd love to hear them. As well in the chat. I'm just going through these super chats. Are you using videos you reacted to in class? Okay, I do have this one. So like people ask me this, do I show my videos in class? It's like if I'm doing a reaction video, I wouldn't show myself reacting to a video in class. Although that would be kind of funny, just like not teaching and just like put it on, just like here, I'll do this. But Mr. B, did you ever play your videos in class?
Unfortunately, I did. Yeah. I don't know. I feel bad. I'm sorry, kids, for doing that to you.
Okay, I actually want to know this from you guys because you were, especially the YouTubers. I don't think it's weird, but my students don't give a crap that I'm on YouTube. Like, I'd say 1 out of 10 think it's kind of cool, but I get questions all the time, like, oh, isn't it like, do your kids like think that's so crazy that you do YouTube and like that? And I'm like, do you know what most kids care about? They're not watching history YouTube. You know what I mean? Maybe if I was a TikTok influencer. I don't know. Have you guys had that experience?
Definitely.
Yeah. Mine actually think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The reason that I started a YouTube channel to begin with was because I was pressured by my students to do it.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah, so prior to the YouTube channel, I've had a decent amount of experience in like video production and things like that. Worked on some TV shows in the outdoor industry, and I was out at the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio, and that's where they have the B-29 boxcar dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. Anyway, I thought, I'll just film some stuff with my phone, and then when we start talking about World War II, we get around to that part, I'll show them, what the plane looks like. So I did, the goofy thing of, pointing the camera at myself and, recording, what's going on and stuff like that. Put something together and showed it in class, and they were like, hey, that was actually pretty cool. They said, hey, the traveling that you do and stuff that you go to, they're like, you ought to do a YouTube channel. And I told him, I said, that's a stupid idea. It's like nobody would ever watch that ever. But they kept pushing me to do it. So I thought, well, I'll go ahead and, maybe put together some stuff. And if other teachers find value in it, do like little virtual field trips or something like that, then, maybe there'll be some value in it.
Hey, I have a dumb StreamYard question. If you guys want to do this, how do I make your name show up? Is that something on my end?
On the right hand side, there should be a tab. Like if you.
It's only the second time I've used this. People might be like, "Who are these people?"
I think it's settings, maybe. No, not settings. It's on the right hand side, and then you just scroll down, and there should be
something somewhere. Yeah. Maybe I'll figure it out. Hey, we had a question from so we had a question from the chat though. So for $5, I'm a couple years away from graduating from college to be a history teacher. What should I expect, and what makes a good teacher? Mr. Grothy, I'm gonna have you hire teachers now. So you hire teachers now because he is literally a principal. I'd love to get your take on that. What do you think? What would you tell this person?
to me, I'm looking for somebody who can connect with kids and be a storyteller. Like if you can't bring things to life, and you're just going to be a slide chomper and just grind through stuff and make kids learn how to take notes. I mean, there is some skills in taking notes, but there's so many different ways to do it now. And whether we're talking electronically or pen and paper, it's now just, I don't know. It's all about relationships and storytelling. Yeah,
But
got to
by
be
the
able to bring
way,
it to life.
I want to add a note to that for you all that out here, you notice that he didn't say anything about like historical knowledge. Okay, you may know a lot about history, but to be a teacher, that's like down the priority list. Am I wrong? I mean, I should say it's down the priority list, but like you've got to be a good teacher. I don't know what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I would say that's really good. Also, you have to be able to get along with all types of personalities, and you have to be able to adapt to any situation, because nothing is going to go as planned. You're going to have all these plans, and then you just throw them out the window because there's a fire drill, or somebody threw up in the classroom. I don't know, something like that, you know? And so like kind of just winging it half the time, but the attitude of rolling with it. And, you know, when I was teaching, for me, it was always, I was just trying to get the kids interested. And yeah, a big part of that is being a good storyteller, but I also employed other gimmicks as well. Like, you know, busting out my guitar in class if I had to, start singing to them, making it interactive. I mean, good teachers know how to trick their students into learning. They all have different methods, but you know, you don't want heads on the desks. You want them, and then like, you know, when I taught middle school, there's a difference with high school. Middle school, a lot of times like if a principal walked in, they would think it was chaos, but I always called it organized chaos, because if you were to go around the room and ask the kids like, oh, what are we learning about today? Most of them would be able to tell you like, oh, this is so. To me, like the worst thing ever was the student just disengaged, not interested. And so that was always my daily challenge.
Do you guys take that personal when you have a disengaged student?
No.
Isn't it hard not to though?
Yeah.
Like I will be like, and I get it. Like there's so many other things going on in their world, but like I've always had a hard time not taking that. I know I shouldn't, but like I'm failing them, and maybe I am with that, or just like I don't want to say like offended because you're like I'm putting my heart and soul in this, but I don't know. You guys ever feel like take things personal like that?
I don't personally. You know, and one thing when new teachers are coming in, I'll tell them, hey, don't ever let a student ruin your day. You know, you got to have some really thick skin. And, you know, I've had students that, you know, are disengaged or whatever, or, you know, they're on a really short fuse, and maybe I'll say the wrong thing in the wrong way and they'll completely go off on me. But, you know, what you don't know is what kind of day that student has had already, or what kind of home life that they're, you know, dealing with. I mean, I've had students through the years who, I mean, all of us probably sit here and talk about just nightmare stories. So you absolutely can't take anything personal. But at the same time, you know, you're also getting feedback from the students. So if I'm teaching a lesson and it's legitimately bad, well, you know, maybe I need to take some of that feedback and tweak it a little bit, and you know, try and make it better for the next day or for the next class.
Sure. Good. Hey, this question popped up. This is a forensic scientist. What historical event would you wish modern forensic science could have been available at the time? Oh, so
Dang,
like
this is a really good question.
Like a Jack the Ripper kind of thing. Like I don't like. Is that? I wonder if that's what we're talking about. What would forensic science be helpful for? What do you guys, I don't know, thoughts there?
Man, I would have
Probably the Black Death is what I think about. Like
like causes or
just everything about it. I mean, a third of the
etymology.
population gone across an entire continent. I think you want to have any kind of science there to figure out what the heck's going, or the similar, like any of these pandemics throughout history that long ago, like what Native American population across the Americas, like holy moly, 90%, up to 90% of the people died. I think about that sometimes. I'm just like,
Yeah, how would that be?
what the heck, you know? Like, imagine 9 out of 10 people gone, just like that, like over a short amount of time, relatively speaking, like decades. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'd go along the lines of certainly some of the pandemics, but even some like George Washington. How much longer would he have been around had they just not kept bloodletting that dude until he died? And
Yeah.
I just finished Destiny of the Republic and about the assassination of was it Arthur Cleveland? I can't remember, but he gets shot in the back in a train station, and they literally just let him kind of lay on this dirty train station floor in the 1880s. And doctors start showing up to try and treat him, and with their gloves and different tools, they're literally like reaching in his back trying to find the bullet. And it was very popular back then. You got reputation as a doctor if your tools had what was called the surgeon's stick to them, which meant they weren't very clean, because that meant he was a very experienced surgeon. Like just stuff like that. I think it'd be cool to know what our leaders would have done had they been able to get a few more years.
Yeah, that was Garfield. Man, if he would have stayed alive, he would have been amazing.
Yeah.
He would have been an amazing president. It's so sad.
All right, another question. How do we come to know of brutal warrior reputations in history? And could they possibly be embellished by their enemies? Oh, there's definitely embellishment. I mean, I have a hard time believing like almost every war story like in history. So I don't know. I mean, okay, if you're talking about like Jim, you'll get a good kickback of this because the Mongols, right?
That's the first ones that come to mind.
Jim knows my meme about the literally real life meme about the Mongols. I was the one in our department meeting saying, "Hey, why aren't we talking about the Mongols?" But how was that one? And then I actually felt vindicated because I remember then they changed the AP World curriculum, and they literally changed it to make sure the Mongols were in it and started the whole modern AP World History class. I was like, yes. But anyway, what do you guys think about brutality in history and that stuff? I don't know.
It is tough. Genghis Khan is a great example, but you look at the expanse of that empire at its peak, and I don't know that much was made up. I think modern history's done a good job. I think over the last 10 to 20 years, and I'm sure it's probably older than that, but that's my time teaching, recognizing like Hitler and just the complexity behind some of these individuals, and how he was just a great public speaker and could really just raise the literal furor in people and getting them just all amped up, and seeing that as why he was able to get some of the momentum that he did, instead of just, sure, he was villainous, but like being able to see those traits and realize the complexity in humanity, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. Excellent. Yeah. Here's a question for you guys. Like, okay, you're talking about someone like Hitler. Are you guys the teachers that like you look at these, like you teach them like case studies, like where you actively try to say like, okay, this is what happened in history. Are we looking out for this stuff now? Like, are you, like, it's so hard politically right now with some of the teaching stuff to mention anything that's going on now. You want to sneak in like something like that's what they did in Germany, or like something like that. Like, using history as a lesson for today, do you guys how carefully do you tread with that of trying to make those connections? Do you feel like
I think it raises the question, like, you have to lean heavy on the sources, the evidence, because that's why when I taught, I would just say, I would present them with the evidence first before I was like, okay, here's what happened, because you want them to do a little bit of digging on their own, act as historians or detectives, give them some primary, secondary sources, and at least talk about it in small groups first before the teacher's like, oh, here's the official story, because I feel like all of history can be interpreted in different ways. And I think that's why, sadly, it's such an imperfect science. I mean, we call it a social science, but of all the sciences, there's just all this room for interpretation. And I feel like, that old cliche, the victors, the winners write history, or something to that effect. I think I butchered it, but that, I mean, to a large extent, that's true. I mean, we're hearing a lot of times from, I mean, like, who do we really know what life was like in the Roman Empire? I don't know. I mean, we don't really have a lot to go off of when you really, I mean, compared to today when we have endless amounts of information. So yeah, I think that if you approach it that way, to say, hey, this is the evidence we have,
Okay.
I'm dominated. Come on, others.
I know.
When you said that, I used to tell my kids when I taught world history that one of the things, if you walk down one of the dingiest alleys in New York City, the smells that were probably in that alley, that's how most civilizations probably smelled like. I think of that when I think of the Romans all the time, like, but between teeth and body odor, and you don't know where to put animal waste when you've got this high traffic metropolis. Yeah, it is. It's just, what do we have? What does the evidence show? And I would also always tell my classes, and this was more for U.S. history, like, hey guys, we're going to talk about things like slavery and discrimination and racism. And listen, before we go judging anybody, because it's easy to put on those goggles, just remember that if you were this 14, 15, 16-year-old kid back in the 1860s, and you were growing up in the South, this would have been your way of life. We don't have the knowledge or the principles in place throughout our widespread throughout society that would give you the mindset that you have today, and the philosophies on governance and personal worldview, things like that. So we're going to talk about them, but please recognize, like, this is not a place for judgment. History has already judged them. We're just here to talk about what happened.
That's a good. I like that. History's already judged them. Let's talk about them. Okay, we're going to change the tune up. Okay, I want to hear this. What's the funniest thing that's ever happened in your class? Anybody have any stories just right away of funny stuff?
Okay, so one that just pops in my head immediately. I'm sure all of us could probably write a book about some of the crazy stuff that's happened in class. I had a kid one year. He had really, really long hair, sat in the back of my class. I'll try and abbreviate this story. But he comes into my class. Lunch had just ended, and I take attendance, start teaching. And all of a sudden, this kid just starts making these noises in the back of the class. He's going, ah, 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 ah.
Oh no!
And I look back and I'm like, Blaine, are you okay? And he's like having trouble breathing. And he goes, ah, and he gets out the words. He says, I'm choking. So I start to go back there. Well, about that time, what ended up happening is at lunch, he was chewing on a pen cap. And you know how it has that little tab on it? It had broken off and it went down his throat. Ooh. And just sat there, I guess. And then in my class, something dislodged and it came back up. So he's sitting there choking on this thing. So he's going, ah, ah, ah. And all of a sudden he just goes, whoa, like that, and vomits all over the desk, vomits the pen cap out. There's a kid in the front of the room who is like a sympathetic puker. He looks back and sees it, and then he throws up in the class. I've just got like vomit everywhere in my class. That's probably one that pops into my head right off the bat.
That's
Chain
awesome.
reaction.
Oh, it was awful. Hilarious. I laughed, but it was a mess.
I wish I had more funny things happen, but I don't know.
My funniest thing was probably our school district had just taken the grade book, attendance book, all that, and put it in an app. And at the exact same time, I was hearing that I was one of those teachers who kind of took attendance in a binder with a dry erase marker, and then I'd put it in at the end of the day. Or our admin team was saying, "Hey guys, we got parents not knowing their kids were absent till the end of the day because you're not putting it in right when it happens." And I'm like, all right. So I was talking to another teacher friend of mine who's like, "Hey, you got to try the app. It's pretty cool." I'm like, all right. Well, coincided with this, I mean, this is back with like an iPhone 4, maybe a 5, like pretty early, right? Well, I was still messing with things. And so I just barely set up to have Siri call me by a nickname that some college buddies called me, which was G Smooth, right? So it's literally day one where I'm taking attendance with my phone, and I'm like, oh, this is going pretty well. We're about 3 class periods into the day, so we're getting near the end of the day. Well, of course, it's like the last class periods. It's always a bunch of loose cannons. I take attendance and I set the phone down and I start into like, hey, here's what we're going to do today. And clearly something I said sounded like, hey, Siri. And all of a sudden my phone, just at the perfect time when I stopped talking, goes, "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. G Smooth." And the whole class just loses it. And for like the next, really the rest of the school year, I'd be walking through the hallways, didn't matter what time of day, and I'd hear a, "Hey, G Smooth." And I'd be like, "Oh, what's up, guys?"
So that got stuck, I'm sure, forever.
Yeah, for me, the first thing that popped in my head was a good old-fashioned fart. You know, it happens sometimes. You got 30-some kids in a room, and you come back from lunch after eating burritos. And so, like, I don't know who it was that farted once in my room, but it was one of those that you could hear. Like, everybody heard it. And I did kind of feel bad for whoever it was. So to kind of, like, maybe take some of that tension away, I was like, okay, I don't think that was me this time, but maybe it was. Sometimes I don't realize it when I fart, so I apologize. I was just kind of like, and I don't know. Like, that became the joke the rest of the semester. Though it's like, how do you not know if you fart? You know, if you fart, you should know this, right? Like, well, no. Sometimes you just walk and it comes out. Yeah, farts are always fun.
I think everyone has a fart story. Like, like every student, anybody that's been in school, where you try to sneak it out, or something that just doesn't work out the way
everybody
that you want
poops, everybody farts.
Yep.
Okay, we can answer this quickly. Okay, guys, was the Holy Roman Empire Holy Roman and or an empire? Yes or no? Of the 3 things, which do they mark?
Mostly no. I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, right? Like,
fake empire.
Yeah, but you could technically say it was a mini empire. I don't know.
It's fun to, I don't know. It's fun to make.
Kind of Roman.
It's kind of funny. It is, but it's like not at all. But it's like it's actually like German and Austrian. And is it an empire? It's kind of funny.
The Roman influence. I mean, shoot, there's.
They wanted to be Rome 2.0, right? But
want to be, yeah.
All right. Favorite American historical figure.
It's Henry Clay.
I'm thinking this guy's Henry Clay. He wants Henry Clay. Yeah, go guys.
JD, you want to go first?
Yeah, I would say Teddy Roosevelt. Not because he's a perfect man, but I do find him to be a principled man. Oh, yes, look at there.
Yeah.
I need one of those.
He wrote
you don't have one? Well,
he wrote
no.
When we finally made up, I'll get you one.
All right. But yeah, Teddy Roosevelt for a lot of reasons. One, I'm an outdoorsman. I do a lot of hunting and fishing and spend a lot of time outdoors. So there's kind of a connection that I have with Teddy Roosevelt there. And he, like I said, he's just a fireball, and I, find him to be a pretty principled guy who in my mind is going to do what he thinks is right. He seems to be incorruptible to me. Now, that's not to say that he always does what's right. He had a lot of flaws. He kind of gave us Woodrow Wilson, but I would say Teddy Roosevelt. Just he's such a fascinating character.
Hold on. Do you guys feel okay? It's people love to hate on Wilson. Do you feel like that's always been the case?
No.
I feel like that Woodrow Wilson hate is very recent, like within the last 10 years.
If you, I don't know.
What do you? What's going on?
Matt would be more of an authority on this than me, but if you look at some historical presidential rankings, he's kind of mid-range, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still up there.
I mean, until recent, but.
Well, it's mostly history tubers. It's kind of become, I think it started with the cynical historian, because him and I, we've been making these YouTube history videos since at least 2011. And so he was the first one I can remember that just is here's why Wilson sucks. And honestly, I was kind of mixed about him, but then he heavily influenced me. He's like, oh yeah, Wilson was pretty bad. And then vlogging through history, I think kind of even further. And then it just turned into a meme at this point. I see him in the chat.
Yeah, oh man, he hates him. That's for sure. I remember just when to teach. I haven't taught U.S. history for a few years now, but when he taught about him, it was, I don't know, it didn't come across as vehement as it seems to now. And maybe it's just the community we all run in, but not generally as a whole. But I don't know. You guys know more. You guys are more the U.S. president's guys. But what other U.S. historians think about him?
Yeah.
What are other people saying? So I hear just our community, but yeah, I don't know, other scholars. What do you? I don't know.
If you look at that C-SPAN survey that comes out it comes out after there's a new president, and so the last one that was done 2021, I believe he was 15 or something, and they poll historians across the country. It's not just. It's a few hundred historians who specialize in American presidential history. So
yeah, Woodrow Wilson in 2021 was ranked 13th.
There you go. See,
that's pretty dang high.
I think it seemed at least at the time people liked his approach to World War I, right? Okay, we're staying out, and then multiple events come, and then that I do when I hear a lot of the Wilson hate. Most of it I hear a lot of the racial stuff.
Yeah,
but as far as governing, what do you guys think? With that, where he gets should be very low.
I think the 14 points is where he shined.
That seemed positive for
that's always. I think what they focused on was his idealism. When I think today we focus on who he was. And it was similar to Thomas Jefferson today. Thomas Jefferson also gets a lot of hate today because he was one of those guys who, he said some great things, but as far as what he practiced, definitely a hypocrite. So it's hard for, especially younger people, I think, to kind of sort that through.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if anyone else had anything to say about him, but we'll move on. I always thought that was interesting that it seems to be talked about a lot more now, than in the last few years. Okay. There's a question already on there. What's best piece of advice anyone has given you? That's pretty vague, but I don't know. Do you have anything specifically with as a teacher? What's the best advice you've ever heard, you think, as a teacher that's helped you as a teacher? I do think going back to the very beginning was being repeatedly told not to take things personal, as hard as that can be, is important advice that I like, but
Yeah, I'm kind of just repeating myself, but my first year teaching, the shop teacher took me aside. He'd been at it for a while, and he told me, he said, one of the first things he told me, he said, this job will wear you out. He said it is exhausting. He said, I worked, in construction and everything like that. He said, I went, got a degree, and thought, man, this teaching job is going to be easy.
I mean, physically too. Like,
Yes.
it's, even though you wouldn't think it, I would, in those first years, I was physically, I wanted to go to bed.
He said the end of his first day teaching, he said, I was more tired than any day I had ever worked, in construction or anything like that.
Brain.
But
it takes a lot of energy just to what's going on in the brain. Even.
Yeah, but he told me, don't take things personal. He said, be easygoing. Another thing that he said, and you kind of have to have a little bit of a balance here, because I don't want it to sound callous. But he said, try not to take this home with you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He said, have time for your family, things like that. He said, don't live here at the school. He said, when the bell rings, when it's time to leave, leave.
That's for I think that's for every job anybody can have, right?
Yeah.
It's so important to separate that, I would think. But yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want to, I'm not suggesting that you be callous towards, the struggles of your students, and, because any teacher will tell you that it's not just a 8 to 4 o'clock job, or 7:30 to 3:30 or whatever.
Mr. Grothy, as a principal like you are, what advice would you give a teacher like that? Like a piece of advice?
I don't know. I have a bunch of cliche things. I'm a big relationships, connections guy. Why not trust and give kindness and grace? Those are all big things that I talk about. But as a teacher, and really even as a principal, one of the things there's a teacher at Riverton, or he's moved on now, but he told me that he'd listened to some podcast. It was back in probably 2014. Like, podcasts weren't even a huge deal yet, right? 2013, 2014. And he said, real or perceived autonomy plus competency equals an increased intrinsic motivation for people. And so I started looking at all of my assignments and different projects and things, and going, with that formula, what can I turn more over to the kids so that they're more just invested by themselves in the things that we do. And so that's, one of my favorite projects and my kids' favorite projects was, once we hit the 1900s, we called it the Decades Project, and kids got to pick whatever it was in history that they wanted to research, and they got to give it to me however they wanted. So, like, you could pick assassins, weapons, rock and roll, like guns, whatever it was, you're going to engage with that thing throughout the decades for the rest of the year. And I used the Google 20% time concept of, that's one class period every 2 weeks. On an 85-minute class period, I would just say, hey guys, today's a Google 20%. Like, I taught my kids that, and I said, today's a Google 20% time. You're working on your Decades project. So you got to engage history with that one thing that was of interest to you. And I just thought, yeah, the kids would come alive with researching history. Why did I care?
Why didn't I think of that? That is genius. I'm sorry. That's one of the best ideas I've ever heard. This is teachers watching this need to do this.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Why did I care that it wasn't based on, whatever the state curriculum said? It was just, they got to engage in it however they wanted to.
They'll remember that forever. It's the thing they'll remember out of that class.
Awesome.
And I'm trying to do better at that kind of stuff. I feel like I'm getting better at it, just more agency with that. And it's always hard because it's like it goes back to that thing, is that I think as a teacher, you're afraid to give up control a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Because we are so gotta be the standards, we gotta know this and that. And then but we have to find that balance of what we need them to know and what they want to learn, right? So
Mr. Terry, didn't you teach history backwards this year? Or was that next
that
year?
wasn't me. That I'll show you. I was going to have a
colleague.
team. I was going to have there's 2 teachers in my department that are doing that
Yeah.
this year. I was going to have them on this year, or have them on, and I wanted to talk about that. It's been interesting because I've been keeping up with them. So the concept, chat, is teaching a history class from the present and going backwards. And did you ever do that, Growthy? Was that ever something we ever talked about?
No, I never heard about it till you invited me to this.
Okay.
You said, "Hey, we might talk about this," and I was like,
"Yeah, I wanted to get
whoa,
those teachers on." So
that's one of those things where I go, "Put me back in the classroom right now."
Let's go. And they were like, these 2 teachers are doing it together, okay, in our school, and they're like, "F it, let's just try it. Like, what's the worst that could happen?" And the idea was thinking that kids they're more interested in what's going on right now, right? Because it's like you start the year, okay, we're talking about hunter-gatherers right now, all right? And then at the end of the year, you're talking about Israel-Palestine, or like, you know what I mean? And so it was like, the whole idea is it's context. Like, that's how you're teaching context. So it's like,
yeah,
you literally started, those teachers, I heard their first week, they were talking about Israel-Palestine. So they like started with a modern conflict, and then now where are they at now? They go into the Cold War, and there's some challenges with it going backwards, but like I don't know. They like it. They think it is challenging, but I don't know.
It's going to take about 4 or 5 years for them to get okay at it.
Like at first, I was like, you literally teaching it backwards. Let's say you have chapter 25. Are you teaching section 5 of chapter 25 and then going 4 and 3? So it's like, okay, you start talking about the French Revolution. Do you start with Napoleon and then go back, or do you be like, okay, I'm going to start the French Revolution, get to Napoleon, and then my next unit I'm going to the American Revolution or something?
They often
like little things like that.
Anyway, they forget the previous chapter anyway. So I think it's also. We need to remember teenagers, like this is something I didn't really think about early on, but teenagers, their radius of what they care about is much smaller than when they're little. You know, like a 8-year-old is like really curious about the world. I want to learn all about it. They have all these questions. And then when they're 14 years old, they're just like, I just want to get with that girl, you know, and then, or whatever. But then later in life, what happens is that radius gets bigger again. We become more curious again. So it's harder as teachers to get into that little radius. And I think one of the best ways to do that is like, this is constantly on your TikTok feed right now. So at least you've heard of it. So I think it's a genius idea. I hope they keep pursuing it.
Well, I've been bad at it. I wanted to like actually do a video like with, I need to hold myself accountable to this. I wanted to interview these teachers throughout the year and literally film and like have a little discussion. And then at the end of the year, try to produce some like bigger video that just talks about it. And like, what did you learn after a year? Because there are teachers that are doing it. And I don't know how much they've like researched those teachers. There are a handful, I guess, around the country that do this. But then I always get pessimistic, and I don't want to be, because I want to have new ideas. But like, if this was a great way to teach, why is it not the thing that everyone does? But
for change,
you know, but for your change, I mean, it could be a big thing. So I don't know. I mean, Growth, you just heard that. Like, does that excite you, the idea potentially?
Yeah. Yeah, I would love a shot at that. Like, I think it's fascinating.
Sorry, JD. Yeah,
where I would get tripped up. I mean, first off, probably have to keep in mind that for these students, everything is ancient history to them. I realized that, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago when September 11th rolled around, and we were talking about it. My students were asking me, you know, where I was or what I remember from it and everything like that. And I'm like, what about you guys? So what do you remember from it? And they were like, dude, we weren't even born yet. And I was like, oh, so September 11th is ancient history to them. Where to me, like the idea is fascinating to me, but like when you get to the Cold War, like I don't know how I would teach the Cold War without going all the way back to like the end of World War II. Like it would be a challenge for me. But
That's what I want to hear after they've done this, and like
it's fascinating.
in the end, you know, one thing they actually said about it too, it was these teachers was it wasn't necessarily even 100% about the kids, but they were like, I've been doing the same thing for years and years and years. I want to get excited as a teacher about something new. Like I need it for me too. Like that's sometimes they were saying, and I like the ambition there to like to notice that, because man, it's easy as a teacher to get stuck in your ways and that. But
It's like,
I don't know.
It's like the ultimate backward design, isn't it? Like
It is
beginning with the end in mind there.
It's like turning your class into a Quentin Tarantino movie with just like little like telling the pacing, or what was that movie? Memento, yeah, where the whole movie is backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. I told all the panelists it'd be about an hour, and I don't want to impose on their time, so about another 15 minutes here, but there are some questions for us that I want to get to. Man in the High Castle. Are you guys into that? Like, do you know, I love the concept. I got bored with the show, unfortunately. I don't know, it got a little slow. I heard it picks up. But if you guys don't know, chat and everybody, Man in the High Castle, it's a alternate history where the Axis powers won World War II, and they've taken over half of the United States. Well, Germany is taking the eastern half, Japan's taking the western half. So literally, it's like the United States of Nazi Germany. But I don't know, what do you guys think of like alternate history stuff like that?
So if we're talking specifically the Man in the High Castle, I never read the source material. I just watched the show on Amazon. The first season I found really fascinating, and then it kind of got a little bit weird after that. And then I think they lost their funding, and it felt like they just kind of rushed to the end and tried to tie up loose ends. But I don't know. Some people really kind of hate the alternate history stuff. I find the whole what if stuff to be fascinating. And not just with World War II and things like that.
I like to bring up what ifs, like in my class, like, okay, like we were talking about the Ming Dynasty, Zheng He, this great navigator in the early 1400s. Like, what if the Chinese hadn't been so pissed off about the Mongols that they totally like cut off like their foreign interaction when they were leading the world in like global exploration? What if they'd done this, and they were doing this 100 years before, almost 100 years before like Columbus, like what if they hadn't ended their like exploration policies? And you're talking about a China that could have come across to the New World and like all those. I like bringing those up, and I don't know, are they useful? Like, I don't know, but fun to talk about.
Yeah, wasn't there a book about that?
Yeah, it's like 1402, the year China discovered America. I think it's pretty like fringe history from what I understand, but they actually like came to the Americas, but yeah.
Oh, 1421.
So it's like a 14 something. It's the year China discovered America. Do you know about that, Jim?
Yeah, I came across it. Alternate history, I'm not generally a fan of. I used to be like really against it. Like years ago, I've come around to it. I always give a shout out to Alternate History Hub. By far, I think it's the best alternate history channel on this platform. And
great guy.
I mean, I made an alternate history video myself a couple of years ago. It was fun. You just gotta. So I get it. I get it now.
I think it portrays an important student skill that he talked about, which is like projecting or predicting. But other than that, I'm kind of with Mr. Beat there. I'm not a big fan. It might as well just be fiction.
Is it a waste of time? Story. Is that what you think?
Ultimately, for the historian and for my history class, yeah. Like I also spent zero time on conspiracies. And if kids would bring them up, I would say, you're welcome to explore that on your own. Let me know what you find out.
That's a rabbit hole.
Yeah. I get bored with fiction too, just in general. Like if I do watch or read fiction, it has to be very realistic. And so that's why my wife and I never can find something on Netflix that we both want to watch. But she's always like, oh, let's watch a musical. I'm like, they would never dance and sing like that. Come on.
This next question, Bill Wirt's History of the Entire World. I mean, we think we've all seen it. I show it the first day of class. the edited version. Basically, this is what I do. I go, all right, kids, I'm going to show you in 20 minutes everything we're going to learn this year. Go. And I said, I've never said anything about it, but I should have been. I was going to be like, okay. And after, I'm going to give you a whole test on everything that was on it. If you pass it, I'm passing you for the whole year. I don't know. It's kind of funny. It works. I don't know. It works. Like my AP kids think it's a lot more interesting than like, some of the other kids, but I don't know. Thoughts on history of the world. It's such a phenomenon, such a viral, like blows my mind when I watch. Every time I watch, I still watch it all the time.
Just as a work of art.
It's a work. It is. It's a work of art.
Yeah, I mean, it's done more than most of us. I would say, as far as just getting kids into history. And I know you could say, "Oh, well, this isn't historically accurate," or whatever. But you like a lot of what we do is just hooking them in, and then they can.
It's not even that off. It actually
it's fairly
doing the history of something in one sentence. It's like as good as I could possibly imagine.
I mean, yeah, obviously the issue that the video has, that all video creators have, is oversimplification. It's something that I struggle with every day. I'm just like, oh, all the stuff that I leave out, because history is about context, and we have a tremendous power, like in terms of the framing of stories, and like which characters do we want to have in this story, which what year do we want to begin our story. So that is a constant struggle, but that's okay. That's what comment sections are for, right? They let us know.
Right.
Have you guys heard about Bill Wirtz? Like, he's been like a recluse, like as far as like he's interesting. But I don't know if you guys saw 4 days ago, he did an interview with Anthony Padilla. He actually did an interview, and he's never done that.
Wow.
You guys know Anthony? Great interview, right?
That's the dude who interviews a bunch of YouTubers, right?
Yeah, he interviews big people. He got him on his show for 26 minutes. He is a different person. Like he is like a savant. Like it's interesting. He's an interesting guy. He's like, I feel like he's from another planet. But like, and it makes sense for what he does and what he like when he talks about. Every fraction of a second of that was deliberately and meticulously, as a perfectionist, made in that video. And if you know about it, the videos, the Bill Wirtz one, or the history of the world's 20 whatever minutes, and every fraction of a second is insane. Like, and you could see you have to have a personality type like he does. But yeah, check out his interview. It's because he never made appearances and like stuff hardly ever. But
some of the most creative people in human history are just the weirdest people that just can't really conform with the rest of us, can they? Yeah.
I want to power through these questions. Okay, who's more historically accurate, Slayer, Iron Maiden, or Black Sabbath?
I'm going to say Sabbath just because that's my favorite of the three.
Oh, I love Sabbath. Yeah, that's my favorite of the three too.
Thank you, Rob, for that donation. Anyone else? All right, and then we just had channel members. Thank you for membership, supporting a good cause. All right, favorite history subject you know nothing about. Also, Wilson sucks. Favorite history subject you know nothing about. I'm interested. I'm different than so many other teachers and like YouTubers want to call it. Who so many people love to research very specific things and then just go in that. My thing with history has always been, I'd rather know a little bit about a lot of things than a lot about a handful of things. So that's why I like teaching world history, especially as I feel I like that. So that's my thing. So I feel like I know a little bit about a lot, but I don't know. I mean, you guys make, great content, and a lot of it's, very specific, but do you feel like you had weak subjects when you all taught history and you're teaching it?
Yeah, I think I don't know anything about most history.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, because we have, even like I'm known mostly for my presidential videos, like American presidential history videos. That's very narrow, and then even then, I when I branch out to American political history, I'm just like, wow, there's a lot I don't know about the Senate, and but we're communicators and we're generalists. We're not supposed to really. I mean, historians, what they do is they spend 10 years researching the same thing. And we were just like, oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And that's what we do. And I love it. Yeah.
How can we do anything else? I mean, I can't expect
exactly.
Well, and being a good teacher, like Mr. Grother here, Little Hires teacher, for us as teachers, it's more important that we have teaching skills than just, I mean, anyone can learn the, curriculum to teach it, but like, it's where it's different being like an historian versus a teacher and stuff like that. Like, I've always felt those are two very different things.
Yeah. My students are always surprised when I don't know something, when they ask a question and I'm like, I don't know. I'll have to dig into that.
What? Well, you can't, by the way, you can't say that on the internet though, because if you don't know something, you are discredited. I'm afraid to say that in any video. I can't believe he didn't mention that gun actually looked like this thing or something. Like, he must not know about World War II.
I literally just said that 2 minutes ago. Why didn't you stop me? Dang it. I lost all credibility.
What's so ridiculous is the answer I don't know gives you the most credibility with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope so. You think so? You think so? They're not going to distrust you?
No. I'd be like, that's a great question. Because, I mean, let's be honest, they're thinking of things that they're not in the normal history books. Like, you're just about any historian, unless they're just way into that subject, is going to have to, like, I'm going to have to Google that later. So whenever I said I don't know, I'm like, why don't we both research it and let's find out what answers we come up with for next time? Like,
that's usually my answer is like, I don't know. Let's take 5 minutes and see what we can find. And
that's great.
Oh, here's a nice, easy question for us, because we love talking about modern politics. Oh gosh. Do you think the rush pullout of Afghanistan had great historical significance? Did it affect how Putin perceived how strong the response from the West would be if he were to attack Ukraine? I get these questions in class and or something like that, where they're like talking about the current events, and I say it's too soon to tell.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
It's too soon to, I know you'd like an answer.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's too soon to tell. So there was a famous. I remember. So John Green, he did his French Revolution video, and he kept quoting an author, and this author he was quoting said, like, even the French Revolution, it's still too soon to tell what the effects were. It's like, man, can we go that far back? I don't know, but historically, but
I'd get a lot of kids back when I was teaching government asking me about Obamacare was the big thing back then, and I would just tell them, you guys, I think you'll be 50 before we know what really stuck around and how important Obamacare was or unimportant. Mm-hmm. I said, at the time that FDR passed Social Security, he was the biggest communist on the planet, according to a lot of people. But if you asked around the country right now if people would give up their Social Security or would want to go away with that system, they'd be like, no, like, we've come to rely on it. But that took decades.
Well, and the thing that we think might be the most like impactful, globally important thing right now, like say, 100 years from now, people will probably look back on that and be like, what? Like, one of the hardest things in American history for me to teach, just because it sometimes feels like I'm running through clay, is kind of like that mid 1800s thing where like the big thing at the time was like patronage and the spoils system and things like that. It was huge to them at the time. Mm-hmm. And we look back on it now and like, that's kind of boring. But
yeah. All right. I told these guys they only needed to be with me for an hour. Super rapid fire. Okay. What would you expect if First World War never happened? Some historians say it could be a German century in the way it was. If there's no World War I, what does the world look like? What do you got? One sentence. I don't know. Is it a German century? Is Germany the dominant power of the 1900s?
Yeah, because there's no World War II. So
there's no World War II there.
Over the United States?
There's also Russia, though. I feel like there might be, I would say, a handful of superpowers is what I would speculate. Because a lot of times it comes down to geography. And, the United States was almost destined to have advantages with its, I hate to use that word, destiny, with it. It's tied in with manifest destiny. But you know what I mean?
Thought that yesterday.
Geographical advantages, especially with those two oceans on both sides.
All right. Can we all agree Wilson was the best president? Okay. Yeah. Grothy, what'd you have?
Oh, I was going to say the thing I look at that question about World War I from a population and resource standpoint. I mean, so many people were lost. What would the population of Earth be today if you kind of projected that exponentially? And then what would the drain on our resources be? So if that wasn't World War I, would we be fighting another world war because the population would just be so, yeah.
I'm always astonished when I forget the exact years and stuff for like Soviet Union, Britain, all that stuff of when those countries got back to their pre-war populations. It always blows my mind how far ahead that was.
Yeah.
Okay. Which year had most significance of Western history? 1649, 1776, 1945.
I'm going to roll 1776.
Is that too American for us to say? I don't know. Maybe.
I think 1945, just because of the post-colonialism that we saw, the shift from like this, it was you didn't have, for so long we had empires, and then that started to go away beginning in decolonization, and then sure there were quasi-empires. You could argue that the United States had a quasi-empire, still does, but I mean, I don't know, that was a big shift.
All right, 2 questions left. Everyone does World War II or the Civil War. Do you know any alternate history stories where the Bronze Age collapse didn't happen? That would have been an interesting alternate history.
Start that channel.
Alt History Hub, is he in here? He pops in every once in a while. Let's do that. He probably did, actually. I bet he actually did. Alternate History Hub, he probably did that, huh? Bronze Age collapse never happened.
Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe not, but it seems like something that would have been a good one. But all right, and then have you guys ever actually taught about the Majapahit in Majapahit in the world history course, and do you actually pronounce it right? Majapahit? I don't know, unless you guys have taught AP World. I bet you have not. So, and it's even in AP World, it's tiny. So basically, raise your hand in the panel if you've never heard of the Majapahit. Okay. All right. So there you go. That answers your question. It was a trading dynasty in Malaysia back in the old days. So
anyway. Add it to the lies my teacher told me concept.
Ooh. Okay.
If you've ever read that book, it's just a book of history facts that we like you said earlier, we just didn't get to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I get it. It doesn't. Yeah. All right. And then I think there was one last one. Actually, that was it for the questions. Okay. You guys, thanks for coming on. I love this. I've always wanted to have more events where like educators can like talk about stuff like this and stuff. This was really fun for me to have you guys on, and I'd love to, do this kind of thing again where we talk just educators. So anyway, thank you all for being here. I have a next guest. If you guys want to say hi to him, you can, as we're transitioning here. This guy is absolutely blowing up on YouTube. If you've been watching my channel, I've been covering him a lot. He's a super swell guy. He's coming in right now. His name, he is the Fat Electrician.
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
How's it going?
Absolutely amazing YouTuber. He's coming on to join us. I also have one more to transfer to my next segment with. You guys might know him. He is Chris. He is vlogging through history.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Anyways, anyone's welcome to stay, but I told you guys I was only going to keep you an hour that we're here for the.
I have one question before you let them go.
Questions about anything to each other, go for
JD, you're obviously not at home. Are you in Gettysburg?
No. So, I live in the woods, and I get terrible internet service there, so I can't do a live stream. So I have to come into town, and I just bought this little backdrop here so that it's not like this plain.
Wait, you left your house to join us?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I knew he couldn't be at home because the quality was way too good.
Yeah, the quality. Yeah. Otherwise, it would be all pixelated, and it would be frustrating. Like you guys would say something, and I would hear it, 15 seconds later. So.
All right. Well, anyways, if you guys want to hang out, you can. But thank you so much for the teacher, YouTubers, and everybody to join us. Thank you to everybody that super chatted. Thank you guys for being a part of this charity stream. I really appreciate it. And hope you guys, we can cross paths again soon.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right. Next part of this. This is segment 2. Look at this. The Fat Electrician. You're not
What's going on, man?
You're not fat, dude.
It's a whole story, man. It started as a joke.
You look jacked in your videos though. Like if you do think you're fat, I think you frame it really well.
No,
and
that,
like,
it
you look
started as a
fantastic.
joke.
Go. What do you mean?
So I don't know if you see the scar on the camera, but I tore my pec, like I ruptured it completely, where like the muscle sucks into your chest bench pressing, and I was at home off work and I made a TikTok because my wife kept sending me TikToks, and I finally downloaded the app and I just had to pick a username, so I picked the Fat Electrician as a joke to her, like, oh, I can't work out, I'm gonna get fat now, and then I got popular and now I can't change the name. So
all right, I have a few questions for you before we start. Okay, so
yeah.
Military background, quick recap of that. What do you got?
Nothing spectacular. I joined the National Guard when I was 17, went to basic training and AIT right after that. I was a 68 whiskey, which is a combat medic. I did a 6-2 contract, so 6 years drilling in the National Guard. I was attached to infantry line units, and then I was attached to the scout sniper platoon. Wow. For a couple years, did my 6 years and got out. I was supposed to deploy to Afghanistan, but that got canceled. And not a whole lot, nothing too incredible.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, 100%.
And really appreciate that. So how did you turn this into YouTube though?
Like I said, I was at home, hurt, off work, downloaded TikTok, and then after watching a couple million TikToks, I thought, hey, I could be funny. So I made a TikTok video. It got 12 million views, and I got like 100,000 followers on TikTok in like a week. And then I just kept making them. And I was in like the first beta group where TikTok went from 60-second videos to up to 3 minutes. So I only uploaded 3-minute videos, just trying to cram as much history into them as I could. So I think that algorithm kind of pushed me out because I was one of the only people making longer videos, and they wanted that to be successful. So I also just started uploading them to YouTube on the side as I went, and then eventually YouTube became the primary focus.
Do you think so? Like, yeah, TikTok has expanded like the videos. Do you think how much do you do with TikTok still? Like, are you like, is it worth it?
Basically nothing. No, it's not worth it.
Was it ever? I mean, anything you can make. I don't know if like TikToker can make a career out of content.
No, not really.
Unless
you're like, I don't think anybody new is going to come out and make a career out of TikTok. The initial few people that got super famous off it did, but I think that you have to start with short form content to get a big following to translate into longer following if you're going to break through now. Like if you're going to have, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. You're saying, yeah, you need to start with that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much have to. You got to use that to get your big following and then try to convert it into a longer following other places. Otherwise, it's so competitive. So,
like, I am 100% the product of the algorithm, and I don't want to say ashamed of that. My first video I did, which was just like, I'm gonna do a reaction to like oversimplify. It went viral. Like,
yep,
it's luck, and in so many ways I feel bad about that because it just happened to happen, and just me doing like the commentary like that happened, and I always feel bad when people like want. We all get extra questions about people like how to start YouTube, and I feel bad when I'm like, there's so many things out of your control, and I feel that's so bad because, boy, man, I come across, and if YouTube's finally, by the way, I'm finally finding recommendations in my feed of small channels and small videos being promoted. I'm hoping they're going to do that more because there are so many good creators out there that just haven't found that algorithm thing. So
I've lost track of the times I've had conversations with guys like JD and Mr. Beat and Mr. Terry, you guys, where we're just like, people ask it and you're like, do you know? And like, No, every time you think you got it figured out, you don't. You have a video you think is going to do fantastic and it bombs, and then you have one that you think is going to be great and it doesn't. And I'll see you do a reaction to a video, it'll do amazing. I'll do the same video, it'll do terrible, and then vice versa. I'll have one that does really well. You'll react to the same video, nothing. It's just so weird how that works sometimes.
I think I saw that with the latest epic rap battles. Like,
yeah, you do really, really good, way better than I do with those.
That's I think that's just maybe the different audience. But then then you do it, and it's like, yeah, but then the other way around. But anyways, we're leeching on the talented people like Mr. Fat Electrician. So like,
man, the more I figure out about making content, the cooler, like really good reaction guys like you actually are, because it's such.
Thanks.
I don't know. It's a really cool type of content because people will watch my videos, but they'll still go watch your video because they want to watch it with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, it's just like when you're hanging out with your friends and you're like, here, watch this video that I think is funny, because you want to see their reaction. So I don't know. I like it.
That's cool. Yeah.
I've heard it described, and I've started using this. Somebody told me one time that basically that for what he and I do is, we're taking the original content and using it kind of as our textbook. That's our starting point for a discussion. And honestly, if you think about it, really all history is reaction. Even like original content that other people are doing, we're building off of the content. In other words, the books that have been written and the research that's been done and all that stuff. There's nothing really original under the sun. We're all building on something somebody else has done in a sense. So,
well, the thing with both of us, myself and Vlogging Through History, is we also will do original content, and it's sad in a way because it doesn't do well.
Yeah,
as compared to that. And I'm like, I mean, he does these amazing travel videos, and they're amazing. And I always feel bad. You're like walking through the trenches, Verdun and stuff, and then it has a couple thousand views, but then Salmonella just posted, so we're gonna do that, and it has 10 times the views. I'm like,
yep.
Oh, it's like I gotta do that. But I've told him before, I think it's important for like credibility to still be doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, because I hope people say that like you and I are different from the fact that people come to us because we do have like a background, historically, and that's great. But man, I've loved these videos. I started getting Fat Electrician videos on Discord and started getting those recommended to me, and they just been so fun. Do you think we could watch one of your videos on here that both of us haven't seen? Are you cool with that?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. Are you okay, Chris, you're down?
Go, let's do it.
Okay, here's what I was hoping to do. Okay, I gotta come back to this is a charity stream tonight. We're raising money here for the Sharing Place, which is grief support for children. I will take in the next 5 minutes the highest super chat. You can pick the video of go through Fat Electrician videos, pick one. Hopefully it's one he and I haven't seen. Have you watched many?
I've only done 2. I intentionally don't watch stuff that I might react to. So I haven't watched any of his videos other than the 2 that I've done reactions to, which is Dan Daly, and then the one I did today, which was about Cassius Clay, which was fantastic, by the way. Man, I really enjoyed that video.
I saw you type in there when they were doing Henry Clay, and you're like, putting that in like the best American historical figure, right? So doing that. But anyways, super chats. If you would like to recommend a video, we will literally have 2 commentators and the creator themselves right here. We will do it here. So anyways, while those are coming in, other questions, trying to see, I got some other super chats coming in. Again, thank you. What I'm doing, all super chats, I'm going to be forwarding tomorrow to the charity. And just want to shout out some of the people doing this. Okay, we got one for James McNasty. Okay, so we got that one. Somebody said, were there 3 favorite history channels? Are they lying? Does that just happen to be the 3 of? I mean, I hope so. That would be very cool if that was the case. Thank you, Educator Hakubi, for the $10 super chat. Fun fact for VTH: Wilson is the only president to coach a national championship college football team, Princeton 78. Is that true? Wait, we had football in 1878. It goes that far. I thought it was
to be fair, Ford almost played professional football.
He did. Right. Yeah, he played for a team we won't talk about, though. I'm from Ohio.
Did he actually play pro ball? I thought he just had.
No, I'm talking about the team he played college for.
College. Sorry.
He also invented the car, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a guy.
He is from that same state.
Oh, okay. We got another big one. Okay. Let me see this. Okay, Band of Brothers. Have we all seen Band of Brothers? Are we all into it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I have to say, just because he's a good friend of mine, I have to say Talbert. Just because Matt Leach will kill me if I don't say Talbert.
I'm down with that. I still show the concentration camp scene in my classroom. I like to show. It's still, I think, one of my favorite ones when they come across it for the first time. I like to use that clip in my classes. All right, other super chat. Arcade games. Yep. Ninja Turtles over here. NBA Jam over here. Greatest Pac-Man is not the greatest. Okay, I know it's influential.
For sure, not the greatest.
All right, whatever. Wilson may have done some bad things, but he tried to do right by the Armenians after World War One. I don't think people's criticisms is about him handling World War One. Really?
Yeah, I think his foreign policy wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's all domestic.
It's his domestic policy that I hate him for.
Like resurrecting the KKK, you mean? And
yeah. And it's not just the racism stuff. I mean, there's other stuff too. But
sure.
And it's even more his personality. Like he's hardly the only racist president we've ever had.
Oh, for sure.
But his personality was just this whole better than everybody else thing, and the fact that he had a doctorate in history just really rubs me the wrong way.
You can't do that because he was like to himself as like a historian, right? And
yeah, he was, and he had this messiah complex that he was right. And I mean, like he one time had a leader of a black organization come and meet him at the White House, and he basically told the guy, he said, "Next time your organization comes to the White House, send somebody else because I don't want to talk to you again." Like he just had that attitude with people.
Okay. All right. We had a $2 donation for James McNasty. Thank you very much, John. We did have somebody topple it though with a $100 donation. He wants Dougal's $100. Being a submariner, I got my vote on the USS Bard video. I haven't seen that, so
no, I haven't either.
That's an old one. I filmed that one in vertical. That was like an OG TikTok video. It's only like 6 minutes long, I think.
Wait, how long is it?
It's like 6 minutes long.
I mean, I'm gonna go with what they got. I mean, I'm down seeing some.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Were you not fat then? Was it like you were the?
Oh no, it's just what I used to film all my videos in vertical.
I'm just kidding. It's like, will we see a different person? Because that's happened to my channel. I was thinner when I started my channel, unfortunately, and YouTube has not been kind to.
I've only been around for like a year and a half, so
yeah, a year and a half.
That's just gotten a lot grayer since I started my channel.
That's amazing, by the way, your growth that way. All right, well, okay, I think that's going to be the highest one we saw. So we got some other ones because we got. This is just a question for us. Most interesting American between Cassius Clay, John Brown, John Paul Jones, and Teddy Roosevelt. I find John Brown like man from a different time, but like
all interesting. I still say Theodore Roosevelt just because I feel like guys like Cassius Clay, John Paul Jones, and John Brown were like they had a very similar personality, but Roosevelt knew how to rein his in when he needed to, and I don't think those other three guys really had an off switch.
Good, because I was going to say it's a toss-up between John Paul Jones and Cassius Clay for me. So we've got everybody covered at least.
Learning about Clay that was one of the videos I did watch. Yeah. That was really impressive. Really impressive. And then
I just the Bowie knife with Sam Brown story to me is just it's so great. That's fantastic.
It's so cool. I want to go see his house. His house is still around. It's a museum. I want to know if they got the cannon at the top of the stairs still. They should.
Nice. Yeah.
All right. We're going to check this out, though. It is a vertical video. So, wait, I forgot. How long did you say you did TikTok before YouTube?
I probably started doing vertical videos a year ago, or like YouTube style format videos about a year ago. So I did TikTok style vertical videos for a year. and I've been doing YouTube style videos for a year.
That's crazy that it's still all that, new for like, still still so new for you like that way. That's, been awesome. So has this growth on YouTube kind of changed a direction in your life that you're kind of going down?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, how can it not, right? Like,
right. Yeah.
If you weren't doing this, what do you think you'd be doing?
Being an electrician.
I mean, just doing that. So
wire.
What's more fun?
What's more fun? I mean, it's definitely this, for sure. I mean, this is the dream job, right? I think that's what the new poll for high school kids was. Most desired career path. YouTuber.
Hey, my daughter was the first big YouTuber in my family. She had 100,000 subscribers before I even had 5.
That's awesome.
It's so interesting that it's like a thing, like a career. Like in my high school. Okay, I'm not full time YouTuber. I still teach, and you guys are full time now. But like, it's amazing how that's becoming like a thing. Like our business teacher came to me and was like, "Hey, will you come talk to my kids about like content creation and stuff like that?" And I was like, "That is so wild and so weird of a thing." I do tell kids though, if it's not content creation, you know what we're going to need and we're needing of is good editors.
Yeah.
Editors, man. I don't know about you guys. I hate editing. It's a big reason why
I do too.
So many things I do. I hate it. I don't want to do it.
And honestly, most channels our size don't edit their own videos. They hire somebody, and I'm not there. I don't know. I don't think I could do it. I want control over that. So
I'm a host on a podcast on YouTube too, and with some other big creators. And one of the things we were talking about when we were saying the same thing is, if a kid wants to like really get into YouTube and stuff, figure out how to edit videos and work for a big YouTuber, and they'll teach you everything they know for free, and then you'll be able to do it. Which is interesting because now I want to ask, how much did your daughter help you when you were getting started, since she had so much experience on YouTube already?
She did. I mean, she helped me because obviously some people come in differently, like JD, who was just on. He was doing video editing for years before he ever did YouTube. I came at it I brought the history knowledge and didn't have a clue how to do the editing. And just going back 2 years, there's such a big difference in the quality on my videos to where I'm like taking down some of those videos because I'm like, I don't even like how it looks now, because I've learned so much along the way. But yeah, my daughter did help me just with things like using OBS and doing the video editing. I was a youth pastor before this, and so I would edit like promo videos and stuff that I would do before I ever had a YouTube channel. But I've learned a ton in the couple years I've had this channel. But yeah, my kids have taught me a lot.
All right, we're gonna check this out.
This is filmed on my phone.
This is it, right?
Terrible. I apologize.
Okay, set us up.
See what I mean about the quality? Yeah, you look at all this stuff and you're like,
sure. Oh. I didn't know how to remove a watermark yet.
I cringe at my old videos. Like
me too.
Just like I was not confident on camera, and like I was boring. I was like, when I looked at that early stuff, I'm like, why did anybody watch? Are you kidding me? All right. Any setup for this? I don't know. Going in, like what?
This video is actually probably one of my biggest regrets, and it's probably going to be the first video that I remake, because this video should be about 45 minutes long.
Okay.
So I'll probably have you stop it and add a bunch of more information, just that I know off the top of my head already that I regret not having in there, because I was kind of operating on TikTok's timeline and not a YouTube timeline. So
okay,
it's a lot.
Hold on. Actually, Dougals, you donated. Why'd you pick this one, by the way? Let us know in chat. What do you think?
He said he was a submariner, and this is about a submarine.
That's okay. I saw that in the super chat. It was just because of that, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Tell me if anyone wants to stop. Chris, if you want to stop, Fe, you want to stop, just let me know.
I'll probably just wait until if you stop it at some point.
You want me to do it? Okay.
Save my comments till then.
Okay, USS Barb, the submarine that sank a train. By the way, your video titles are great. I love the they're great at hooking you in. I love that, because that's what you got to do. Like, your title is your thumbnail now. So
About the USS Barb. Commissioned in 1942, it is a Gato-class diesel-electric powered submarine. Serving in a total of 12 war patrols, it is credited with the sinking of 17 enemy ships. Amongst those ships was a frigate, a cruiser, and an entire aircraft carrier. And if you don't know what any of that means, they're really big ships. Big ships means a big deal. Science. Here's the thing, though. That 17, that's just the actual enemy navy that it sunk. If you want to see the actual damage they did, we have to check out their battle flag. With the exception of a couple ribbons up top, every patch on this flag represents a different enemy objective that the USS Barb deleted. For example, each one of these ones represents a different enemy merchant ship. And each one of these represents 7 smaller enemy merchant ships. Wow. Look, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that the USS Barb fucked up more enemy infrastructure than Godzilla. Don't take my word for it, though. Even the enemies...
Okay, wait. You write the jokes, I'm guessing, right?
Yep.
Okay, how much? Okay, talk to me about scripting with that stuff. Like how? I was gonna, I wanted to ask.
You just have like an outline of what you're gonna kind of run through.
So like with these videos, I mean, I've gotten into taking more notes with doing like the half-hour long videos and stuff, but basically it's I'll watch every documentary there is about it. If there's books about it, I'll read them or listen to the audiobooks, usually multiple times. And then I get basically just a timeline with a list and little notes of high points that I want to hit. And then just go through and hit them. And then if I come up with a couple of really good punchlines, I'll write those down so I don't forget them. And then I just sit down in front of the camera for like 8 hours and film everything and then send it off to the editor.
I love it. I also love that because I feel like Chris, there you cringe if there's language because you're like, I'm a pastor, and can I feel like you're in I feel like in your videos you're in like a dilemma.
So here's my thing about that. I don't personally mind it, and you know, I don't expect everybody else to be held to a standard that I hold myself to, but I do know that I have a section of my audience that won't watch if there's language. So I can't help but the face happening. And I usually, once I get to know a channel like his, I'll give people the heads up. Listen, if you're a person that only wants family friendly channels or family friendly videos, this isn't one of those. But as far as it goes for me personally, it doesn't bother me.
No. I feel like my community is different with that. I think my community is way more on the more cynical, darker side. So I think my community matches up with Fat Electrician better. So, you know, anyway.
Own records indicated that the USS Barb was credited with sinking the most tonnage of their ships. Tonnage! Do you have any idea how bad you have to be getting your ass beat to start keeping track of it by the ton? And all this happened before it got out of hand. Cue this man, Eugene Lucky Flucky. He was the commander of the USS Barb in the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th War Patrol. What's important to understand is a commander of a submarine at this point in time was only allowed to serve in a maximum of 4 war patrols, because the Navy believed that any more than that, they would either become too cautious or too reckless. So on the USS Barb's 11th War Patrol, which was also Flucky's 4th and presumably his last war patrol, the USS Barb and her crew, under the command of Lucky Flucky, decided, fuck it, we're just going to revolutionize warfare for fun. You see, up until this point, submarines really just lied and waited for an enemy boat to sail by, and then they'd sink it with a torpedo. Flucky, though, decided that on his last war patrol, he was going to go out on the offensive. And to do this, Flucky decided that they would utilize a new strategy that he liked to call maximum harassment, which is just a fancy way of saying, hold my periscope, because shit's about to get real.
So
what you got?
When he was talking about the war patrol and the limit thing, my first thought was, I can see how that could backfire, just like a lot of things. And you see, that's exactly what happened here. Because it was his last one, he decided to be reckless and decided to be more aggressive than he otherwise might have been if he would have continued in that role. I get it. And the same thing happened with airmen. The reason the U.S. didn't have guys like Eric Hartman with 300 aerial victories is because after a certain number of aerial victories, they grounded them and they didn't let them fly anymore, and they put them in charge of something, and so they didn't get the chance to do that.
It's like the closest. This is like the closest the Americans would ever get to like kamikaze. Like, you know,
Leroy Jenkins.
It's the American version of kamikaze. This is the limit we're able to go, and that probably sounds. If it's like Japanese culture, be like, why would you ground your best guy? And especially if they don't want to. You know,
and yet with the Navy, it's interesting because this is really no different. This kind of strategy is no different than what a lot of guys did on the ground. Look at Audie Murphy. That guy was nuts what he did. and the Colmar pocket, sending his whole company back and then taking on a couple hundred Germans and some tanks by himself. It's really no different than this. Just this guy happened to be out in the ocean.
Awesome. All right. By the way, I would never, ever want to be a submariner.
Nope.
I couldn't handle that. I'm sorry. It's not even that I'm claustrophobic. It's just like, I want to be in the ocean. Like,
I just want a chance to get away if something goes wrong. And if you're in a sub,
that's it. Like, what's your backup plan? Anyway.
Literally started driving through the enemy. And on January 28th, 1945, they would sail the USS Barb through a shallow minefield into an enemy harbor with 30 enemy ships in it. Firing a total of 8 torpedoes at the enemy ships, he would break the record for the most enemy tonnage sunk in a day. They would then turn around and escape completely unharmed. This was considered to be the most successful submarine raid of all time at this point. And if you don't know, submarining is called the silent service because they do not talk about what they do. This was so impressive that it became headline news. For this, Flucky was awarded the Medal of Honor, which brings a perfect close to an epic career of commanding submarines.
Okay, pause.
Right? Nah. Lucky Flucky would then request to... Okay, so added details. President Eisenhower, at this point, was a huge fan of Flucky, and that's why he kind of like signed off on all the newspaper articles getting put out about him. So like it was the president that okayed this much information about the silent service getting put out. And he actually had a demonstration where Eugene and his crew took the USS Barb and they were like sailing through like a public event, and they had the US flag on top of the sub. And he wanted to make sure the flag was flowing in the breeze, but there was no wind that day. So Flucky actually like overpressured all the boilers and had the submarine running at 150% of its maximum capacity just so that the flag would wave in the air for the president.
Yeah.
I thought that part was kind of funny, but there wasn't time in the video for it.
For the reason I don't want to be, that would be great. So that's going in, this video 2.0, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So do you think you'll do it? Like, is that on your?
Yeah, you totally should.
On my list.
Yeah, for sure.
So it makes more sense now hearing that he got the Medal of Honor, because I wondered when we were looking at the flag at the beginning, there was a Medal of Honor up at the top, and I wondered why would there be a Medal of Honor for a sub? But now I understand.
It's cool. I'll interject the flow. We did get a super chat. Love the Caleb loves your Barbary Wars video. Okay, real quick. It's a question for us. We'll do this. What country do you most want to visit, you guys?
Of the ones I haven't been to yet,
probably
either Israel or Egypt, but not right now.
Yeah, you know what? I want to do a trip. This is my idea. It'd probably take a summer. It's an Eastern Mediterranean thing where it's Greece.
Yeah.
Okay. Istanbul, Israel, and then Egypt. That's my dream trip right now that I want to do.
I actually had plans in the works for a group trip like the one I just did to Germany and Austria to go to Egypt next December, and everything kind of went to hell right about the time I was going to announce it. So I'm like, I'm going to wait.
Well, Effie, what do you think? Where do you want to go?
I'm just going to take like, I don't know, something generic, UK or pretty much anywhere in the Netherlands.
Ooh, that's really good too. Yeah, I've been to both. Highly recommend both.
Awesome. All right, let's continue.
News. For this, Flucky was awarded the Medal of Honor.
By the way, I just have to make fun of his name. I'm sorry. That's not
Flucky.
Good thing he was like a badass. But
I can hear his soldiers though turning that into something vulgar. I mean, I'm sure it had to happen.
Brings a perfect close to an epic career of commanding submarines, right? Nah. Lucky Flucky would then request to be able to have a 5th war patrol with the USS Barb. A request that they granted him, despite their fears that he would become either too conservative or too reckless. Once they granted him this 5th patrol, he immediately requested that the USS Barb be fitted with rocket launchers. Got to set a tone, which Uncle Sam actually agreed to because fucking America, making the USS Barb the first submarine to ever be equipped with rockets and to have the capability of attacking a target on land. The harassment just got more maximum. So So under the command of Lucky Flucky, the USS Barb would go out on its 12th and final war patrol. They would utilize their new rocket launchers to do shore bombardments, much like larger warships. They destroyed multiple enemy factories and other objectives, becoming the first submarine in history to destroy enemy objectives on land, paving the way for what is now modern-day submarine warfare. Medal of Honor revolutionized submarine warfare twice. Still not enough, though. Back to the battle flag. Okay, I told you each one of these patches means it sunk something, right? Did anybody notice there's a fucking train on it? July 23rd, 1945. The USS Barb and her crew decided to spawn killing supply
ship. Is it on there?
Yeah,
it was on the bottom,
very bottom.
Right in the middle.
Right there. Okay, there it is. Okay, there it is. Wait, what's the second one?
It's like a cannon
right here.
I think the cannons are like onshore artillery positions that they bombarded with the rocket launchers.
All right, I got it. Okay, we got to hear the train. Sub and train doesn't make sense. Let's figure this out.
July 23rd, 1945. The USS Barb and her crew decide that spawn killing supply ships as they leave the harbor was for casuals. They're going to put a stop to this in the loading screen. They're going to play a little game of fluck around and find out with the train before it can even drop off its cargo to the ships. But there's a catch. Getting close enough to use the rocket launchers will almost certainly get them caught. So they hatch a plan that they're going to send a small group of men ashore on a little raft. These men would then booby-trap the train tracks with a 55-pound scuttling charge, blowing up the train. And if you don't know, a scuttling charge is an explosive that a ship has on it in case it needs to sink itself to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Big, very big boom. But there's a problem.
By the way, the military by far does the best logos of like anybody. Like they should have been merchandising or something. Like I love like how each patrol groups and all that stuff, they always have these awesome, like, look at this fish. They're so cool. I'm always
okay. Hold on.
Yeah. What do you
More
got?
added details. He picked the crew that's going to go ashore with the scuttling charge. He knew, I'm not going to ruin how it's historically significant, but he knew it was going to be really significant. So he actually made sure to pick the most likely or most capable men to like survive if they had to get caught or run off into the woods. So I think almost everybody except for one or two guys that he picked were previously Eagle Scouts. Mm-hmm. And then he also made sure to pick one guy to represent every like section of the ship. So he actually had a cook that was an Eagle Scout go out on this mission. He had one torpedo guy, one representative from every faction of the submarine to represent them out on this mission.
That's cool.
So
how about the scouts is basically over now? Like it's pretty much gone. I did scouts I never was an Eagle Scout. Did you guys make
I made it as far as life. I got close to Eagle, but yeah, I quit when I was like 14.
Did you? Once I turned like 16, I was like, didn't want to do that stuff anymore. Maybe it would have been cool going back. Do kids do you even know the scouts now? Do people even know scouts anymore?
My elder son, who's 16, was in Cub Scouts up through like I think he did 3 years, and then he just wasn't really into it at all. So
I think at least in 2012 when I went through basic training, we had a guy that was an Eagle Scout, and he actually got, because he was an Eagle Scout, he got into the military as an E3. He was a private first class right off the bat. So like apparently it's still worth something. He started off at a way higher pay grade than the rest of us because of it.
Shoot. My dad was a Marine. He was an Eagle Scout. Maybe that's how he got to be. He went like straight to officer school. Like maybe I should. He always put it on his my dad always put it on his job applications, like in his resumes, always put it. And you know, it's not easy. That's the thing. So that's cool. All right. Anyway,
problem with that, to detonate it, they can't use a timer because the timing of the train is unpredictable, and they're not willing to leave a man behind to set it off manually. So they seek the help of the man that I can only assume is the most beautiful, slightly alcoholic, broom-fearing man on the USS Barb, the Electrician. He's able to cook up a homemade pressure switch that they can put underneath the railroad tie, so when the train drives by, it'll put enough pressure that it'll detonate the scuttling charge. So the small team goes out, makes it to land, sets.
Say it again.
Starting to sound like Steven Seagal in Under Siege. You got the cook who just knows how to make bombs that he can put in the microwave and things like that.
Oh my gosh.
Great movie, by the way. Tommy Lee Jones at his craziest.
Golden Age Seagal.
With messing around with explosives underwater, the crew, the reason they were so effective at sinking other ships too, was that his crew was against regulations taking the torpedoes apart, because American torpedoes in World War II were notoriously bad. Yep. Like you could hit a target and it just wouldn't blow up. So they were taking the torpedoes apart and modifying them, basically giving them hair triggers and making them way more dangerous. And that's part of the reason that they got so many enemy ships sunk.
John, thank you for the $2 donations.
John's going with me to he's going to be going with me to Italy when I go in April. He's on that tour with me.
So it's okay. So you have peace of mind knowing you have an Eagle Scout with you.
There you go. In case anything goes wrong, I'll be relying on you, John.
All right, nice profile picture here, but Mr. Moan and Larry, you guys should visit North Korea. I hear it's lovely this time of year. All jokes. My wife and her bad boyfriend, your bad boy boyfriend, are your biggest fans. Now, I think the bad boys are like Fat Electrician more than us. I think. I don't know if we have bad. We have nerds. Like we're like a nerdy community. VTH should I? So maybe there's some bad. They're actually. Oh yeah, any of you actually bad boys? All
we
right.
attract what we are.
All right. Okay.
Put enough pressure that it'll detonate the scuttling charge. So the small team goes out, makes it to land, sets the charge, becoming the first and only Americans to actually officially invade the main islands of Japan during World War II. They then get back in the raft and head back to the USS Barb, and the train comes by. The men reported that the engine of that train went 200 feet in the air, marking the first and only flight test of a freight train. Thomas, the train engine, would then find out that gravity's a motherfucker, get bitch slapped with the planet before tumbling into the ocean, officially giving the USS Barb bragging rights of being the only naval vessel to sink a freight train. Yeah. But the best bragging right of all is the fact that under the command of Eugene Lucky Flucky, not a single sailor was killed or seriously injured under his command during his time on the USS Barb. The USS Barb would then be given to the Italian Navy, where it served until 1972. It was then sold for scrap for a price of $100,000 because shitty decisions. Speaking of shitty decisions, there's a bunch of other websites that are now stealing my shirt designs, but if you actually want to support me, the only place you can get my shirts is from my merch store at thefatelectrician.com or from Bunker Branding. Anyone else is just trying to steal my shit. The highly requested USS Texas design and the most requested fur musket design go live on April 1st. That is all. Quack bang out.
I love your shirt design. Who does your designing?
Company out of Texas called Bunker Branding does them.
How do I get everybody on here?
Sorry, I tell you what, that was only 5.5 minutes, but it felt a lot longer. You did a good job of fitting a lot in there, but also making it interesting. Like I was wondering, how deep could you really get in 5 minutes? You did a great job with it. So now I want the full version.
Yeah, it was a struggle when in the shorter vertical videos. It's a lot faster talking, a lot rougher cuts, terrible audio.
I feel bad sometimes when I'm doing commentary on your videos because you talk about so many things at a depth level like I don't know. Chris, you ever feel like that sometimes when you do a video, like you feel bad if you like can't add a lot to it and you feel like you're just a viewer? That happens so much with me.
Yeah, sometimes I just try to find parallels that I can make, and I end up making the same ones a lot, because that's what I do is when it's a topic I don't know all about, I'll default to something I do know about and try to connect it to that. So
my thing with his be like, talk about the larger like picture and stuff like that. But I've learned, some of these stories I've learned so much.
So I've got a question for the Fat Electrician, without giving anything away about anything you might already be working on. What's a topic you haven't covered yet, but you want to at some point?
Oh God, I got a whole book full. You want me to just read you some?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Let's see. John Snipe. That's going to be a good one. I don't know if you know this. Everybody that works below the deck on a ship in the Navy is called a snipe. And it's because of this one dude that was a civilian, because at this point in time, every snipe, every dude that worked below deck was a civilian contractor. And apparently all the Navy guys treated him really bad. And this one civilian contractor got fed up one day and locked the Navy out. And basically like the ship was dead in the water and they refused to do anything until they got treated right. And because of this incident, the Navy made it so, okay, everybody on the ship has to be in the military and be working for us. And that guy's name was John Snipe. So now everybody that works below deck is referred to as a snipe. Nice. So that'd be a good story. I got Navajo Code Talkers. I have the real life version of Inglorious Bastards, also known as X Troop.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Admiral Willis Ching Lee. The OV-10 Bronco, the Slough, Robert Smalls, Benjamin Wilson, Danzig Post Office. I did that. Bazooka Charlie.
That was a great one, by the way.
The Doolittle Raid, Alvin York, Simo Hoya, Carlos Hathcock, Lafayette Gene Poole, the guy that Fury's based off of.
Yeah.
The Alaskan Scouts, Fort Drum, 77th Infantry Division.
Yes.
This is a year. That's a year of content right there.
I
know.
I just came from doing a video on the 77th. That'll be coming out in May. Well, the Lost Battalion, 77th Division, from World War I, and then of course in World War II, the 77th Division is what's his name? The medic.
Yeah, Desmond Doss.
Desmond Doss. That's the same division, 77th. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty Division.
So exactly. So I actually met, I had a guy email me and I went out and had breakfast with him. He was passing through town, but he had actually written a book about his dad who served in the 77th Infantry Division. And he told me all about it. And I have his book and I'm working on reading it, but I didn't realize that the 77th Infantry Division during World War II was technically like an experiment, because it was the first division made completely out of draftees and the average age was 33, which was very old at the time.
Yeah.
So they were kind of putting them through the ringer to see if older guys could do it. And they were supposed to be, how many were there? 11 divisions on D-Day, I think, right? I think it was 11 and there was
for all 5 beaches. Yeah. I mean, for the Americans, there was only 3.
Right. So there was 11 divisions. The 77th was supposed to be the 12th. But they are like, oh, we don't need them. So they ended up getting sent to the Pacific. And the Marines were so impressed with these older guys that they started calling them the 77th Marines. And they gave them the nickname, the Old Bastards. And that nickname kind of stuck. So that's a video I'm looking forward to doing.
We did get a question here coming out of Australia. They're just cosplaying history nerd. All right. Have you guys ever seen the Spike TV show Deadliest Warrior? They would put to historical figures and have them battle it out.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that
show.
Oh yeah. So they would have like a samurai warrior versus a Roman centurion.
Viking, yeah.
That kind of thing.
Like having like they're like experts in that.
They would
would just tell you all about a warrior from a particular time period, and then they would talk about, well, what would happen if these two went up against each other?
Okay.
Well, they also picked
Thermopylae and a ninja, those kind of things.
They also picked like the main, like the primary, secondary, and tertiary, and then the special weapon of each of these soldiers, and then they had like weapons experts in that variety come in and test those weapons on a ballistic dummy and like grade the damage and how effective this weapon would be to like collect data before they ran it in their simulation. And then they had 2 actors battle it out and recreate the simulation. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. Somebody actually donated for me to give my dog a treat. So we'll do that.
Good.
You guys know my dog. His name is Frankie, and he is a big part of this stream a lot. And one of the things in live streams that people like to do is give him a treat. So, all right, Frankie, come here. Ready? Stay. Go. Good boy. All right. Anyways. Back to the real content, I guess. All right. Oh, then he's hacking up. Come on, stream. Okay, there we go. All right. We also had there was another one for us. I thought, well, maybe not. Anyway, question for you. What's your favorite source to go to for these stories? Do you have a go-to, like somewhere like you're going to start, like your starting point?
I go to Wikipedia every time, and then that helps with like the rough timeline, because like I find a lot of documentaries are really bad at actually putting stuff in a timeline sometimes. Like they just want to hit like the high points and they'll scramble them in this mismatched order. So I usually go there, write down the rough like order of events, and then as far as military stuff goes with like declassified documents, the sources for Wikipedia on a lot of that stuff will take you right to the declassified documents. So that helps a ton, because you'd never find that just normal Googling, or it'd be really hard to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% what I do. And I tell people, because Wikipedia has gotten such a bad rap. And I say, listen, I'm not writing a college paper here. I'm not doing research for like my doctoral thesis. If I need quick information, honestly, Wikipedia is about the best. It's the easiest to, like you said, to follow, get a rough outline. So that's pretty much where I start when I'm doing original content. I start with Wikipedia to get a rough idea, and then I'll start digging into deeper sources. And Audible, I do a ton with Audible, listening to audiobooks because I travel so much. I'm always listening to something.
I get asked a lot.
Do you listen to them at normal speed?
Yeah, do you? Normal speed?
I do it on normal speed, yeah.
Oh, I do it at 2x.
But it's got to depend on the I guess the speech of it. But like, I get asked as a teacher a lot about like Wikipedia, and it's interesting because is there a more peer-reviewed source on anywhere?
Exactly.
Like, I know people are like, well, anybody can edit it, but yes, anybody can edit it, and that they've actually done a much better job at like, there's a lot of processes. I need to look.
You can't just get on there and change.
No, you can't just
go to the USS
Or
Yorktown and
if you
start messing
do,
with it. Yeah,
like at least in the older days when it was easier too, go ahead, intentionally go onto an article, rewrite something obviously untruthful, and you'll be surprised how quickly it actually gets changed.
I don't even think it goes live anymore until it's verified.
Yeah.
Right.
It's been a lot better at that. So I never really have a problem with it. Now, by the way, have you guys seen H Bomber Guy's video?
Yes.
Came out about plagiarism. That's kind of viral right now.
Like 3 or 4 hour video that he did.
It's like a 4-hour video. If you know H Bomber Guy, pretty much. I mean, he's kind of like everybody is plagiarizing everything.
Yep, 100%.
And it's kind of interesting about like what is plagiarism, especially for online content now. What is and isn't plagiarism? It's interesting because like it's something. It's like, oh, you used Wikipedia at all? Okay, you just plagiarized.
I think plagiarism is something that's on the way out. That's probably a super unpopular opinion, but I mean, for real, the only reason pretty much everything's fair game to watch now. Like we could get on here and review a Disney movie, and as long as we're interrupting it to add our input, like you can play a whole Disney movie. So I think the only thing that you can't do is music, and I think that's just because it's so ingrained in U.S. law because it got there first. But I mean, otherwise, everything else it's going away. Plagiarism was a concept that was designed way before the notion of how much information a person had at their fingertips.
Right. That's the thing. The availability of information anymore, 100%. It's changing everything that we thought we knew about stuff like that.
Here's another question here. By the way, I'm about to add another guest.
I was gonna say I just saw his little message pop up.
You guys have been spamming this whole time for this guy to get on here, and guy that is, oh my gosh, could we put all 3 of our channels together? And I don't know if we we have more views than him, but guys, welcome Drew Durnil.
Drew, what's up, man?
Hello.
How you guys doing? What's going on? Sorry, I was a little late. My bad.
No, you're fine, dude. I'm just like, I just can't believe all you awesome people showed up to my stream, my charity stream tonight. I really appreciate it because you're all just like a huge part of what I do in my life now, and I really appreciate you all doing there and being a part of this stream for me here.
Oh yeah, it's awesome to get you guys all in the same room. This is amazing. I feel very lucky to be able to finally talk with you guys about stuff.
Yeah, we're talking history. I wanted to make sure you got in on this because I don't want people to think you're just memes. Like you're a history guy. Like you got stuff to say, and you can do that because people love you, man. So hey, Fat Electrician, I don't know what this super chat means. Fat Electrician, do SOG. Do you have any idea what that means?
Oh, Special Operations Group out of Vietnam.
Okay. So, I heard you had Alvin York in there, right?
Yeah.
In your list. Okay, great. Yep. I want to hear that. I think you should start making the Sabaton history videos. I think you guys would connect well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. I do a lot of videos where they're like, Sabaton needs to make a song about this. So That'd be
Well, and
interesting.
they have one about Alvin York.
And
Yeah.
that's why I say
Yeah.
that's like that might be my favorite Sabaton.
It is
song.
my favorite, 82nd All the Way.
Yeah, 82nd All the Way. Oh my gosh.
When
it's
I
so
went
good.
to Châtel Chehery and I went to the site where Alvin York got his Medal of Honor in France, the first thing I did was sing the chorus of 82nd All the Way while I was walking in the spot where it happened. I'm a nerd like that. And I sang the Lost Battalion at the Lost Battalion site a couple months ago.
Have you been to a show? Have you ever been? You guys
Yes,
been to
and
a
I'm going to
show?
see them again here. Hopefully going to get to meet them
They
and
are
interview them
so good
in April
live.
when they come back. Yeah, they're fantastic live.
Oh my gosh. And if you can get the full, like they did a headlining tour, which is cool because that's when you get to see the tank on the drums on the tank and all that. And then I missed the one it got postponed with COVID. They did a US tour opening for who was
Judas
that?
Priest.
Judas Priest.
That's who they're opening for again on this tour.
Are they? I hope they can get their like enough of a set list and all that stuff and see the big ones. But anyways, I don't know how we got onto. I was saying electricity. I think you guys would work well together. I don't know if Indy Nidell still wants to do those videos. I loved those. They're the history videos when they would make those.
Yeah,
together.
Indy and I have talked a few times. He reached out to me, I don't know, a year ago. I guess he's been subscribed to me for a long time and real nice guy. And we talk every so often.
That's awesome. You guys, Fat Electrician, VTH, you guys are welcome to stay. I told everybody when they came in, if you stay, I would love to have you as long as you want, but don't feel like you have to stick around. But we do have Drew on, and I think we can have a lot of fun. But I do want to, if you have to bail, great. If not, we'll keep hanging out and move on to some other stuff. So
I'll stick around for a little bit. I can't miss the opportunity to finally see Drew face to face. We've talked a few times, but haven't had a chance to talk live. So,
oh yeah, I'm so excited. Yes, because I've also been a big fan of your channel, Chris. Like for a long time, I love all your work. But it's crazy how we do have like this kind of connection. I feel like what's cool about what you guys do is you are the pinnacle of like sort of the reaction sort of content. I think that like if there's like ever like a massive case, a massive like court case about like there's such a great tier of like there's like the bottom tier, which we're not going to name any names, but you guys are seriously like at the top level where it's got to be, I think in my opinion, super transparent. I love watching your guys' reactions to videos, whatever big popular video there is of the week. To see the actual background that you guys give is a lot of fun.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I hope we are adding things and like
absolutely.
I know Chris and I know we don't want to be viewed as leeches and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And
honestly, one of the things that I've started trying to do more of is because the YouTube algorithm can be such a fickle thing. There's so many fantastic channels that just haven't been picked up and recognized yet. And being at the place now where we're at with like 400,000 subscribers, it gives us a little bit of clout, a little bit of light that we can shine on some of those smaller channels. And maybe, and I actually had people today, I mean, Fat Electrician, more than twice as many subscribers as I do. Way more people know about him than me, right? But there were people today who said, this is the first I've seen that channel. And so now maybe a few more people learned about him that didn't before. And if I can do that, then then I feel pretty good.
And people watching, I hope you guys will do that, because I know obviously like the more popular the channel is, the more likely someone's going to watch ours. But there are so many good channels out there that people are not watching.
Yeah.
The one I brought up originally, Drawn of History, like Drawn of History should be at like oversimplified level, and it's just like, and I'll do that, and I like, it's fun to like comment and react on those, and that's just like an example of a smaller channel that's just insane.
I should have gave you. Do you have his number? Don't you? I was gonna say he's a teacher. You should have.
Yeah, I did. He got back to me. He was gonna come on earlier. He ended up, I think his son was sick or something.
He's in New Jersey. I think he's in.
He teaches in New York City.
New York City. Okay,
but he's from New Jersey and goes over. But
yeah.
Anyway, Drew, mind answer? We have some. I think some people have some questions and stuff. Do you mind fielding some questions?
Oh yeah, let's do it. Real quick on your note, Chris. I just wanted to say, yeah, like because you guys have such a great opportunity to like shed light on smaller channels. I think that's such a great point, especially like when you guys stumble upon maybe a video that wasn't quite like the smaller channels, they make great content, right? But maybe they don't know the algorithm quite as well. So maybe they messed up on the title or maybe the thumbnail. And I think what you guys both can do is you have an opportunity of maybe like switching out that title or maybe putting a different thumbnail and giving that great content a second chance with your reaction. So there's this crazy, interesting dynamic that you guys really are given because you guys both have a lot of clout.
What do you guys all think about titling? Like I've done it so many different ways, at least with like with the reaction videos of like just like exactly what the title is, but then like I don't know, like what do you guys do like thinking about your titling of your videos? All of you.
Believe it or not, mine have done better since I got into the habit about 6 or 8 months ago of just using the title from the original video and then just adding the name of the channel and then the word reaction. So like today, I just put Fat Electrician reaction. And I've actually found that I'm getting better click-through rates since I've done that.
I think so.
Than reinventing the title or putting historian reacts or things like that. And then I just put that stuff on the thumbnail. So I've tried to make the thumbnail say one thing and then the title say another, and it seems to be working. I don't know.
What about you, Fat Electrician? You got great titles, man.
I just try to pick like the 2 most interesting points, and then I make 2 titles. One of those is going to be on the thumbnail. The other one's going to be the actual title, and then whatever it is, like Operation Praying Mantis, or so probably one of my better titles: America destroys Iran's navy in 8 hours. Operation Praying Mantis.
Absolutely.
So Drew, I'm curious with yours. Drew, you tend to, because you do a lot of different things in a video, but your title tends to be about one of those things. How do you decide that?
That is really difficult. Sometimes it's whatever topic I want to just talk about. That's a great question. Honestly, whenever people ask me this, I don't know. I've been doing YouTube for like 10 years. So it's just like, it's just this thing that I can't even really explain. I'm just like that. I want to make this title this. And then, yes, but it does take a lot of practice. I mean, Fat Electrician, that's a great practice to use numbers in your title. I mean, that's for sure, especially oddly specific titles. I noticed like, exactly like 100,573, like some exact number. They love that stuff, but it's really hard. Honestly, I'm not a great person to ask really how to title things. I just do whatever I think is going to be cool.
Well, Drew, since you do like daily videos, it's got to be so hard to not just repeat the same thing over and over again.
I have to like literally search through my giant catalog of videos to make sure I didn't use this title already, because I've got like 5,000 videos. Most of them are privated, but
I thought I had a lot with 1,000. Jeez.
Most of them are privated though, so there's probably not all of them are public, but I do have to make sure that I never try to like repeat.
How far back do you have to go to where you start cringing at your old videos?
Like last year, like you're always going to cringe. I think, you're always going to cringe, but that's a good thing. I've always heard YouTubers say that that's a good thing because that means that you're improving. You're constantly improving. So
we all just watched Fat Electrician, one of his early videos, and he was cringing pretty hard, but
terrible.
I hate when I'm like a group of people and they all like try to turn on my content. I'm like, oh, I hate that so much.
No, don't watch that one.
But I guess that's a very normal process.
One time I looked way back, I think, Drew, on yours, and yours look like, I mean, you've been doing you're a veteran. You've been doing this for 10 years. I mean, you were in, I don't know, you junior high and high school, like, or whatever, making just silly little videos and that. And so is there a lot of stuff from that era you're saying that you've kind of privated now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I started off just gaming. I was literally just playing. I mean, Chris, you played Paradox games before, right? Yeah, that's exactly. We got the same start. I was just playing Paradox games and it was unedited and I was just letting it go. And for the first like 3 years, that's pretty much all I really did. So it took me a while to start editing my stuff.
Same. Yeah. I literally would, I just lost my camera. I literally like Hearts of Iron 4. I would just literally record for an hour, and Hearts of Iron 4, like there's a lot of like, you're just sitting around waiting for stuff to happen. I had no editing. I still like he was saying, Fat Electrician was saying, still had the watermark from the software that I was using on the bottom right of the screen and everything like that, man. I can't even go back 2 years and watch stuff and think, oh, I really want to redo that one.
That's good.
What games are you guys playing now? You guys are you still gamers or what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do. I have my gaming channel. It's
Right.
I'm at like 70,000 subscribers on the gaming channel,
That's awesome.
which is funny because I had that channel for 4 years before I started vlogging through history. And after 4 years, I was at just over 10,000 subscribers. Vlogging through history took off, and then the gaming channel piggybacked on it, and that's what helped that to grow. So,
do you play games, FE? Do you play?
I play League of Legends while I listen to audiobooks about whatever my
of all the games that I would have thought you played, League of Legends would not have been at the top of my list.
So it's the only video game that is like low enough bandwidth where I can pay attention to the audiobook, and like I don't need audio for League. I don't want to say it's easy to play because like it's a super hard game to be at a high level, but like it's so not demanding that I can actually comprehend the book while I play it. So.
The Paradox games are too intimidating to me. I feel like I don't have the time to invest to learn Hearts of Iron or those things.
See, I have a comfort level with like Hearts of Iron 4, and so rather than learn a new game like Victoria 3, to me is just like I just don't have the time to learn how to play this game. But Hearts of Iron 4 was the same way. So what I'll do is I'll just try out the latest, whatever the new mods are, the latest DLC is for Hearts of Iron 4, because I'm comfortable with it. I know how to play it, and it's there's kind of a pattern to it.
There are some, I like watching a lot of people play those games that like know history. There's some like really entertaining people like that know like history and go through that. I like it's like a game I like watching more than I like playing, but just because there's some.
Well, I don't know if you remember our first interaction, you and I.
You were playing something
before I had vlogging through history. I was the History Guy Gaming, and I was playing a 7 Years War mod on Hearts of Iron 4 when all your people invaded my chat.
That's back when I used to stream all the time, and I'd raid. I would go through YouTube and search just history and anybody that's streaming live. I always try to find somebody, and we dropped in on you that one day, and then we anyway, but okay, hey, there was some there's some questions for us in here. Okay, anyways, let me just shout outs to again people that are donating. Again, all super chats tonight are going to be going to the Sharing Place, which is a resource center, my community that is responsible for giving grief support to children. By the way, Fat Electrician, thank you so much for your donation earlier.
Do we got a running tally? Do we know how much we've raised so far?
Is that a thing you can bring up on on?
I don't know. I can't.
You should be able to go into YouTube and look.
Oh yeah, you have to do it on
live stream on
Studio
YouTube
on your phone.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, we did pass 1,000. That's very cool. I really appreciate that. It's like we're over 1,000 on that. I really appreciate that from everybody. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that, you guys. Just to shout out some of the people that have done that. Gifting history memberships or Mr. Terry history memberships. Thank you for gifting those. We've got someone just saying hi to us. Greetings from Western New York. Timothy, thank you. Just wanted to say I love all your channels and keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Timothy. Let's see. I discovered Mr. Terry from Drew.
Nice.
Been watching him from Civ 6 and the Kim Jong-un days.
That's insane. That's
you can
insane.
Beat him? You can beat Kim Jong-un in Civ?
I'm thinking Kim Jong-un is like a different meme at this point. Like it's a whole different era of my channel.
Okay, so I thought it'd be the other way around. Like,
okay, you can though. There are Kim Jong-un mods where you can definitely play as him in Civ 6, which are the best.
I do like Civilization. Actually, that is a game I play.
Yeah, I've seen you stream that a few times.
Well, okay, so it's a little bit more degenerate than that. I actually prefer the console version of which is Civilization.
That is degenerate. Yeah. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys know Civilization Revolution was the console version. That's still my favorite version, and I know it's wimpy compared to the complexity. I mean, Civ already gets made fun of by the hardcore things that it's so it's not Hearts of Iron and stuff. So I'm bringing it way down.
So yeah, I can see why you don't get into Paradox games. Then.
Isn't there somebody that's been running like the OG Civilization on like Windows 94 for like 20 years?
Yes.
Wait, like one game or what?
Yeah, one round, and it is game. Like. It is devolved to like multiple generations of nuclear war, and now the entire world is just little island nations because the polar ice caps melted from the nuclear explosions.
That's
and
awesome.
yeah, it's wild. Like they went deep on that game.
How does it like keep that up? Like I don't even know from like a software standpoint. Like
I've seen
memory,
videos of it, so I know it's happening.
Is that a
Yes.
channel? Like is that streamed? Is that like a what is that? I don't know. I'm actually really interested in seeing that.
Somebody's been running it forever, apparently.
Uh-oh, Drew. Been watching Drew since the bald era. Wait,
Yeah,
how what?
Well, that was a time maybe like 4 years ago, I think, when I like shaved my head. Because I don't really know why I did that, to be honest. I just thought it was funny. And I guess, yeah, everyone has different I guess I've been on YouTube for so long, people just classify different eras. I guess there was a bald era.
All
I
right.
wasn't that bald, but it was like all gone. It was completely shaved off.
That's awesome.
I do want to say real quick, Mr. Terry, I got into Civ 6 because of that same game, Civilization Revolution. But yeah, so I do understand where you're coming from. I just eventually.
But he evolved into something better.
Yeah,
it's a great game to start with. Like
Yeah,
when you're
yeah.
young, you know, like you don't want to go all the way. The one reason I did like Civilization Revolution and still do is I can play it in one sitting.
That's true.
I mean, you could, a couple hours, but like, and that's always been.
I will say this: my very first experience with Sim City was on the original PlayStation console when I was in college. So I'm aging myself a little bit there. I got the original PlayStation in college. Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's awesome.
I do like Age of Empires though. I still Age of Empires 2.
Yes,
Age of Empires 2 is just the GOAT for me. Like,
we're gonna have to play multiplayer sometime.
Oh, I would love if you guys. Do you guys all play?
I do. Yeah,
do you, like even a little bit.
I feel like we should break out Risk right now.
Oh yes,
fun.
I've got like 8
fantastic.
different versions of Risk in my house.
Is there like online Risk?
Yes,
I don't know.
an
We
app.
might have to.
Oh
my
yeah.
Gosh. By the way, we play Risk in my class once the AP test is done. We played for like 3 weeks, and I've ruined some friendships by watching that. Okay,
that's the best way to do it.
We may have to schedule that too, like something like that. I would love to play Risk with you guys and lose.
That would be fun. That is something we should do. I like that.
I love to more collab events like that.
There
but
you
you have it on.
There it is right there.
Is there a version like an easy, like everyone can load up version?
I think that one he has.
Yeah, this one you can do a private game with codes and everything, and it's fast. You can play through a game in less than an hour easily.
There's phone versions too, if no one has like a PC.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a phone too. Yeah.
I love how this evolved into gaming. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So okay. Let me see what else we got here, but that would be a blast. I did actually want to ask, like, you guys, because you're gamer, like, what do you actually play? Because I want more people. I need to stream more. Like, I want to do more game streaming, but I don't know what like people play that I actually play. So, or I'm good at. I play Rocket League. I don't know if you guys,
my 16-year-old's obsessed with that. All 3 of my kids play Fortnite.
I'm scared of a lot of multiplayer
Fortnite
games like with that. I will say I'd really love Call of Duty Zombies games. I don't know if you guys like zombies, and they have a new one that's really fun, new version.
When I was a youth pastor, I would actually host boys' Bible studies at my house on Wednesday night. And what we would do is we'd do like a half-hour Bible study and then play COD for 2 hours.
So
that's fun.
You do the lesson of kindness, and
love one another,
and then you go
let's
and
go kill
slaughter each other after.
And we would do overnighters, and we would hook up all our Xboxes together and play like 16-player games of Halo, stuff like that. It was fun.
It's the best.
Would you guys like? Is this seem too cliche? Especially because Drew's here. The last thing he probably wants to see is a history meme. You probably have a PTSD from memes right now. You see it and you just cringe. But one of the things leading up to this that people were doing, donators and stuff, was they wanted us to rate memes, just like a few. Are you guys cool with that?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Rate some meme. I don't know what our criteria is. Like maybe we can set up like a criteria, but like Okay, so if you want to participate in this for the rest of you, if you want to get a meme on here, you'll want to post it in the Discord server. So let me actually pull it up. You can see it down below. Unfortunately, I think my custom link doesn't work. It used to be, I think in the server, I think I lost the boost server boost. That I used to have a custom link that was just like discord.com invite / Mr. Terry. But if you want to post any memes, this Discord link is also in the description. And if you put your meme in the channel there, what my mods on Discord have been doing the last couple days is picking the good ones, like at least some of the good ones, and trying to put them up there. I do ask that they are not too edgy and over the line, please. This is a charity stream.
Those are the best ones.
It's not gonna happen. Yeah, I know.
This is a charity stream raising money for children. So do I have to really spell it out? What's acceptable and what's not?
Dark humor raises more money, it raises more money. We care about results.
In the end, I guess that's true. Like I'm trying to raise money to help these kids, but let me pull up what we got now in the docket here. So it is fun to do. I like doing the meme reaction videos and explaining the memes.
Question while this is getting ready. Question from the comment section. What's everybody's favorite era or period or historical event? Mine's World War II, which is generic, but that's what it is.
Yeah, everyone's, and everyone will, you got to have World War II in there. It's always the best. It's always the starting point too.
And for me, I actually avoid a lot of World War II stuff just because it's everybody's favorite.
I noticed that, which I kind of appreciate.
I get flack sometimes. I like studying World War I more than World War II. Just because of how debatable it is, and like how, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, why did World War I start? Okay, now we can have a.
Well, I'm hoping there's going to be more interest in it. So yesterday, I don't know if any of you saw the History Channel teaser trailer dropped for the Harlem Hellfighters coming out in February.
You're in that, right?
I might be.
Okay.
So the big one is called The Great War, and it's coming out Memorial Day. It's going to be 2 2-hour episodes about American involvement in World War I. Most of what I filmed was for that. I did shoot a little bit on the Harlem Hellfighters episode, but they said they had a lot of experts that were already covering that, so they only asked me a few questions about it. So I don't know whether I'll be in that one or not, but yeah, that one's coming out in February.
Man, did they fly you out to LA to film that, or New York?
It was actually Minneapolis and LA is where they were flying people out to, and they gave me the choice, so I went to Minneapolis because it was closer.
Nice.
Man, I got teased. I got approached last month by somebody doing marketing for I don't know if you guys have seen, Apple TV's got a World War II. It's about a certain bombing regiment. I think the trailers just started coming out. And I got teased because they asked if I would come on and do like what you do. You could, and like be on, and maybe they pan over to you, how they do that. And like, Mr. Terry, something or other. And I was like so excited about that. I don't think I got to the next level of it, but I was so excited and I wanted to do it and go.
They said there were 25 of us that they interviewed for this Great War, this 4-hour documentary. So we'll see how many clips I actually get into. Had to wear a suit for it. So.
Oh, that's classy though.
Yeah, and it was 100 degrees in Minneapolis that day, and they had to turn the air conditioner off because of the noise.
Oh,
so, yeah, it was warm.
All right. You guys ready for the first one? I think I got it here now. Does have SpongeBob. SpongeBob memes usually work.
So it's either not bad at all or absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
No in between.
Okay. I will tell you France is involved in it. So and it's World War II, maybe. All right, just gotta flick my screen.
Is it a surrender joke?
Oh boy.
I know. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me pull up the other one here. Oh, it gets space. Okay. No, we're going to be dissing on the Soviet Union. Oh, okay. Okay. We got this. So many firsts in space travel. Soviet Union. Okay. They got that nice pile.
I already know where this is going.
All right. Me too.
First cat in space.
To be fair, the USSR does have the first dog in outer space, though.
They do, but
So
I can't praise them because they also killed a bunch of
I was going to say that dog did not return
Well,
safely.
to be fair,
Earth.
the first dog carcass in space. I
Or
don't
Leica.
think it made it past the launching sequence, but
who did you guys see Salmonella's new video?
Yes.
Just did. It was presidential pets. And Khrushchev, do you see that? Khrushchev gifted JFK one of those dogs. Was it the dog, one of the dogs that survived one of the trips?
It was the like a child of that dog or something.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that was that. Like,
it's still funny though.
Like, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
But actually survived it. Okay, then the other one you're always gonna get the Star Wars. They love to get Star Wars. Kids love the prequels, and I don't get it because I think the prequels suck. So all right, when you see an uncolonized African country, okay, so this is just too
General
easy.
Grievous is
This
the British
is Grievous. Okay, all right.
with
what
all
do we
of
got
his
here?
lightsabers that he collects.
Good.
All of them, and he's just collecting. This will make a fine addition to my collection. Can we talk
to be
about
fair to the British, there were plenty of other European countries that were gobbling up African colonies.
Okay, it's the scramble for Africa. It's like the most horrific events of the last century. We're actually just about to talk about that in my AP class, but
I wonder how much the Monroe Doctrine played into that, because when basically the Americas became off limits and started declaring independence, they turned their eyes to a new continent.
That's a
you think
really
it
good
did?
question.
Or do you just think the Americans would have been more involved in Africa than just Liberia?
That's possible too.
You know what I mean?
And it doesn't mean the Europeans wouldn't have gone to Africa. I'm just wondering if the Americas, them losing all the American colonies, drove them into Africa faster.
If you guys looked into the story of Liberia, like it's so interesting. Like,
yeah,
and it wasn't the only one. They wanted to Central America. There was going to be a colony after the Civil War when Grant was president. They tried to buy the island of Santo Domingo, and he had the whole agreement in place, but the Senate wouldn't ratify the agreement. So I mean. And part of that was, again, the idea of we can't live side by side. Let's send them somewhere else.
It seems so like tragic. It's like, hey, we're going to free the slaves and then we're going to kick them all out and like send them back to Africa. So let's create a place for all the slaves to go back to. And not that many. Was it 30,000 at most? I forget the number of how many people actually ended up taking that offer, but by the way, we had a big super chat. We had a $50 one here. This was awesome. Nafplio $49.99. Love you guys' channels. Recommend Fat Electrician's video on Sergeant Reckless. Is that one? Is that
it's newer. It's one of my longer ones. I think it's like 35 minutes, somewhere in there. So it's a long one.
Oh man, see, when I see a video that long, I'm thinking, oh man, my reaction is going to be over an hour long.
Yeah.
I have been covering, unfortunately, fewer and fewer of those videos, like that are I don't know, I don't have like a necessarily time limit that I try to do, but like I don't know.
Here's the thing though, and I don't know, because I know, Drew, most of your videos are about 20 minutes or so.
Less than that, yeah, right?
The
10 15.
The longer videos tend to do better for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but the problem is I just don't always have the time to sit down and spend that long doing a video.
Typically that's like most people, the longer you make it, the better it goes. I'm convinced that there's like so many people that fall asleep in the middle of the video, and that's what gets that watch time way up. And so even if like in 30 minutes in it gets real boring, it doesn't matter. The people have already either fallen asleep or they've gone and done something else.
I always figured
go ahead.
I always figured the view counts were higher because somebody stops and then comes back to it later, so you get like 3 views. But
that too.
But would YouTube
absolutely.
rather have you? I mean, don't they promote videos that people are gonna like continue to watch? Like they're not clicking off of it, right? So like, it's hard to. I still don't know what the sweet spot is.
Well, exactly. here's a very practical question from a standpoint of the business end of YouTube. Longer videos means more ads, means more revenue.
True.
Yep. That's how
and
they
that-
push it harder.
I've noticed that with at least with ad revenue, a longer video with fewer views will do better than a
100%.
short video with a lot of views.
And I've found this out too, and I didn't know this before, because I've gone in and I manually put the ads in because I hate YouTube would put ads so many ads in it. But I found out through doing some research and reading and watching videos about this that the frequency with which those ad breaks actually show ads has a lot to do with the viewer. So if a person has a tendency to skip ads every chance they get less ads shown to them in the first place. So if you have 7 ad breaks in your video, they might only get ads 3 times. So it actually makes sense to add more ad breaks, because if people are going to let those ads run, they'll let them run no matter how many there are. So you actually make more money that way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. Also, it all depends on the session, when you start a session. So like when you open up the YouTube app or you bring it up on your browser, that's the beginning of your session. They're going to show less ads, but like 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours in, if you're still watching YouTube, they're going to start boom, 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 really pushing those ads out.
Still so cryptic. Like Drew, I saw you last year at VidCon, right? And you know, it's interesting to hear the people that work for YouTube and I like going to their sessions, and but I still feel like they say so many things that, like, I don't know if they even know like like what's helpful or not. Sometimes they'll be like, hey, this is what you got to do, but then do this, and then sometimes they're just like, I don't know what even like works well, you know. But
you call YouTube help for support and you become very aware that you probably know more about the algorithm than whoever you're talking to does. Pretty quickly.
Drew should. Absolutely. I mean, Drew's definitely like an expert on this. I haven't seen it for 10 years, but I mean, whatever you're doing, Fat Electrician only being around for the last year and a half and being huge like that, it's hit well, for you.
Yeah, you're definitely going to know your own niche way better than the biggest expert, at YouTube, because it's your niche. So they're going to kind of accidentally give you, maybe not the wrong advice, but not the advice that you need.
Sure.
So
I've been meaning to ask this, Drew, and I just remembered. How did you get on Oversimplified's little video there?
I have no idea.
Did you have any idea that was going to happen?
Nope, I had no idea.
That blew you away when you watched it? Like, did you see it before anyone told you, or?
No. Everyone was like,
okay.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take
crazy. Long. Yes, because it takes me a while to really, I mean, Oversimplified's video takes me a couple of days to watch it. But yeah, everyone was just on Twitter and all this stuff. I've never met him, but I know people that have met him. He seems like a really cool guy. I've never even been able to talk to him. I've tried to reach out and been like,
I was told there's 2 of them. There's like brothers or something.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Because Matt Beat, who was on with you earlier, texted me, I don't know, a year or so ago. He texted me and said, I'm with the Oversimplified brothers right now, and they said they love your channel.
Yeah. Wow. That was so honored when I was honored when all of you guys have done that, and that was cool. I
think they live in Ireland or something. I mean, they're American, but I think they live. Oh. I think he said maybe they don't anymore, or they did. But
shoot, hey, and you're one of the people that you actually able to monetize.
Yeah,
Oversimplified.
But they haven't released a video since they put me on their list.
He got on their white list, which
I'm on their.
I have not been on that. I can't monetize anything.
Challenge this person's monetization list now, like their exempt list or something.
You have gone through drama, dude. Like with that. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys know about the drama that he's been through.
I know. I love it. I love it.
But I'm 100.
Chris.
You want to hear drama? I don't know.
I will say.
I don't know how much Chris, you like telling the stories of.
I don't mind.
Oversimplified and then CGP Grey.
The difference with those two is the Oversimplified drama really had nothing to do with Oversimplified.
Yeah, right.
It was a third party on their behalf without their permission.
Oh, that's the worst.
But what about CGP Grey?
CGP Grey is a different story.
Yeah, I know. So that got all cleared up, right? I mean,
cleared up from the standpoint that he gave up.
Okay.
Yeah. So he filed a copyright strike, like went right to a copyright strike on me. I had done like 3 of his videos, or 3 or 4. And so it was months after I'd done the first one. And he went in and did a copyright strike on it. And what was funny about it was that I went in and looked and saw a bunch of other channels had done reactions to the exact same video that didn't get copyright strikes. So I went in and appealed it. And no lie, within 10 seconds of submitting that appeal, he struck a second one. It was like revenge. It was instantaneous. And so I appealed the second
people
one.
understand that striking is very different than claiming.
Right. So, so
this is like you're trying to shut the person
right.
down.
So for people who don't know, he really had two options. He could do a claim or a takedown request where it says, okay, you can go take this down on your own and you have a week. And if you don't take it down and you don't appeal, then it becomes a copyright strike. And he could have done
what you're
that.
supposed to do.
Right. So he goes right to copyright strike. And if you get 3 copyright strikes, they shut your channel down instantly. No questions asked. Now you can appeal it and you can do all that. But in the meantime, you have no channel. So I immediately, after the second copyright strike, I appealed both of those. The third video I had done of his, I took down right away. Didn't even wait to give him a chance to copyright strike it. And then went through the appeals process. And basically how it works is once you appeal a copyright strike, that content creator who filed the copyright strike has 30 days to prove to YouTube that they've actually taken court action to file a copyright claim in court. And if they don't, then YouTube reverses the strike and puts your video back up. And so he didn't do that. And so just as a matter of principle, I'm not reacting to him anymore, but I left both the struck videos up and they will stay up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was extremely invested in that. I didn't know the results of that, but I remember following that, and I was just I was ready to die on that hill. And I mean, the only thing that I can think of, I mean, I don't know, I've never talked to him before, but I think that my only guess is maybe he just saw the reaction content stuff from the Twitch streamers or whatever. He he imagines the worst of the worst, and then he just got mixed up with your channel, which I think, like I just said, you are the pinnacle. If anyone is going to be able to get away with this or whatever, if anyone's going to be like under the law justified, it's going to be your guys' channels. Yeah. So to hear, I remember hearing the action of him kind of being like, a little bit the quick rejection. Yeah. Anyways, I was just really invested in that was a crazy.
What was crazy for me was then like all these other channels started making videos talking about it.
Yeah.
And then what really blew me away was when YouTubers who, like, a lot of people reached out privately and said, hey, I support you. But then there were people like Armchair Historian and Cynical Historian, guys like that, who took to social media and were adamantly defending me and all of that. And I just was, it was fantastic to see that, and made me feel really good that they were willing to do that. And like I said, I understand that legally we don't have to have permission from an original content creator to react, but just as a personal thing, if somebody like Lamino, he just came out and said he doesn't like reaction videos, so I won't do any more of his videos. I won't, because that's how he feels, and that's fine. I respect that.
Yeah. Well, the difference is, like, you and I have covered so many different channels. That's the only one I've ever heard of or actually say they don't want anyone to cover it. Like, it's not like, I don't know if some people think it's a common thing that original creators and don't like it, but it was just weird kind of how that
99% of them are like Fat Electrician. I mean, literally within 2 hours of my first reaction, he had reached out to me on Instagram and we chatted, and could not have been more fantastic and gracious with the whole thing. And that's how mostly everybody is. And I think it's fair to say we're all fans of each other. Like, we all want to see other channels do well. Like, I love that you passed me back in subscribers again, Mr. Terry, because I had just caught up to you and then you immediately passed me back again. And I think that's fantastic.
And I get like Lemino, someone like that, is responding to the guys like XQC and the streamers,
I think a lot of people are
playing it and leaving. Like Lemino, I bet if he actually talked to you or talked to me and knew like hopefully what we do and that it's different, might actually be cool with it. But there's fortunately a lot of people that have put it in a bad light, you know, whatever. But anyway, I don't want to let's talk about some fun things here. By the way, again, thanks for everybody. I want to make sure everyone, you guys on the panel and everyone and around, I appreciate you being here at any time. If you ever have to leave, don't feel pressured, but I'm hanging out. And but we have so many people that are big there. Drew, I don't know if you know Georgie. He's been around a long time in my community. This guy loves you. He is just like he came. I know him specifically. He came specifically at the beginning of my stream, which was like 4 hours ago, and has been waiting for you. So anyway,
what's going on, Georgie? What's going on? I've seen a couple of the comments.
Yeah, he's been around my community. He loves Drew. He's been camping out for you, but so many of them have. I need to make sure I have covered. We got a few more super chats again for the charity. Again, Sharing Place, a center that helps grieving children going through traumatic life events. It gives them a place to be safe and to be like a first step towards helping grieving. It's a big part of my community, and that's where all these super chats are going to be going tonight. So anyway, so yeah, we had that bigger one earlier from Napoleon. Access and Allies online is way better.
I have the board game version upstairs here in my house.
I had a group of AP students last year that they're like, no, screw the like online versions. We play the board games. Like they're like, we think that's stupid. Like we get out the board games, and it takes I don't know how long to play those, but like
I got it when I was 13. That was like my big gift one Christmas was Access and Allies.
It sounds like it's pretty cool. But anyways, thank you for Danjamin. This didn't have a comment, but LJ dropped $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Jake came in and said, yo, I shouldn't have slept on this stream. What's up, Nick? Say hi to Gun Bros.
Hello.
Oh, are you Nick? Okay, I didn't know
Yeah,
if
I'm
I
Nick.
was allowed to call you guys by your names, but whatever. But
no, you
Gun Bros. Okay, there's Jake. In the words of Chubby Electron Guy, America may not have free healthcare, but we do have free unhealthcare. By the way, I love the shirts you gave me. Whoever made those,
yeah,
they are so comfortable, and like I have a weird body, a weird shaped body, and it fits so nice. I would shout out to whoever made some shirts.
It's Bunker Branding out of Texas. They like when I first went to them, they only wanted to work with like content creators that had like 1 million subs, and I had like 300 on TikTok. I'm like, just you guys make the best stuff. Let me in. So they did. It's working out. So anyway, they make good stuff.
I appreciate it. They're cool. Oh, where does Quack Bang come from?
So it was in one of my earlier videos, and the name just kind of stuck. It was a story when I was going through basic training and Army Combat Medic School. One of the guys that taught me how to clear rooms talked about an OODA loop, which is an acronym that originally came out with fighter pilots: observe, orient, decide, act. So it's like the thought process that you use in making any decision. You observe what's happening, orient yourself within the situation, decide what you're going to do, and then act on it. And he said every time you walk through a door, you have to anticipate there's a bad guy with a gun pointed at the door. He's observed that you're there coming for him. He's oriented himself as the guy that you're coming for. He's decided he's going to point the gun at the door, and now he just has the action of acting by pulling the trigger. So he's 75% of the way through the action of killing you, essentially. So you have to reset his thought process to give you that split second to get through the doorway. And he said, typically that's like the flashbang, but you might not have that. So you do anything that's going to make them go, wait, what? That's not what I was expecting. And the example he gave was throwing in a rubber duck or a rubber turkey, because that would be, wait, was that a rubber duck? And that gives you that split second. So it was kind of the joke, the flashbang, rubber duck, quack bang.
I love it.
Drew, I need to know where you get your your plush country balls from.
I make all these. So I use, these are all from makeshift.com, and they kind of like, they do like little, what's that called? Like limited runs, basically. So it takes me like 3 months to design them, and then we kind of show them off for we sell them for 6 weeks, and then they're just kind of gone forever. But at this point, like people, I'm very grateful that people still buy them, but I'm just making them for myself. Like I just like having a big army of country balls behind me. So I'm going to keep going whether people buy them or not. Honestly, it's kind of that point.
Just because they're just fun. Chris, by the way, is that a Rob the Robot over your right shoulder?
No, that's actually one of the speakers for my surround sound for my TV.
I might have aged myself there. I don't know if anyone knows. Rob
that would have been way cooler though.
Yeah, it would have been way cooler.
Kind of disappointed actually. But
I'm only sitting here on the couch because where I sit to record my videos, all you'd see would be like half a green screen that would just look really weird behind me. So
All right. Some other ones just coming through. I want to catch up on these before we get back to some of our memes. But Catherine out of Canada, $5. Bit tight with money right now, but here are a few maple pennies out of Canada there. Yeah. In honor of the gorgeous Sailor Moon shirt.
Sailor Moon.
Drew, okay,
Sailor
hold
Moon.
on. Show it off.
I always like the shirt. I don't know why. And everyone, it gets so many comments. I don't know. I just like to wear it.
All right. Last two here. Is this true? Chris, you'd be a loyalist in the revolution?
100%.
Wearing a West Brom jersey.
Yeah. So
yeah, you got your West Brom. But
so let's talk about loyalists for a minute, because I'm going to show you guys something here.
Okay.
It's right here on the back. So this right here, this is a piece of the tree that my loyalist ancestor was hanged on in 1781. So, but I should say, to be fair, I also have, this is continental currency that my 7th great grandfather signed. So he was on the Patriot side. So we kind of have both going on there.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, I had 2 ancestors who were hanged in the revolution for being loyalists. So yeah.
So you're
I also had 49 ancestors that fought for the American side.
You're literally a traitor.
Yeah, but yeah, I probably would be. I got my West Brom. I'm a monarchist at heart. So
who like, I never thought, okay, like, oh shoot, my dad got hung, I'm gonna take a piece of this tree with me.
So there's actually a really cool story. It's Wilkesboro, North Carolina. And like, if you've ever seen the movie The Patriot, for all the bad history in The Patriot,
for sure,
one thing they get right is how violent it was there. It was a civil war in the Carolinas, and there was a lot of that stuff, hanging and reprisals back and forth. So much so that they had a tree in Wilkesboro, North Carolina called the Tory Oak, which is where they would hang the Tories when they would catch them. And so it was a well-known tree. It was 200 years old. And I think in the 80s, it got blown down in a hurricane. So the local historical society started cutting it up and selling it for souvenirs. So I knew my ancestor was hanged from that specific tree, and I knew they were selling pieces of it. So I bought one.
I need more interesting history. I do know I had family members that burned people at the Salem witch trials. So, I got,
you mean hanged, because nobody got burned at the Salem witch trials.
Yeah, I was apparently, I had ancestors that were part of that. So that's cool. Not very cool, but anyway. All right, then Katie, love all your channels. Thanks for helping a great cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you so much. All right. Puss in Boots meme.
Oh boy.
Yes, and it's world history stuff. Okay, you guys are too. You guys only talk about American history. You know, there's other parts of the world, right?
Wait, what?
America.
That's what in my school I make fun of the. So I teach AP World History, and there's a teacher teaches AP Euro, and my students called the AP Euro class like the racist class. Hey, let's just learn about the history of white people.
Original recipe, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Okay, so here it is. And here's what I meant. Japanese Navy in 1592. Admiral Yi Sun-Chin and his handful of ships. You know what? I don't know if Fat Electrician, you know about Admiral Yi and turtle ships, but that would make a heck of a video.
It would. Yeah, if you were to branch out into something non-American, that'd be a good one.
So yeah,
fantastic story.
This is Korea. They made these ships, and they were ironclad on the top. It was supposed to be like a turtle shell, ironclad, and they had cannons on the side, and then they had big spikes on the top. And they are the most badass, like pre-modern ships, I feel like, ever. And also, you guys play Age of Empires. You ever played as Korea?
That's what I was gonna say.
Turtle ships are the special thing, and they're awesome.
I think they're in one game of Civ too.
Yeah,
as a unique unit, I think.
I love that story.
Admiral Yi's, he's one of those like people, most important military leaders nobody's ever heard of in the Western world.
He would make a great Fat Electrician video, because they
I'll check it out.
For real. You know, watch Extra History.
Yep.
So Extra History did the little mini series of that, and it's again one of those things where he was always he was fighting the Japanese, and they were always, it would be like 2-1 every single time, like when it came to ships, and they would win, and he
And he was also constantly fighting his own country because they kept demoting him, and there was all this infighting. And
the government didn't trust him. They thought he was gonna like usurp power and stuff like that. So they tried to like hold him back, but at the same time, like they would have been obliterated by the Japanese if out his naval wisdom. It's pretty cool. So
another popular naval meme that I've seen kind of going around recently is the Baltic Fleet when during the Russo-Japanese War, when they sent it all the way around the world just to get their butt handed to them, basically. So I've been seeing that naval meme pop up a lot in the like the meme sphere, which I think is pretty funny. That's a good one.
Okay, this question's for Chris for the next meme, and for anybody. William Jennings Bryan, you fan? You guys a fan? I think for his time, like.
The guy was resilient. I'll give him that.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me get the next one.
I don't think anybody's ever lost more presidential elections than him.
Yeah, that's the meme. Okay, I'm pulling it up here. Please make me president. No. No.
That's a good one.
No.
That's a good one.
But like, so his big thing, he was the progressive era, right? So he's like, trust busting. What's his quote? No one can honestly make $1 million, or no one can make $1 million honestly. Turn of the century. So it was, kind of playing on that. But he was the man of the people, and that way, I don't know. Would you consider him a populist?
Yeah.
Also, for the urban working class, for sure.
Yeah, and he's also, by today's standards, he would be almost like a Pat Buchanan. I guess that's going back a little ways now. Very deeply religious guy. He's going to be the guy who is very outspoken in the Scopes monkey trial.
Oh, he was the attorney, right?
Yeah,
he was the attorney trying to
going against Clarence Darrow. Darrow's from like the house Darrow grew up in is like a half hour from me. But yeah, so I mean, he was probably much more conservative at a time when the country was going much more
culturally,
culturally conservative.
But probably wouldn't be. I've seen like economically or whatever, because it's temperance movement, like all of that kind of going on. Tobacco Crow, $5. Love you guys' channels. Found you both through Atune Shea reactions. Funny enough, and have been discovering new channels through you ever since. You guys love Atune Shea.
Yep.
Checkmate Lincolnites is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Series like,
he's got a movie coming out this week that he directed.
Yeah, I need to. What is it about?
The Sudbury Devil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I love that.
He's really into like 17th century New England history. He does a lot of stuff about that too. So
those are the Checkmate Lincolnite ones. They're so funny. Yeah. And I mean, if you want to see a comment section losing their minds, every lost causer in existence.
It's so good,
and he handles it just like brilliantly.
They become part of the videos.
Oh man, and he's such a talented filmmaker. That one, I don't remember. It was the last Checkmate Lincolnites. It was like he made this graveyard, and you know what?
Where they're coming out of the crypts and stuff. That all the
I feel like that's the last thing I saw. Like I don't know.
I don't think he's done it. He's been doing a lot of shorts now with the Checkmate Lincolnite stuff that I keep seeing pop up.
Chris talked about his ancestors. Everybody drink. Is that a drinking game? You talk.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get another drink.
Yeah. Big family history
the VTH drinking game is alive and well.
Someone's following up on Yi. If I remember correctly, Admiral Yi has descendants currently serving in the militaries of both.
Really?
Koreas. Guess that would
That's
make sense.
cool.
I guess that would make sense.
While we're on the topic of YouTube channels, what are you guys? If you had to choose one history YouTube channel, what would be your favorite? Obviously, you can't pick yourself, but what is the number one? You have to pick one.
So, like, not necessarily like the ones that like do the best for us as far as reception, just like as the channel itself,
just as a fan of,
just a fan. Yep.
Oh my god, I go back and forth on this a lot. Like,
I'm sure different eras, right? You have different time periods where you enjoy a certain channel more than others.
Like,
well, one
go
you
ahead.
had on earlier, History Underground. I've been a huge fan of him long before he became a friend of mine. So just because I love historic site videos so much, I think JD's probably still number one for me.
I don't want it to be cliche that I like oversimplified, but like and this is the teacher coming out like through me. I love the way that it makes it funny, and like I show oversimplify my class.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes part of my lessons. I remember last year it was French Revolution, and like I felt like I'd been lecturing just like way too much going up to that unit, and I had all these presentations and stuff ready, and I'm like, screw it. Not because I'm like trying to be lazy. I was like, I'm gonna make up like an activity for oversimplify, like there's gonna be questions and all this stuff, and like I built a French Revolution unit on that on their French Revolution video series, and I loved that because like the kids liked it, and then they were asking, can we do more? And I really do like that. So I'll tell you what though, I'm honest with this one. Fat Electrician's climbing up my list, like for real. I love his stuff. I know, but like,
thank you.
It's climbing.
I think right now the viewers of my channel, his channel is probably the one I hear about the most.
Yeah,
from them.
Who else?
I know for me it's hard to
pick.
What
about you,
one.
Drew? Yeah, what about you? You asked.
Yeah.
I do really love this channel called the Operations Room.
Yes.
They're definitely top 3 for me. I love that stuff.
Good channel.
And I didn't even like know them. It was my friend that suggested we watch them. I think I was in like Vegas for like 3 days, and we just watched like this channel like for 3 days straight. It was really weird. Like I was just obsessed. So that I was a big fan of them. And then I am a big fan of them. And then I also like Montemayor also does very cool like naval stuff as well.
Montemayor, yeah, he's like European. I'm trying to remember what country he's from. So he's got an accent, but it's really good.
Yep. And then also the Eastery, they also make. So I guess I like this theme where like it kind of breaks down each battles into like.
They're very similar styles of videos.
Yeah. I really enjoy because I just like I can't even imagine how much work goes into literally every single piece moving. Like they have to know all the pieces. So I just find that really awesome. I couldn't ever do that.
That's cool.
Epic History TV is a big one for me that I really enjoy.
Yep.
Their Napoleonic War series was some of the best stuff I've seen.
For more like I'd say more serious content, you know. Couple I like for Rome stuff. Do you guys know Told in Stone? I really like Told in Stone.
I haven't seen that one.
Okay, if you like Rome, he's top notch with that stuff. But like I did like reaction stuff. Like it's very dry, but it's like the topics are they're really cool. It'll just be like, why is everything in Rome buried? You know, something like that, or like, how much would the Colosseum have cost today? Like that kind of stuff. And he does that. That's a cool one. And then religious history, Religion for Breakfast. Do you know him? I really like him. So they're, you know, not as much the fun memes type stuff, but yeah, for like stuff I like to watch on my own.
Yeah.
That's
those
are cool. I like, so.
Yeah.
Speaking of Rome.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, did you guys see that? Like, it was like 9 months ago now, but they figured out Roman concrete finally.
No, really?
Yeah, they finally figured out why it's better than any modern day concrete. It's awesome. It's because
what is it again? I may have heard of that. Yeah.
So Roman concrete has like this self-healing feature. Like it cracks, and the cracks can heal themselves. So that's why everything's lasted so long. Like nothing today would last that long, and it's because there's a bunch of limestone in it. So once it cracks open, that limestone gets wet, and when it starts to dissolve, part of the limestone, the minerals come down, and then they kind of dry like a stalactite, but it makes this like mineral mesh that fills that crack and actually ends up holding it in place and making it sturdy forever.
Nice.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well, it hurt. Maybe I wonder if that's ties into the thing I'd heard about Roman concrete and made it good too, because of like the volcanic activity of that peninsula, the ashy whatever minerals that is historically through whatever millennia, millions of years or whatever, that has also helped with the concrete. I wonder if that has to do with the limestone or whatever. But so like geologically, that's why it's good. But
well, now we've answered the question: how often do we think about the Roman Empire?
I got my daily quota in.
Every 3.5 hours, apparently.
Got my daily quota in. Oh, Drew, you did a video on that. Did you do a video recently on the
Roman Empire?
Well, just like the whole meme of it now.
Yes, yeah. It's crazy
on my
about
list
that.
of things I thought to do a reaction video too, but I don't know. I never did it, but
what's crazy about that is that I got an email from Fox News, and they wanted to bring me on to talk about the Roman Empire. I guess they were doing some segment about it, which was funny. I was in Spain during that time, though, so I didn't see the email until like 8 hours later, basically, because I was asleep. So it was already too late to have done it. But I just thought that was so funny.
Was it for a specific show on Fox News?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Jesse Waters?
Yep, it was him. Yep, Jesse Waters.
Like, we need to bring a youngin in to speak for these kids.
Well, the reason I asked that is because a couple of weeks ago, the Jesse Waters show reached out to me about coming on to talk about the Napoleon movie.
Oh yeah.
And it was they were going to have me on the night the movie came out. And so I hurried up and went and saw the very first showing of the movie. And while I was at the movie, they emailed me and said, they decided that we're going to wait a few days. And then the movie got real bad reviews, and they decided not to talk about it on the show. So,
by the way, did you guys all see it?
Did you guys all
see it? I was disappointed. I did a movie review of it, but I was let down. I was thinking again, just because like star-studded Ridley Scott at the big epic thing. I was like, this is gonna be amazing. I was let down, but
you know what's funny is I heard this from everybody. I knew it was gonna be horrible, so I got like real drunk before I walked in, and I had a great time. I had a great time, just because I knew
what we did wrong.
Yeah. So try it again drunk with super low bar. Like I had like a 0 out of 10 in my head, and I was like, oh, I was entertained.
It would have been funny no matter what. I like that Ridley Scott when people were talking about the historical inaccuracies, just called everybody nerds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically just shut up, nerds. Like,
yep.
Watch my movie.
But that was the first time I've gone into the theater for a movie and had my phone out so I could take notes during the movie so that I could come back and do the review. And I did it like an hour after I got home. I just real quick sat down and just pulled out my notes and started talking about it. So and those videos actually do really well. I did something similar with when All Quiet on the Western Front came out on Netflix.
Oh, see, that was, oh my God,
that was fantastic.
Oh.
And I did kind of a breakdown, and I actually pulled up clips and was able to show the clips and then kind of talk about it. And that video did really, really well. And so I'm going to probably do more of that.
Yeah, I love seeing you guys' reviews of like historical movies or like shows. I love watching both you guys talk about that stuff.
Hey, listen, so I'm on the East Coast. It's 11 o'clock, and I have to get up with my kids at 6 for school. So I'm going to duck out, but I'll probably come back and watch the rest of this tomorrow if it's going to be up live on the channel. So it's been awesome talking to you guys. I'm sure we'll cross paths again at some point.
I'd love to. Hey, let's make do on the Risk game.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Cool. That'd be a lot of fun.
Cool. Chris, thank you. Have a good night, and take care of yourself, bud.
All right, take care.
Yeah. Awesome, Chris. See you.
Right. There was another one popped in. Actually, I needed Chris for this last one. I don't know about you guys. Where's the best place to buy historical artifacts? You guys ever buy historical artifacts? That's a
great question.
You got some cool stuff back there.
There's a lot of cool like auction sites. You can get stuff that's like verified like historical stuff. The cool thing is try to buy historical artifacts now, like they're cheap. So like for example, I think the greatest military mind in a very long time, probably ever, super controversial opinion, is Norman Schwarzkopf. And you can buy like stars that he wore on his dress uniform for like a couple $100.
Dang.
You know what I mean? It's like that's going to be huge in, hand it down to your grandkids or whatever. But yeah, underrated military genius.
Historical artifact investing. That's an awesome. I like that.
Yeah, it's way cooler than
different angle. I think.
Yeah,
crap like that. Like, I was surprised how cheap some stuff is. Like, Like I wanted like stuff to bring to my class, like to my kids, and like how cheap actually it is to get like Roman coins or like Greek coins and stuff like that. If you don't care about like the high grade, but like there's just amazing that there's just so many of those that they can be dirt cheap. Like,
and they're all over the world too. They've found them so many places. It's crazy.
All right, let me catch up on these.
Or giant shark teeth, like super normal.
Oh yeah,
those like you can get them pretty cheap.
Yep.
As a John Doe, thank you for the $5. As a CPA, South Seas Bubble by Extra History is my favorite niche topic. I need to see that one. Incredible amount of fraud and absolute greed has never changed. Interesting. I'll have to check that one out. All right, we got a history major here. I bully midgets. What? Can you not? That's your name.
Oh, you can't say that.
Oh, I just got.
It's over.
They're gonna take away the charity.
Okay, have the editor take it out.
Oh gosh.
Oh wait.
As a history major, playing the VTH drinking game is my personal favorite way to consume copious amounts of booze. Cheers, Chris. Keep. Oh, you're how I got through finals.
The trolling from your comment section is fantastic.
Oh my god!
Especially what happened earlier, and I think it went over your head.
Wait, what?
Before Drew got here, somebody made a comment, something. My wife's boyfriend told me I could, and nobody else was reacting to it, and I was laughing my ass off.
Okay. I read that like I didn't process it at all. My wife's boyfriend loves you. That's why. Okay, you were chuckling on that one, and I was like, I thought it was because you're like, didn't he say he was a bad boy?
Nobody else gets this.
I love all the Fat Electricians content, especially the Unsub podcast. Are you on a podcast?
Yeah, I'm a host on a podcast now.
Oh, what is it?
It is.
Plug it.
It is.
Plug it.
What's that?
Plug it.
So I'm a host on the Unsubscribed podcast. It's me and my friends Cody, Brandon, and Eli, and then we always bring on a guest. It's mostly me and 3 of my friends getting hammered while we make some other YouTube person feel uncomfortable. Usually,
you bring on a guest.
How that goes.
Is it the type where like their career could be ruined if they come on there and like now you're
we've ruined 0 careers so far, so we're really proud of that. It's not for lack of trying.
Like they won't be able to run for senator one day because someone's going to bring it up. He was
funny
on
you should ask because one of my co-hosts, Brandon Herrera, is actually running to be a congressman for the state of Texas. So yeah, he's actually on tour right now, going around the district that he's running for. But yeah, it's looking like he's got a good chance at becoming a congressman.
That's
awesome,
Brandon.
Pretty crazy.
I think I might have done a reaction video. I think he did one on like Lincoln's assassination or something.
Yeah, that's him. He does it. He recreates all the big political assassinations pretty much.
That was cool. That kind of was like a recommended. You know what's interesting? Do you guys look, with the analytics, just like what are your, people watch, like what are your, viewers watching? Those are always interesting because every once in a while someone will pop up and I'm like, what? Like that's so interesting. Like has nothing to do with me, but
it's because you've been watching my videos. I guarantee it.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, brings that in. Yeah. Anyways, cool. All right. Keep up. Okay. Josh Wells, $6.99. So we got 7 bottles of syrup coming in here. Keep up the video by Battleship New Jersey Museum. They do a lot of great videos on World War I, World War II, naval history. Is that a channel, Battleship?
Yeah, I think the historian on board the USS New Jersey has a channel. It's a pretty good sized channel, but it's all about naval history, World War I, World War II, and of course the USS New Jersey, obviously Iowa class battleship, one of the best battleship, the best class of battleships ever made, way better than the Yamato, the Bismarck.
Wow, really? You think so?
I know. So.
Right. Robo Cheese is $10. Sorry I'm late. Got to ask the age-old question to Drew and Mr. Electrician. What is your favorite dinosaur?
Do you have one?
Ankylosaurus, obviously. The only correct answer.
The hammered tail, right? Is that?
Yeah, it's the turtle with the mallet for a tail. Take T-Rex out at the ankles.
I like the one with like the dome helmet and the ram stuff. What's that guy?
Oh yeah,
called?
the headbutt one. Oh, what's his name?
The concussions sort. Yeah.
I don't even
See,
know.
The comment section knows. The comment section knows it's a
What are they saying? Good answer.
A-tier choice for a dinosaur.
I like how you were ready with that. That was awesome that you knew
Of course
immediately.
I am. I'm
How often do you
always
think
ready.
about dinosaurs? Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
Bro,
it's like
I got
the
a
Rome thing. How
1-year-old
often do you
and a
think about
2-year-old.
dinosaurs?
Okay, you know how I think about dinosaurs every
Every-
day because of
That's
them. I
hilarious.
have to.
You're an expert now. That's hilarious.
I am actually, dude. I had an idea. Like as soon as one of my sons gets like 5, 7, where they really start getting good social skills, I was like, man, if I could get my kid to make dinosaur videos the way I make U.S. military history videos,
Sick.
it's going to be his whole life career.
That's right. Yeah, billionaire.
Making it for other kids.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has their dinosaur phase. Every boy has a dinosaur phase, right? It's
Or
pretty cool. I took
trains. One of the two.
although dinosaurs kind of got ruined for me when in college, my freshman year of college, I took a class on dinosaurs. The university I had a big paleontology program, and basically I just learned that all dinosaurs are basically just birds, and then like they also like didn't look or act anything like I grew up learning about in Jurassic Park and stuff, and they were actually all colorful. And the reason the Stegosaurus has the plates is actually because it was like seen as sexy, and the bigger your plates were, the more action you were going to get, so you could procreate. It was all, evolutionary. That stuff I guess was kind of interesting, but
yeah, pretty average size plates if you ask me.
Yes.
Anyways, what's your favorite dinosaur, Mr. Cherry?
The guy, the ramming.
Oh yeah, my bad.
What's
Drill?
what's his name? Brachiosaurus.
Yep.
That sound right? And maybe it wasn't like that. I just remember, I think in Jurassic Park, that was really cool. And he ran into the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. I was just gonna pick the guy with the long neck. I don't even know much about dinosaurs, to be honest. I mean, you guys are probably right. Your dinosaurs are way better, but I don't know. Like I was actually caught off guard. Like I'm like, oh damn, I haven't thought about dinosaurs in like 25 years.
I love the long neck.
Going with the
Long neck
furless
boys.
giraffe
I
for
know,
his
it's
favorite
like
dinosaur. It's fine.
literally-
Fine.
Just imagine like riding these things like cavalry, though. Like I wish that they were still around so that we could.
Well, we did. That's how
ride
our ancestors
Oh, that's
got
right. That's
around.
right.
They lived with the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They rode them
Yeah.
around and all that. All right. Okay. Let's see. Got a $20 from Kane Emmons. Thank you so much, Kane. No message, but thank you so much. Geek Pele, $2. The collab I never thought I needed. 3 legends. It is kind of random, I guess I should say. Let's see. Kyle P, $5. Another figure who was big in U.S. military history is Hyman G. Rickover, aka father of the nuclear navy and the subsafe program. You ever heard of him? This guy, father of nuclear
yes,
navy?
but I don't know much about him.
Okay. Add him to your list of things you'll get to in years.
Been looking up the Gerald Ford recently for like a current event. That's terrifying.
All right. Oh, that one donator guy's back. Okay. Brandon's best content.
What? You don't want to say it now?
It's too, you might as well just keep double down.
Yeah,
at this point.
The Darwin Awards. Is that still a thing? I remember that when I was young. Is that the awards that people
that's
get for dying in stupid ways?
Brandon on his main channel.
Oh, Brandon Herrera does that?
Yeah, because he's like a gun content creator. So he does basically people making potentially horrific mistakes with guns, and then he explains what went wrong and how to not do it yourself.
Well, that sounds
I'm glad he advocates for gun safety.
Yeah.
With that stuff, it's not a toy. Okay, and then $5 from Ikeda Agubi. Rick Over once drank a glass of reactor water to prove it was safe to Congress. That same guy.
How did that go for him?
Yeah, how'd that go for him? Did he go all, I don't know, Dr. Manhattan? Like it went cool, or like probably not. All right, and then this should. Oh my, he's back. Hey, I'm down. I'm taking the money. For it's going to charity. I just watched the video from you today, Fat Electrician. Do you think you can fit a circular saw blade on a weed whacker?
No, I know for sure you can. I just specifically use that example because I knew if I did, 50,000 men would rush to the comments to let me know it was possible. So trust me, I'm aware.
By the way, I think we'll take the stream. You guys get 20 minutes.
Yeah, whatever you need.
Is that
Yeah,
cool?
21
I
minutes sounds
don't want to.
perfect.
Yeah, get y'all. I don't know Drew's West Coast. I don't know where you are, Fe, but it's a little getting later. Yeah, thank you. All right, and then purple botch. Okay, $10. Thank you so much for the kids. Old 666 is a slept on video.
It's one of
Fe, if
mine.
Shock Brandon hasn't gotten to you on PKA, you would be a great fit. Shout out to my fellow war pugs. He's a gotten to you on
War
PKA.
Pugs is another guy that does he does reaction videos too. Old Man Reacts, so it's one of his fans. Old 666 is one of my videos.
Nice.
About a B-17 bomber group.
You have way more videos than I thought. I can remember I gotta catch up. Like,
one a week.
What was that? One a week?
One a week. Not like Drew. I just looked at your upload schedule and I was like, my first reaction was, holy shit, he uploads a lot. And my second reaction was, and he's got a unique thumbnail for all of them. I respect it. Most people that upload that often are like, I'm just going to use the same selfie, slightly change one thing with my layout. No.
I mean, it took a long time to get there. I think everyone can get there. You just have to do it forever. You just have to keep going and going. You get more and more efficient, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Is it daily? Is that what you go for?
Yeah, I'm doing daily now. Yeah. And I have a second channel, gaming channel, where I upload 3 times a week there. So but there's a whole process.
Does everybody have gaming channels except for me? Do I need a gaming
channel?
channel?
Yeah, you do. Absolutely.
I haven't been as good on it, but yeah, we got Mr. Terry Gaming. That was Mr. Terry Gaming channel's a fun one. I should get in more, but maybe when I go full time, I'm still teaching. So
I launched my B channel just to see if I would have any success with it. I did one video.
Is that the Biden Bears?
Yes.
Biden Bears.
Yeah.
I was wondering like if I should actually cover it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty fun.
Started the Fat Files channel.
So what's the point of that channel? Like what are you going
basically
for?
So like I don't know if you've seen like my toilet paper video or like that Biden Bears video or like every once in a while I have a video where it's just like a random rant, not historical value whatsoever. I think I'm just gonna put those there. So
just put that. I've done put random things on the gaming ones too. It's just like I collect sports cards, so like I would do unpacking videos, just dump stuff there, but it's more for me than anything because nobody cares. But like, all right. Well, someone actually wants to call out that name and say they wish they had named themselves. All right. Is this a proportional response? Oh, that's a good. I remember.
Speaking of memes, Drew, have you ever seen looked in a comment section and just had a bunch of people say proportional?
I'm pretty sure.
Recently?
I'm not sure exactly why. Why is that?
I did that on accident. That was my fault.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I started that meme.
That's awesome.
Well, you posted on Drew's video?
No, I just anytime there's a news article or anything, people are just saying proportional now as a response.
Right.
And it's because of that Iran Navy video.
Oh, you know what? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just have proportional in the thumbnail because that's the whole theme of the video.
That one's fantastic.
That's the dumbest luck I've ever had as a YouTuber, by the way, too.
What do you mean?
I made that video. I was like, it's going to be a complete dud about America going to war with Iran's Navy in the 80s for a day.
Mm-hmm.
The next day.
Oh, you made it great.
The news cycle was Iran attacks U.S. naval vessel in whatever. So everybody thought that was breaking news. I'm like, no, this happened in the 1980s, but I got a lot of traffic for it.
At least for because I did a commentary on that one. That was one of the best ones that was viewed, at least from seeing my side. So I don't people love maybe it just hit the algorithm nicely.
Yeah.
What I think is cool is because I'm literally ground level with the history memes. I'm constantly watching memes. So I kind of can tell when a new trend becomes really popular, I'm like, there's got to be a viral video about, I knew the Iran thing became so big overnight. So it's so funny to see you have a huge sort of reaction from the meme community because then everyone starts, talking about it and making memes about it because everyone else knows about it. They see your video. So it's really funny. Even when there's a subject, sometimes I'm like, well, this subject's randomly coming up. I know someone on YouTube made a great video clearly that I haven't seen yet that's gone viral. And now everyone's discussing it. So that's hilarious.
That's how I feel with like content suggestions. If I get 20 suggestions for like the same person or the same battle, I'm like, okay, somebody just knocked this out of the park recently. And that's why all these people want me to do a version of it. Yeah.
They just heard about it and now they want to do this. This is for Drew. Okay, Hamed, thank you. Hey Drew, did you get any more views from North Korea? Wait, people are North Koreans watching you?
So back in like 2018, I did get a view from North Korea, and just one exact. And this was before. It's funny. I was talking to like a YouTube like representative at this time, and I told him about it. I was like, because I was asking if there was like, can people spoof their location with the VPN? And apparently they can't. Well, they can, but I mean, like the views, it wouldn't work like that. I don't really know how.
Well, because the VPN service has to have a server in that country to spoof it. Nobody's got a VPN server in North Korea.
Exactly. Yeah. So I remember asking this YouTube representative about it, and he got really quiet, and he didn't even really answer my question. So I don't really know. Maybe he just didn't want to give me a response, but it did seem like I got an authentic North Korean view because it was just one. And then I never got another view again. I don't know if it's not even possible. Well, now they have the grid the whole analytics different. You used to be able to see an actual world map and scroll around and individually like look at each country. Now, it's a little bit different.
I want to think that there's some kid, meme. There's some kid that got smuggled
Kim
in.
Jong-un is your subscriber.
I hope so.
Some kid got smuggled in on iPad, and he has to like trek 2 days in the forests of North Korea, and he's got some little router thing just so he can, watch some memes.
Yeah, I mean, it is really possible. I mean, North Korea does still get tourism. It's a really limited amount, but they do get some tourism. So maybe like Americans can't go apparently, but like maybe it was a British tourist that was in Pyongyang that happened to, check out one of my videos. But then again, I also heard that there's an army of like North Korean researchers that are constantly on the internet, like, scouting things out. So who knows? But it probably wasn't Kim himself.
I'd love to go there and like do that.
I'm pretty sure
I would too. I would love to
come home. Like
absolutely not.
No,
you've seen my content. I'm going to be on the news.
By the way,
the release of people to get me back.
I got a lot of crap. Okay, Effie, from your last video of your communism shirt. Because I didn't get the reference of the guy humping.
You said that, and I thought it was so obvious. I was like, oh, he's not going to say it because he's a teacher and he doesn't want to say the F word. And that's what I thought was happening. You actually didn't get it?
Not at first. And then somebody in the comments wrote, it means F communism. So
sorry, it's literally just the word communism with a stick figure humping the Sioux on it. So...
See, I feel like I've made so much like ironic content about like memeing North Korea that I think the jokes will go over their head. Like I don't think they might think I'm the biggest North Korean fan, so I think I might survive. I don't know if they'll kill me, but
you've got like you're at level 7 of memes.
Yes. So I think it will go over their head and they'll think, oh, this American's like a huge fan. We should let him in. I don't know if I'll die, but who knows?
Oh my God, he knows that what's his face created burritos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
RX Joe, $5 question for Effie. You're gonna bring back the Quack Bang Hawaiian shirt. That shirt awesome.
In summer. So that was kind of the deal. I barely got that order in at the end of the season. So yeah, I'll definitely have more Quack Bang Hawaiian shirts in the summer.
That's awesome. Need one of those. Let's see what we got. Okay, he's back, but thank you. I found out it was possible to do the saw blade on a weed whacker because I did, in fact, try it earlier. Only reason I'm doing this much is for charity. No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your super chats there. I don't know if you guys recommend putting a saw blade on your weed whacker. Is it like what kind of weeds do you have?
No, I don't recommend that.
Like what kind of weeds do you have that need that? You're probably a better tool for you out there. All right. Steel Nat. Whoa, what's this currency? 125.
Those are shekels, I believe.
It's what?
Shekels.
Shekels?
I don't know.
If any of you
if
any of you somehow get teleported into the past before 20th century, which period would you think you would survive? So I'm thinking, trying to understand the question. What do you guys think?
Dude,
So
I
like
want
you
the-
get
I want
teleported,
the
which
closest
we
to modern
would
day as
survive.
possible.
Yeah, I was gonna pick like 1899, like exactly
yeah.
the year
Like,
before.
1899, December
Yeah.
30th. Like,
It's amazing when I like teach
then we're
about
gonna get
like,
drafted.
lives of people and like how I don't know how people did it. Like I know it's all relative, like to when you live, but when I think of like hunter gatherers, like our ancestors, like I wouldn't have made it. I don't think I would like to think I would, but I don't know. Ryan, $5 says, I wish Effie uploaded more than once a week. His content is top tier. I agree. He's only one man, you know.
Work.
Only one man. I mean, even that, with what you do has got to be difficult, you know. So, okay. Doggles. He's the one who donated. By the way, he was the $100 one that got us to watch your the submarine video. He's back, so I really appreciate you, my man. $5 TFE. I know you had issues with the original Quack Bang rubber ducks. Have you thought about doing them as a plush through a company like Makeshift? That's who you use, Drew. Is that what you
Yes,
said?
yeah, yep.
Yeah, what's the name of that website? I should write
Yeah.
that down.
Yeah, makeshift.com. They're great. I really love them. I would absolutely recommend
Makeshift or Makeship?
Ship. Like
Is it
like
how
a
it is in
boat.
the comment here? Is
Yep,
that
exactly like it. Yeah, exactly
Okay.
like how it's read there. Yeah, no, it's really they're really good company. I've enjoyed working with them a lot, so I would definitely recommend them for sure.
Actual rubber ducks though would be great.
So
People
I
with
had
helmets?
like a couple hundred of them made, and they were legit rubber ducks. And the company that they were ordered through shipped them, and they got seized by customs, held for like 6 months. Customs released them. The bunker branding in Texas had them for like a couple days, and then customs showed back up and reconfiscated them, and then finally released them. So I'm not doing rubber ducks anymore, but I just got them in today, and they're going to go on sale January 1st. I have a bunch of they're like the foam stress balls, but it's the Quack Bang. So I'll have those up soon.
I think that'd be a great idea at the Makeshift one.
Yeah, I'll try it out.
There was this other.
Do they just do like sprint runs, or you can just permanently sell one item? Or
yeah, I've only ever worked with them doing sprint runs exactly. But usually I've noticed I've had a lot of success. There's actually this other one that you missed there, Mr. Terry, but I was going to just talk about it. It was like Robo Cheese, $10. Yeah. He said he have a story for Drew. I gave my brother I made a North Korean plushie from makeshift.com. And apparently he gave it to his brother who had a conference call with a South Korean business who were really caught off guard when they saw this North Korean plushie, obviously in the background. So it's a very unfortunate story. He actually I still
hilarious.
Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Sorry.
Caught off guard in a good way or a bad way?
I know him.
He put it like too obvious because I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, so I made this like plushie, like this North Korean plushie, basically. And the funny thing about this was that I initially planned to give him like a little nuke, but they didn't want it. I guess they make these in China, and China didn't want to make them. They just thought it was like too much. So like Makeshift was down, but it was just the Chinese factory was like, no, we're not gonna do this. So I'm like, damn.
Do another one and give them a little axe because of the Korean axe murder incident.
Oh yes.
Bunyan, that'd be awesome.
Yes. But
feel bad I missed that comment. So he gave my brother your best Korea ball plushie. He had a conference call with a South Korean business who was caught off guard but loved the plushie.
That's a scary one. I'm surprised. I'm hoping hopefully they were cool about it. I would be a little bit concerned. Like I don't know how they would.
All right, let me get back on there. Question for it was Caleb. Have any of you done a video about the fate of the Japanese battleship Nagato? My mom's uncle has an electric plate he took off the ship after the war. No, I have not covered it. Any of my lessons or anything, but sounds interesting.
I have not covered it.
No. Okay. All right. Question for all of us. This is from Jen, $5. Thank you. For all, if epic rap battles of history contacted you, who would you want to portray?
Ooh.
Okay, so do you think this needs to include like that we look like the person?
I
don't know who I'd represent.
I don't think so.
The only person I look like is Bobby Hill from Hank Hill. Bobby Hill.
Damn it, Bobby!
I've been called that my whole life. You remember when? But I get it though. I don't know. I would love to. I love like epic rap battles. By the way, shout out to them. They were shouting me out. I was so excited when they did that. They've been really cool with reactors. I really like that they've been really cool. Like when they put out videos, they would make posts on like Instagram, Twitter, and stuff like, "Hey, check out these reactors," and they're really cool with that. So I really appreciated those guys. I don't know, who would you guys want to be?
Norman Schwarzkopf.
Okay. Somebody. Who would I want to do? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Who do we look like? Like chat. What do you like? Drew and I like what?
I'm gonna go with Genghis Khan for me. I'm gonna be Genghis Khan. I don't know if we're gonna go that. What's that John Wayne movie? We'd have to do that strategy with me because obviously.
Yeah, who did he play? He played some.
He played Genghis Khan, right?
It was Genghis Khan in that movie. Okay, yeah.
I can't remember what it's called though.
It looks so terrible. Like,
yeah.
Back when they wouldn't like actually go hire, like Hollywood not actually hire like an Asian actor. You know, it's just nope. Let's put some spray tan on him and call him Asian. I'll have to come back to what do you guys think? Like chat, what do you think? Who should we play? Maybe we'll do that. We'll write a rap. We'll do a 3-way rap battle video. We'll each write some verses. Give us some, I don't know, give us some ideas. I want to rap. All right.
Yeah.
Goodwiser. 10 pounds. Are they waking up in England now? Or is this someone that's just stood up or stayed up all night? It's late for them, but history is so cruelly accurate. It's true. You know what? I teach it though. That's how I hook the kids. I went off on like in my Mongol unit, Mongol lesson of talking about, I killed like 40 million people. Oh, and guess what? Like 1 in 200 people are direct descendants of Genghis Khan because they everybody. And if you're from anywhere the Mongol Empire was, there's a 1 in 8 chance you're a descendant of him. And that hooks the kids. So unfortunately, the cruelty is something I have to elaborate on and use in my education. But kids are dark like that. They like doing that stuff. Anyway. But that was fantastic. Thank you, Cudweiser, for that. TFE Iowa represent. You from Iowa? Is that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Represent. Who would win in a fight, Dan Daly or Lewis Millett?
Oh, most gangster Marine of all time or America's freedom fighter. It's tough. Dan Daly, really small dude. He was like 5'6", 5'8", but he was a boxer. Lewis Millett was actually a huge dude, and he got in trouble during the Korean War, and they had to order him to quit bayonet charging so many people. So I don't know. That's a tough pick. Depends on if they have weapons or not, I guess. I don't know. I can't say on that one.
Both good characters. By the way, chat, I don't want to keep these guys super long. I told them just a few minutes here, to I would let them go. If you guys have any other questions for our guests today, Fat Electrician and Drew, get them in now. Just again, this is a charity stream. I'm going to give all this super chat money. I'm going to cover the money YouTube takes out of it and get this tomorrow to the Sharing Place. It's a service program that helps grieving kids in my community, and it's very helpful. So all super chats are going to go to that. So if you have any questions for any of us, go ahead and start while these guys are here. You can get them in. Kopolchuk, $20. Thank you so much. Who would win in a fight, Iron Mike Tyson or Cassius Clay? Okay, wait. Is there another Mike Tyson, a T-I-S-O-N?
No, talking straight Mike Tyson.
Are we talking Iron Mike? Okay. And are we talking Cassius Clay, like Muhammad Ali? I want to make sure, or like
which one? I don't. That's a good question. Are we talking Muhammad Ali or Cassius Marcellus Clay, the politician? If it's a politician, does he get his knife that he's famous for?
It's true. He had that. Okay. Yeah. By the way, I love watching Mike Tyson highlight videos. I feel like I watch them all the time.
Absolutely.
I am so captivated by the insane, I don't know, his insanity of how good he was there. I don't know. I just
Same, yeah.
do you watch? I don't know why.
Great.
I just see him just knock a guy out in like 6 seconds. I have an early memory of, because it was by the 90s or whatever. My family, like my uncles and stuff, they all chipped in for the pay-per-view fight for Mike Tyson, and I forget which one he had done, but they started the right at the start of the fight. My dad or right, no, it was my uncle goes and gets the chips, comes back and knocked him out in 6 seconds, and
Jeez.
everybody was so pissed because it was so expensive to get that, and it was
That's
like a
hilarious.
6-second fight that just showed how it was, but it's insane just being able to do that. So,
well, Mr. Terry, thank you so much for bringing me on, man.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, thanks a lot. I can't thank you guys enough. I owe you one if I can help in any way and whatever you guys do. We'll definitely get our game. I think we got to get a game going of some kind here. That'll be super fun. There was, I guess this is the last one for you guys. Did you know Mike Tyson made an adult Scooby-Doo show?
No.
Or he appeared in it? I think I might know that he like appeared as an animation maybe or something like that.
We've entered the phase where they keep dropping money, so we can't leave.
I know. No. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you coming in. Let's hang out again.
Definitely.
And we'll see some more of these questionable names and donos, but it's all good.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Very nice to meet you,
All right. Yeah. See you guys. Take it easy.
I'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
See ya. Oh, well, that went good. Did you make a bunch of money for charities?
I think that's good. I'm hoping so. So we're still, on here. I'm gonna hang out for a bit. Anyone wants to talk to us or anything like that? Yeah, I think we've got like 1,500, which is fantastic. I'm gonna
That's awesome.
Get that out and that's amazing because our community are young people. They're young people that I know money is not something you can just kind of throw away. It comes probably from a very hard-earned whatever you guys are doing with your students or whatever. So I appreciate everything going into that. They're going to be very happy for this when I bring this in tomorrow. So I really appreciate that. So
good. No, that's awesome. So how weird is it being a teacher and a YouTuber at the same time?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got any questions for me? Yeah, it's interesting. So I started right after school, and it was the summer of 2019. I wanted to I started my channel because I wanted to get history get lessons up, literally like get my lectures up and lessons for just my students, specifically my AP history class. And I started making those, and then I got the idea of doing a reaction video, which was kind of interesting. And the first time I thought about doing it was history of the world. So I loved History of the World by Bill Wirtz, and then I was watching reaction. That was the first time I'd ever watched reaction videos. I never understood it, but I was like, I love this video so much, I want to watch other people watch it. And I remember there was this is a reactor. His name's Devon Da Vinci, really great, insightful reactor. And he said, I wonder what a history teacher would think of this. And I was like, oh, well, I'll go do that. And then I made the video, and then it went kind of viral. And it was the first one. It just, I don't know, the algorithm picked it up. So it was interesting that happened. And then that summer, the channel grew a lot by the time school started. And all of a sudden, school started, and it was weird because kids were like, Mr. Terry, I saw your YouTube video and all that. And I said this earlier when I was talking to Mr. Beat and stuff. It's interesting because most 9 out of 10 kids don't give a crap about my students. I don't care. It's they're not watching. They're kids. They're teenagers. They're not watching history videos. They probably think it was cooler if I was doing some other crap. But some kids think it's cool just because kids love.
You have Discord mods?
What was that? Yeah,
you have Discord mods? I don't know.
Yes, you have.
Pretty cool.
Do you have a Discord server?
I don't really use it, but yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say. Yes, Discord. Yeah. It can be, if it's not moderated, it turns into a cesspool of, it can turn into
really
4chan
quick.
basically.
Yep.
But yeah, that was always cool to do that. And then it, was doing well and that. So that's been really fun. This year was the first I kind of took a plunge. I went part-time teaching. I never actually taught.
Really?
I was like, all right, I'm gonna try this where, because I was super busy. I full-time teacher. I also, and I still do this. I coach boys basketball at my high school and boys soccer, and it was just like I was burning out, trying to keep videos up and that, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a plunge. It was doing okay enough where I'm like, I'm gonna see what it looks like if I can just put more time in. So this is the first year I've been able to do that. I teach every other day now. My school was cool enough to let me do that, which was amazing. And so every other day I, work on YouTube and put that together. And it was very scary for me to do that because like insurance and retirement benefit, like all that stuff, like being a teacher, you get great benefits for that stuff. And I was so scared to do that. And I'm only half a year in, but it's been fun. And then people ask would I go full time, and I don't know, because to be honest, I'm like, this is kind of perfect for me because I love teaching. It's like I really do like it, but having like this balance, or I go like every other day, it's been a really good few months. I really have enjoyed kind of my life balance right now. So
that's cool.
Anyway, and now you're doing the full-time thing, and
yeah.
You were, when you were saying something, were you're taking some classes or something?
Oh, I mean, I'm back in college to finish my history degree, but
see, I'm
to the point now. I don't know if I'm going to finish it, to be honest with you, but we'll see.
Is it because you just think like it'd be a waste of time, or you want to devote to this, or you just not like school? What do you think?
And well, no, I'm just to the point. I've well, that's not true. I have one semester left where I have two. Well, no, I have one semester left where I have history classes, and then I will have taken every history class available at this college. And then I still need to do 2 semesters of random filler classes that I have no interest in whatsoever. And it's kind of like, I don't know, just seems like a waste of my time. I don't really, at that point, I'm just getting the paper to get the paper, and I don't need the paper, I guess.
I get that. Like, you get, and you're probably doing, fine now and all that stuff. But like, I still think it's great to have those type of like goals and accomplishments that like, okay, I'm going to go set myself on this, and you like history, and it's going to make you a better, even content creator and learning all that stuff. But I also get today the apathy a lot of people have for college, because it's so like, it's not what it once was. It's not what it once was, as far as like being necessary in career fields and stuff. I have a video essay I'm working on about how we need to totally rethink our educational system for that. And like, yeah, like you're saying, like, okay, I want to study history, but I'm also studying all this other crap. And
right,
these other things that I took in high school, like I did that, right? Like in high school, I took math class. Do I need to take more math classes?
It's
I'm going into
like,
history degree. Yeah.
The thing that annoys me is like the argument I keep hearing. Well, we force you to take these classes because we want all of our graduates to be well-rounded. And it's like, at some point you got to quit training to be well-rounded. Like if you want to be good at anything, like that's just how it is. Like every heart surgeon doesn't do brain surgery for a good reason. You want to be really good at one thing. I don't understand why. And I mean, I do understand it's because they get to charge me another year's worth of college tuition to take a bunch of classes I don't care about. But
sure,
I don't know. It just seems a little ridiculous to me.
It's disheartening. I think colleges would keep more students if they could adapt those curriculums. It's kind of like, I don't know, like K through 12 education is very much progressing, but universities still look and feel like they did 100 years ago, where like that is university is where you went to go learn basic skills that now we can get like in high school. Like it's like it's 2 time periods clashing with each other. The video essay I'm working on is I want to see more vocational high schools, where even at high school kids are get to be able to be exposed to more career paths. Like, okay, you're an electrician. Like, I have kids in my school that I know aren't going to go to a university. It's just, they're not that type of student, right? But they thrive in vocational things. You go see that kid that doesn't give a crap in my class, but goes down and he's doing amazing things in the electronics class and the automotive class and all that stuff. And I wish those kids could get more opportunities to do that. And not that like reading, writing, and arithmetic isn't important, because it is, but like, I think we can balance it out better, that these real life skills. And then once they, graduate, I'm a big proponent too of more trade schools in general for post-graduation. Like, we need more paths that kids can go on. And I think it'll help. And then the kids that want to do the traditional education route, the academics, okay, go to your, university, but let's get people trained and not kill their motivation and kill their, like, any excitement they had for school, because they just are doing things that they don't want to do. So
yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how they haven't, or why they don't update it. It's super annoying, especially being like kind of a grown-ass man going back to college with a bunch of kids. And it's like, they got this one class that I have to take because they require all of their graduates to take this thing. And it's called transfer course. And I mean, it's literally like, write diary entries to yourself where you have an inner monologue about some rant. And it's literally, if you do the assignment, you get 100% on it, no matter what. I've put as little effort into it as humanly possible. And it's like, oh, this is just a money grab for you guys to charge me 2-3 more credit hours. It's like, this is absurd.
We don't want to kill people's love for learning. And that's what happens. Like, I have a lot of people that come back to my videos, and maybe you have commenters too that are like, hey, I hated school, but like, now that I'm an adult, I love learning about like history and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
I get that all the time. It's awesome.
And it's, I love that too. Like, I learned more in this video than, this and that, and I love that. That's heartwarming, but I don't think school needs to be like that. And anyway, I have issues as a teacher looking at those things. But there are some super chats coming in. I know some of them are directed at you. So the Breached says $5 super chat. Thank you so much. TFE, love your stuff. Your storytelling is top tier. See your stories as examples in business classes using PG language so I don't get fired, or I use your stories as examples in business class. I wonder what they mean by that, but that's cool.
Maybe for marketing or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe.
Speaking of that, do you have like your whole S corp and everything set up for your content business?
No, I'm so dumb at that stuff. I need
hit me up after this. I'm happy to help you.
Are you getting into that now? Like,
no, I've had that set up for like from the beginning, and like, that's my strong suit.
I need to do it. Like, that's that kind of thing. I need to. I have not treated what I do as like professionally, and I know I need to.
Yeah,
like, I've not taken. This has always been something that was like the side thing, but like, I need to start taking that professional. I'm sure there's things I'm getting screwed over on if I'm not. With
a lot
setting all that
like
stuff,
paying a lot more in taxes than you should.
I should. Okay, yeah, I would know. I'd love to hear what you got. I've never like sat down with somebody, and I got to start, doing more of that stuff. If I ever do this full time, especially, it's going to be a big deal. I got to set up that and making sure the future is good. But anyway, Mr. Terry, you have to cover Effie's toilet paper video. Okay.
Oh God.
Oh gosh.
It's unhinged.
Is it okay? Is it one of from your TikTok era?
No, it's a new one. It's high quality stuff. It's fantastic. It's just me losing my mind for about 10 minutes
about toilet paper.
I really don't like single ply toilet paper.
Oh no. And I don't buy the cheap stuff. I that's one thing I will not skimp on. It's like,
my wife did. It was terrible.
The worst is about the stuff that we have at my school, like school paper.
Oh yeah.
Paper. I mean, you're not going to. It's thin and it's like thin and it's not why I hate it. And you end up anyways. We don't need to. I mean, we can talk about poop and stuff, but all right. Thank you again. Man, these super chats are flying, and I really appreciate you guys. King Soma, $5. Love both channels, guys. Brother's a Purple Heart vet / dad, retired sergeant major. Was never into military history until y'all made it interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah, military history, man. You can go. I mean, that's like a whole branch of history, and you could go into. And I know you're into that. You know, I haven't been as big of like the military history stuff, and people think I'm weird for that when like I can't name every tank and all that. And it's like military history people like in my community stuff. It's almost like a different group. It's like that's all they study, and then their depth of knowledge is just like insane. So
yeah, I don't know. I like the stories. Like some of the military history people that are like more like just plane nerds or tank nerds that are more worried about all the specs. They get those are the people that hate me the most on the internet, and it's hilarious because like I'm not going to go over all 37 different variants and the specs of this particular, and they get mad at me because I don't. And I'm like, here's the base model specs. Moving on. Here's the story. So I don't know.
Okay,
I like
good.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know what like side you were on the military history stuff. If there's just like, as far as like, there's people that go way too far, and
I think I'm popular just because I humanize it, kind of like I don't know. I was in the military, so I can kind of read between the lines of what's really happening that I feel like some historians that weren't in the military aren't going to catch. You know, where it's like, I mean, this is what the paper says, but this is what actually happened.
You did do a good job with that. One of the videos I reacted to was the combat rifle one. That was the one I actually had. I think that was the one I had a sponsorship on, and tried my best to make a segue. I think you commented. I thought you commented. I'm so bad at that stuff. Huh?
Oh no, it was good. It was super smooth.
I was like, I was like, I want to do better at ad stuff, and I think you do a good job with that, and making the ads like content. You know what I mean?
Making them funny.
And I need to do a better job at that to keep those going. But anyways, I always comment on your Shields one. There's a Shields not far from me, so I like to go hang out at Shields.
Oh, it's the best.
I love Shields. You can just hang out there forever.
Yeah.
All right. What else? Danjamin, for the minutes. Sorry. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. And then he followed it up with not sorry. Okay. So thank you, Danjamin, for the super chats there. Here's one. What did you wish? This is Camping Pups. What do you wish you knew when you started video? I'm wondering if they mean like started making videos going in. What do you think about that? Like, what you could go back in time, do it all over again. What would you do?
Start YouTube sooner because it actually pays money, unlike TikTok.
You're like, so convert over quicker.
Yeah, probably.
That's interesting. For me, I don't know. I started so bare bones that it was like insulting to like to content creators how low quality it was. But I don't know. I feel like I do feel like I was shy at the beginning, and what I meant by that is like afraid to say certain things. Like for me, it's different. It's a little different for me because I want to say like a public figure, but like teachers are very much public figures, and like what I say and what I might talk about on here reflects on me as like a teacher. And you hear stories all the time of teachers getting fired for stuff that
you show my videos of all things.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's actually why I don't like in my Discord server, for example, like I don't allow modern political discussions. I basically treat, hopefully the YouTube videos, I don't give like my political takes on anything. Like stuff like that could always come back to haunt me. But I also feel like early on I was too nervous about that kind of stuff, of saying the wrong thing, because to be honest, most people don't care enough. So like,
I guess that's true. That's a really good thing to point out. I'll change my answer to that too. I wish, I feel like there's a lot of jokes that I felt were too edgy that I didn't make, that now that I've been in content creation and really seen what it takes to get canceled, it's like, nah, that was well within the boundaries of what was appropriate on the internet. So
started too cautious. So now you're thinking about it, you're like, hey, I could have done some other stuff.
It's a lot harder to get canceled than you think.
It is.
I think
it is.
So,
I've been learning about like cancel culture is not really a real thing unless you're getting canceled by your own people. Like you can't be canceled by outside of your community.
Yeah. If somebody likes you, nobody's going to You know what I mean? Like if somebody's just mad at one thing that you said, they're not going to come in and like my communism video went viral on some very pro-communist eras of the internet, and they're pretty mad at me.
Ripping you
At
or
the
something.
same time, it's like, what? I mean, whatever. Same
Well,
thing. I don't care.
What to understand, that was never your audience. That was not the audience.
Yeah, like I'm not losing anything by
you don't need to answer to the non-audience. Answer
Right.
to if you're like long time, maybe followers, like, hey, maybe this and that. I could see that. Like that's like when it matters, but and it's scary now that interestingly. So since I'm still in the classroom, I still am careful about that stuff because I don't need some parent. I don't want some parent to be like, if I unhinged on something and they would go and be like, this person should be fired or something. I know Mr. Beat was like that, and then he got out of teaching about 3 years ago, and you'll see his interesting transformation. Now he gives a lot, like he'll give his political takes, and he gets in all the drama on Twitter with all these other like political commentators and stuff like that. But he said like he wouldn't be doing the content he's doing now or displaying himself publicly like he does now if he was still teaching, because he has someone to be accountable for. So like, I don't know if you have that. Is there anybody that could, I mean, once you're working for yourself, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Twitter.
It is
my least like it's like Facebook, Twitter for the worst social media platforms on the planet. It's
I want to like it. I
do too, but it's fun. Like I got on there for half a second. And it's like people only come here to generate emotional responses within themselves. Like they're coming here to be happy or upset. I'm like, I don't need this roller coaster in my life. And it's terrible.
I don't know if it's getting worse. Maybe it is, but like, it's not as fun. Like I want to go talk and stuff. And I have to, how on Twitter now you have like the for you suggestions, and then you have like the people you're following. Like I no longer can do the suggested tweets like anymore. Like I have to just look at the people that I follow, because I don't know what the algorithm is doing to get the most unhinged crap being thrown into my face that makes me upset, but I hate that. Oh, anyway. All right, we had some more super chats come in. Oh, there's
got a big one
down there. Let me get to. I don't want to pass the other people that were here. This one, Shane, $5. Thank you so much. Do either of you plan to cover Tommy Patera, New York mob-related serial killer? I do not know that story.
I don't know that story either. That doesn't sound like something that I would cover. It sounds like something King Trout would cover, is what that sounds like. He just did a video on the Wall Street bombing from back in the day today, or yesterday. He dropped that. That'd be something he'd probably cover, though. He does a pretty good job.
Yeah, you like the heroics, inspiring stories.
Yeah.
Not like
America.
Dirt bags. Yeah.
America's awesome.
America. Yeah, thank you, Shane. Andrew came in, $10. TFE, the E4 Mafia video is what got me to love your channel and my favorite to share to explain us. What's your favorite story you told in earlier TikToks?
I really like the USS. So like the ones I want to redo are the ones that I think I like the best. So the USS Barb.
Yeah, I want to see
that. And then I really want to redo Operation Mount Hope 3 because it's so much funnier and I could have done so much more with that video. So those two for sure.
Awesome. So that's a plan. Like you want to like catch back up on that stuff before maybe you get to some new stuff. You just untapped potential, you feel like, with some of those?
I don't know. It's so hard. I'm never had my content or my comment section so creative with some of the, like if I had a time machine, like I would literally just drop a video, read the comments for 24 hours because they come up with so many funnier, better jokes than I did, and then go back in time and remake the video with their awesome jokes. Like they're so much funnier than I am. So
awesome.
I want to remake every video I do as soon as I drop it.
Awesome. Chat, I'm thinking about 5-10 minutes left for our stream tonight. If I didn't teach classes tomorrow, I would do that, but I guess I could also just be the lazy teacher, just throw on a video and take a nap in the back, but I don't want to do
Here's
that.
your fill in the blank worksheet. Figure it out.
Yes.
Homework,
actually, we might actually show a video. I might. It's the last kind of full day before our Christmas break. The kids aren't involved. And on our school, so my school I teach at is also raising money for this charity. And tomorrow they actually do something really fun, which is the kids only the second half of every class, if the kids raise a certain amount of donations for different types of products, they get to go and participate in all these like fun activities around the school. And like you can, if you get your donation, they're going to let you at the last half of class go and play video games in the library. Like they do stuff to incentivize the kids, and it's a lot of fun. So tomorrow's going to be actually a kind of crazy day with that. So anyways, it's one thing I really love about or like my school where I'm at is they really try to get the kids on like service and teaching them that, and it's fun to be a part of. So anyway, all right, Ron, this was the one I've been sitting on here. Rhonda Strong, $100. That is so kind of you. What's been your favorite video topic to research? I think we can both take this one, but do you have any right off the top of your head?
Jake McNasty.
Any reason why?
It was my first really, really long form video where I broke like a 30 minutes, and reading his book, there was so much cool stuff in it. And it was really difficult to decide what to keep in and what to take out. And I just kind of like, I'm going to keep all the high points, and I did it. And that was my first big like 30-minute plus video, and it went great. It's got millions of views. So I had a blast researching that one.
That's awesome. For me, it's different. So like one of the things I've done, and they're cringe, but like I'll do these comedy skit things. I have these two characters that I do in videos, and it's two different history teachers that have a rivalry against each other. It's called Terry versus Terry. And I went and researched Yo Mama jokes that have to do with history and did a video of it was two history teachers insulting each other's moms with history stuff. But I found that was it was actually really fun to go and just look up Yo Mama jokes that were like historically relevant. It was a lot of fun.
With your name being Terry, do you ever watch like the police videos, like the police encounter breakdowns with like lawyers or whatever?
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Okay, like Terry v. Ohio gets brought up in like every video. Okay. And it's about like Terry stops. It's like if you made a video where it's just you fighting somebody in like a Fruit of the Loom style Ohio costume and just labeled it Terry v. Ohio, it'd be amazing.
It would work.
It would be so good on YouTube.
So
it'd be the #1 video. They're going there looking for legal advice, and it's just you fighting Ohio. It'd be perfect.
This is the stuff. So like people ask me if I went full time, what would I start doing more? Because like it's hard for me to do a lot of the deep research videos because I still like a full-time job. And I want to do, if I did, I'd love to do historically themed skit stuff that hopefully isn't like cringe, but actually funny. Because I really like acting and stuff. So I would love to do that kind of stuff. That would be what I would like that. Like that kind of stuff. I'd love to do, like, you follow Gus Johnson, Gus Johnson, YouTuber. Okay, he's funny, but like he does just like there'll be like 1 or 2 minutes, but it'll just be the videos that are like blank be like blank, or like trying to think like when you pull up next to somebody at the traffic light and then like they'll act it out, like something like that, but it'd be like Napoleon, like what Napoleon's troops said when he said they're invading Russia, like what I mean, like a video, something like that, like something. I think that'd be funny.
I've always talked, so like my best friend from high school, way before, like back when I was in high school, we always talked about wanting to make a skit, remaking, because this is like right when 300 came out. We always talked about making a skit where we like dress up like Spartans in 300, except we're the ones at the back of the phalanx, and we're like, what's going on up there? We're never gonna get any action. Like,
see, that's what I want to do. If I become full-time and I can like do scripts and like get like cool equipment and all that stuff, like that's the type of content I want to make. I won't be doing the traditional like history research videos because there's people that are way better at that than me that are already doing that. I want to compete with it. But that's exactly the type of content I want to make. I think it would be so fun. And I don't know if there's a market for it. I hope there would be.
Oh, for sure. There's a market.
There's gotta be, right? Like, is anyone doing that stuff? Like,
you got the big following already. They'll tell you if it's good or bad, at least, before they leave you forever.
Exactly. I don't know, chat, what do you think about that? So anyway. All right. Let me catch up here. Bite. He's one of my longest watchers, and been here since 2019 for me, the first year I started. But this $10, thank you so much. This better be a good charity y'all are donating to. It's for kids, okay? So if there's nothing better than things that help kids. Copel Chuck, $5. TFE, Wisconsin is better than Iowa. We have better cows. Is that true?
Objectively wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
But they got the
feel
cheese.
Bad about being wrong. I will give Wisconsin a compliment. You're better than Minnesota, so that's cool.
I'm from Minnesota.
You ever can you pull up stuff and show it to the crowd?
Yeah. What do you want me to
Can
look
you
up?
pull up the can you pull up the counties in America that drink the most on a map, please? Just to show everybody how Wisconsin and Iowa get down. Okay. It's impressive.
Excessive drinking by county.
Yeah.
Will that work?
There should be a map. Yep.
Okay.
It's
there. It is. Okay. Let's see. I'll put it up. By drinking. Okay. I found one. Okay. Let's see. Let's present. Let's see if this works.
Oh, that's not a good one.
Does this work?
No, there's one
Does
where
not show it. I mean, I see a lot of dark.
Look up top 50.
Okay.
Just add top 50 to your
top
search.
50, okay.
Top 50 counties for drinking in the U.S.
I mean, I see a lot of dark color in Wisconsin. It sure looks like they're getting hammered.
The Midwest. We're really good at drinking. Like, I think every county in Wisconsin, actually.
How about how about the top 50 drunkest counties?
Yeah, that
might be it. I see one coming out of Reddit here. Let's see.
Somebody just commented the Mormons be slacking. If you've ever been to Utah, they have super weird drinking rules.
I'm from Utah.
Are you really?
So yes.
No. I went there to hang out, and me and some YouTube friends were getting drunk, going to the bar with Chuck Liddell. I'm trying to get drunk, and they're like, I can't give you another beer till you finish your first one. They had all kinds of weird rules.
It's wild. Our dominant state religion has a lot of influence over the liquor licenses. And one of an interesting story is when we had the Olympics in 2002, basically they told Utah, you're gonna have to change if you want to have the Olympics. So they for that half a year they totally changed it, and then people were like, hey, the people that they want to drink and stuff, they're like, hey, look, we didn't destroy our civilization with these normal drinking laws. Can we keep that now? And then no, they reverted right back. So
no.
Yeah. Okay. Here is. Okay, I think this one might be better. Let me zoom out a little bit.
Yep, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. Way to go, Wisconsin. Champions. Look at them go.
Whoa. But okay, look when you back up.
You ever went drinking in Wisconsin? It's hilarious.
Why?
Wisconsin has these weird liquor laws where you can actually declare yourself a bar in your fucking garage. So all over Wisconsin, there's just somebody's house with how somebody's house would be I sharpen knives, or I make fishing lures, or here's some. It's like that, but bars, and you can just go in people's garages and drink with them. It's so much fun. It's cool.
I think I heard that when one of my good friends just went to Lambeau Field for a game first time, and that's everywhere around the Packers stadium is just
bars.
It's that. So it's just people just at houses, and they come and do it.
I will say Packers have the best lore story out of any NFL football team.
The lore, good lore. They should. I mean, weird that they're even a team at a place Green Bay has 100,000 people or something.
Well, yeah, the whole why they're the Packers, right?
Is it? No, maybe I don't.
Cheeseheads.
Because what?
The football team was like a bunch of dudes that packed cheese for a cheese company in Wisconsin, and they had like a post-work time football club, and then they went pro.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. I didn't think it'd be that lame, but apparently it was. So yeah, they're the cheeseheads. Oh, it's good though. We need that kind of stuff still in sport. We don't need to be dominated by the big cities and all that. Let's keep the OG stuff going on. Love that. And they're like, are the Packers? They're like publicly owned. Like they pretty much.
Yeah, I think so.
They just do everything different. I love that. Okay, hey, Big Dono, $50. Have either of you guys looked into Johnson County War here in Wyoming? There's even a movie about it that's fairly accurate. Tom Berenger, Luke Perry, Burt Reynolds, kind of based on the true story and decently accurate as well. No,
but I'll write it down. Johnson County War.
It sounds like something that might be interesting. Just something went down there.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Chancey, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you doing that. Thanks for the suggestion. Thank you for the $50. All right. Oh, someone's donating for a treat for my dog before we go. Frankie, come here, buddy.
More treats.
Yep.
Is he asleep?
I think we need. Okay, don't call PETA on this one though. Okay, don't call PETA. I don't need a report.
He's not going to say that one guy's username, is he?
Yeah.
The one that you said? Is that the trick he's going to do? Is he going to say the username, Terry?
No. Frankie. Bang. No, you didn't even do it. Frankie, get up.
Baseball is super boring. Bang. Except for Ichiro Suzuki, who just struck out an entire girls team. That was pretty funny. And then one of the girls struck him out. And he's like the best MLB hitter of all time. So that was cool too.
That's how I train my dog to play dead. Is you shoot him and say bang, and he plays dead and lays on his back. So it's pretty cute actually. All right, what were we talking about? Ichiro?
Yeah. Well, I was.
You a baseball guy?
No, not at all. No. I just saw that he struck out an entire girls' high school team, and I thought it was funny.
He I think he could kind of pitch. He had a crazy arm.
Like last week, he did this.
Oh, he's like 50 something.
Yeah,
you got to follow like Shohei Ohtani making. What did he make this last? That dude broke the record for contract. That was crazy. All right. Okay, let's I'm gonna try to clean these out before I head out, and we head out. Okay, this one. Let's see, not Joseph, $5. TFE, my work has a Toys for Tots box, and I can't help but laugh every time I see it because your video about it. Mr. T should check it out. Wait, what? Explain.
It's funny because I have the dude on Instagram as a friend now. It was a while back. I explained where Toys for Tots came from, and then I read my favorite Christmas story, which was a newspaper article. It's like 3 Marines were outside of a Best Buy collecting toys for Tots, and somebody robbed the Best Buy and ran out, and the Marines tried to stop him, and he stabbed one of the Marines.
Oh my God.
And then the cops showed up, and when the cops showed up, the gentleman that had stabbed a Marine had both of his arms broke, one of his legs broke, like a fractured orbital, a bunch of bruising, assorted lacerations and contusions, just this laundry list of injuries. And the newspaper article is like injuries he sustained when he fell off the curb after stabbing a Marine. And it's just like, yes, good. It's hilarious.
Oh,
cops showed up, like, he slipped, right? And they're like, yeah,
got
that's what happened.
We'll just take it from there. Yeah, we'll just. Oh, that's fantastic.
It's a great Christmas story.
Wait. TFE, what's your favorite TikTok video you made? Terry, what's your favorite TFE video you reacted to?
We've already covered this one for me, but it'd be the USS Barb or Operation Mount Hope 3. But Mr. Terry, what's your favorite video of mine?
That I've watched from you. I want to make sure I don't forget any, so I'm pulling up my list. By the way, sometimes there's etiquette, by the way, of reactors of we should wait a little while before we react to a video. I don't know if you have a stance on that. Like, do you care?
I don't really care.
Like, some care. I know bigger ones, they may not care, but some people are like, no.
I mean,
but the thing is, I don't know though if people. The thing is, I don't know if people are watching my video instead of your video. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that I actually don't think that happens at all. I did polling on this once, where I did a YouTube poll. I said, like, how are you more, or what do you do more? Do you see the original video first, or mine? And it was like 90-something% of people.
Oh yeah, just like I said earlier, I think the reason reaction content's so popular is because people want to watch a video they already like with their friend. So it's like they want to watch the video first and then they want to share it. So I don't think I don't think it affects anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's I do that. Like, I love to, like, when I listen to like do music or something, like on YouTube, watch videos on YouTube. I like, actually like watching a reaction video to like the video, or to like the music video. I don't know. It's kind of fun just to like have somebody there to be there than just watch it on your own. I don't know if it's the loneliness and all of us humans, but
yeah. All right. Answer this question. What's the favorite?
Yeah. So actually, you know what I'm interested in looking at right now? I want to see which ones have the most views. Yeah. Iran's Navy. That one has,
it's a good video,
171,000 views for me. And the next one below that's 64. So it's like way more than double. And I'm trying to think if like, I don't know why that happened necessarily. Because I don't think,
because it keeps being in the headlines that Iran keeps messing with America's Navy.
I think that's it, because usually for reaction videos, they do way better when you react to a video that just came out. And like for you, I didn't see your videos for a long time. So like I would go back to older ones. And usually when you go back to older ones, people don't watch that as much. But that was an older video. I didn't watch that, I think, right after it came out.
No, you weren't reacting at that point. Right. That was a ways back. Yeah.
That's just inexplainable. Is that video though, by the way, is it your highest or close to it?
Yeah, that's my top performing video.
Interesting. You know what? I'm gonna go. Ooh. I like the Winter Soldier ODs on meth. I love that story. That was fantastic. I'm gonna make a short list here. I'm gonna go with that first, and then Cassius Clay. That's gonna be in my top 3, and I think those are probably my top 2. I think so. I'm gonna go
solid.
Yeah, I can't pick between the two, but I think maybe Cassius Clay. I like that, and a lot of it has to. I mean, with you doing it, but his story was just so fascinating that it captivated me that way. So I love that. I did like the recent one on the mosquito. I love the angle you took about just like it being like a troll, just like they just trolled him, and that was a good way to. So that one's doing pretty well, actually. I did that.
Great example of plain nerds getting super mad at me.
Yeah. Well, okay. What'd they say? What are they? They don't like the plane?
Everything you could possibly. Actually, you're wrong about the max speed. You keep saying it's made out of wood, but it's not actually made out of wood. It's made out of a thin layer of wood covered in a layer of blah 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 blah.
Now you see why Ridley Scott responded. Now you see why Ridley Scott responded to his Napoleon movie when people were criticizing it, saying basically, "Shut up, nerds."
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Another one I actually really liked, because I think you made it way more interesting for like an auto story, was the Barbary Wars. Like that's something I knew very little about and gets talked about very little about. It was cool that I spent most of my commenting talking about the treaty that came out of that, because the Treaty of Tripoli, which has been really actually historically relevant, because it's like the first document where official like document that went through the Senate that said that like the United States is not a Christian nation, like the separation of church and state. Yeah. And it's been used as precedent because the Senate had to approve that, because apparently as part of the negotiations for that, like with like, the Ottomans and stuff, they wouldn't make a deal because the United States was new, and kind of the conjecture I think from like people living in the Ottoman Empire and stuff, was like United States was created to be this like Christian theocracy, and that they couldn't do political deals if that was the case, because they're like an Islamic empire. So like for that treaty to happen, basically they needed the United States to clarify that we're like not a theocracy, not set up as like a Christian state. So they put that through the Senate and voted on it and got through, and now it's been used as precedent for separation of like church and state. And
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, not founded on not founded as a Christian nation, which is, you know, an argument a lot of people like to make. So, but like actually having a legal precedent for that. So anyway, all right, and then okay, we'll do these quick because I want to let you go. And also, my dog has been whining to go out. He's been a good boy, but he's like, I need to get out and pee. Oh, the Lambo thing. Couple Chuck, $5. We have a bar and church in every street corner, especially the East Salem, La Crosse. I live near Lambo. Yeah, I guess at Lambo too. You don't park like they don't really have like the parking. You park in the people's yards because the outside of the stadium is just houses, and it's part of the thing. You park at the houses, and each person just like they let people park on their yard. That's like expected. You go and park on the front yard, and each person, you know, charges some money. So you literally get to know those people. And they probably, I don't know, maybe they give you a beer there too. It's part of the parking, what you get for paying for parking. Jen, $2. Massachusetts slang fun fact: packy equals a liquor store. Okay, that's a packy.
That could be useful.
Oh, yeah. Torvaldsen, dude, look at this guy. We got like a Norwegian weightlifter. We got what's that one guy? Thor. Live in a small Wisconsin town of 3,000 people. We have 2 churches and 11 bars.
It's accurate. I'm telling you. Wisconsin knows how to drink. I'll give them that. Their cows aren't better than ours, but they can drink.
I read the stats, looking at the stats of before Prohibition, like places like New York, where they did stats of like churches versus bars, and the ratio of like people to bars. It's like there's a bar for every like 5 people in the population.
Oh God,
and it got so out of hand. That's why they did Prohibition.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the thing.
Okay.
Did you know that there's 7 billion pounds of cheese in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, and it's because of Prohibition?
Still?
Yes.
Okay, there's a video for you.
I already did it.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
So it's still just there. Like, what are they doing with it? Who owns it?
It's oh God. You'll have to watch the video. You're gonna be like, oh wow, that's ridiculous. It's pretty
Cudweiser
wild.
again. This is our British friend who woke up early. Should these gents check out Count Dankula, Mad Lads, especially Battle of Athens? I do not know who that is, but
I've heard that name. I'm not
Count
super
Dankula.
familiar.
Thank you so much. All right, and then there's last 2. Robo Cheese, it's $5. TFE, have you watched Operations Room? If so, what do you think? We were talking about that channel earlier.
Yeah, I think I've seen one of his videos, and I think it was on Desert Storm, and I thought it was really, really good. It was super cool how he does that.
Robo Cheese, he recommended that video to me before. I don't think I'd done reaction to Operation Room. Some of their videos are long, and I usually the super long videos I don't react to as much. But yeah, he recommended the Desert Storm one. So but I haven't seen that channel. Is it like pretty dry? Is it very like just data?
It's like somebody's reading you a breakdown, and then there's like boards. They're like little animation, but basically it looks like a battle room board, and you can actually see the pieces all moving at the same time, which would be like, it would be really hard to interpret that through reading. So he goes through and like does it all for you and gives you a graphic representation of what happened. His one on Desert Storm was really good. It really shows how much of a genius Schwarzkopf was, which is impressive. You know much about Schwarzkopf?
A little bit from like mostly from not like outside sources. In college, I took an American military history class, and we spent decent time on Desert Storm. But yeah, I mean, a little bit. You saying I should go more? Should I go deeper? You're a fan, right?
He's a genius.
Yeah.
Albert. So like, you know, like have a rough idea, like IQ scores, like what's genius and all that stuff, right? So like Albert Einstein's estimated score was 160. Schwarzkopf's was 168.
So he's smarter than Einstein. Dang. I do, just when studying that war and like from a strategic standpoint, how incredibly successful it was.
How Iraq went from being the 4th biggest military, and then like 3 days later, they were the 2nd biggest military in their country.
Basically, far and away the most successful military endeavor, you know, especially when you compare it with like the second Iraq, you know, the second war.
That's the thing that bothers me, is it never gets any credit. And I was like, no, you don't understand. That was like, so here, I haven't confirmed this, but my theory, because Schwarzkopf served in Vietnam and he almost got out of the military with how disappointed he was with politicians, because he felt like that's why Vietnam ended as poorly as it did, because the politicians got too involved and ruined it. And that's why I think he won Desert Storm so quick. Like, he literally won that war before anybody could comprehend what was happening. So the politicians didn't have time to mess it up, is why he did it like that. So just steamrolled the whole thing. It was incredible.
That's amazing. Maybe, it probably doesn't get talked enough about, because like the effects of it weren't really felt, or like, you know, by like Americans, like, okay, what changed in American life or foreign policy? And maybe the fact that it stopped there, and like they didn't go after Saddam Hussein and stuff like that, like actually just, you know, proportional response. I don't know.
This has had a tremendous effect on America. This is when all the government contractors figured out you need long wars to make money. Okay. There's never been a more important military thing to happen.
Actually, you're right. You look at that, it's like it there you go, because they hated economically that thing lasted so quick, it was so quick. So okay, that's the approach. I was thinking like political effects. I mean, in that way of that.
When I do the video, when I do the video, I'm pulling up the historical stock records of like Lockheed Martin and all that stuff.
So you're working on that, you said? Like,
no, I mean, I have 1,000 things on the
I know,
world's
but
biggest
okay,
burner,
but that would be good. I think that would be a good way for you to, for anybody to say like what were the effects of that war? Because that's why people don't realize that, like what you just said about, you know, the financing side of that, you know, then people will pay attention more. And now I think people will buy into that a lot more these days. I think people are so distrustful now and cynical about military involvement since that, especially the second Iraq war, but that'll tie people in, and you'll make them even more anti-war.
Right.
All right, last one of the night. Here we go. John out of Canada, sub to TFE. Mr. Terry always shows good channels. Thank you so much. I try to do that, and I stick to a lot of what I like, and probably need to branch out more. But anyway, all right. I do not want to keep you anymore, because you have been an awesome guest. Thank you so much, by the way, for your big donation to the stream here. I really appreciate it. This was super fun. I loved hanging out, and hopefully that was fun. You get meeting the other YouTubers. I think fun to hook up with Drew and all those guys, and it's fun. I feel like all of us should do more stuff. Like everybody should do that, content creator wise. Like there's not enough collaboration and just getting to know each other, and I think the history community is pretty good at that. I actually think it's pretty tight knit, and I'm glad that's the case.
I'll tell you what, when you become a full-time YouTuber and job security is no longer the issue, I'll bring you out to Texas for my podcast, and we'll get you super drunk, and then we'll see how that goes. So
I can't get canceled then when I'm I can't get fired by my school district. Can't get fired by my school district. All right, chat. Thank you so much for everybody. By the way, let me see if I can get a final number.
The comment section wants drunk Terry.
Okay.
Just saying.
All right, $1,700. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Again, I know like our community, we're young people that are on very fixed incomes, and I know a lot of you are students, and it's hard as heck for young people right now to be able to have any kind of disposable income. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna get a check and give it tomorrow. This will blow away those people, and Okay, let me make sure to plug. Okay, Fat Electrician. Make sure you are following him and other stuff. You got what's your second channel called?
The Fat Files.
Fat Files. Okay, so
I'm gonna try to get my silver play button from one video.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Someone just snuck one in. Someone just snuck one in.
Make it an even 2K.
To make it $2,000. Oh my God, Ikeda Hakubi. Oh, you really did. It's now up here. It says 2,000. That will look amazing to have such a round number. Oh my God, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Ikeda
thank you.
Hakubi. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that. It's going to go to children that are really having grieving circumstances that I think that we all take for granted. It gives them a safe place while they're going through a very traumatic experience in their life, and it's going to be stretched a long way. So thank you. Let's get some 07s in chat. That's the thing we do. So it looks like somebody's saluting everybody that's donated. If you didn't, it's okay. Thank you. Don't feel bad, because a lot of you are like, I don't have money and I'm so sorry. It's fine. Don't worry. You're here. Biggest thing, if you were able to donate, please make sure the grieving and people that are struggling in your life have support. And you can do that without money. Be aware. Be a friend to people. This is a time of year. I know a lot of people feel like this is a joyous time of year. This is also some of the worst times of year for people, because the holidays can also show the dire conditions that a lot of people are in financially and things. And make sure you're looking out for your loved ones. Okay. All right. Thanks again, my friend. Let's hook up again. Let's get a Risk game going. We'll get you, me, Drew, and whoever else, and we'll kick some butt. I want to see you get drunk while playing Risk. All right. Bro. I want to see you drunk invade Kamchatka or something.
God. Oh God. I can do that.
All right. Hey, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.
See you later.
Quack bang. Quack bang out.
Quack bang out.